welcome to today's stream. I'm gonna see who's gonna join today. I hope you guys all had a happy Sunday. Let me set everything up, make sure troubleshooting is good, because we got a lot to cover today, y'all. We got a lot going on, a whole lot of. So I'm gonna wait a few minutes, see who's gonna join. Oh wow, I got a notification. Damn, it's been a minute since I got a notification. That means I'm back on YouTube's good graces. Last time, y'all, hold up, when was that? I don't remember when, but was it we were watching Love? Yeah, we were watching some Love Island clips, and remember when they shut my behind down? They made sure to make gave me like some kind of training. And then after that, I never saw my live streams again. So I'm glad that the notifications are working because I just got mine. Hold on. Let me click on it and see. Let me just make sure that it's working properly. And then we're going to start. Hold on a second. Give me a second, y'all. Hold on. Let me just make sure everything is cool. Give me a moment. Hold on, I got the notification, so let me just make sure. Okay, can I hear myself? Yeah, I can hear myself. All right, cool. I just had to double check. All right. Hey, Miami, how are you, sis? Welcome. Hey, Sophie, welcome, sis. I just have one more video to put here. Give me a second, y'all. I just saw something pop up, and I think it'd be a really... Well, we'll see if we have time. I'll address it next week. I might share this video today if we have time. But yeah, how are you guys doing? How's your Sunday going? I hope you guys are doing well. I'm only going to wait a few minutes for others to join. We starting right now. I gotta make sure everything gets done today. But yeah, today's Sunday. It's the second to last Sunday. I think we only got 2 more Sundays left of the month, which is crazy. It's about to be September, y'all. So I don't know. Are you guys in school? I know some people are in school. Some people are working. Some people are doing different things. Maybe some people have last minute summer vacation plans. So I hope you guys are all getting ready for that. And yeah, it's about to be fall, y'all. It's about to be pumpkin spice season. We gotta get ready for it. Miami, you said, have you heard about the female genital mutilation in Gambia? No, I haven't. You could send something over to me. I have not heard of that. But to be honest with you, I know it's been a problem in a lot of countries for a long time. I remember there was this woman. Hold on, let me see if I can find her. I think she was from Somalia, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, she escaped female genital mutilation, and she moved to the Netherlands. Her name was I remember her last name is Ali. It's something Sayad Ali. I read her book. It was actually a really good book. It was called Infidel. Hold on, let me see if I could pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up for y'all. Let's just do that right now. Hold on. You know what? I'm just gonna set everything up. But yeah, she let me see if I can find her book. Her book was actually really good. I read her book a while ago, and I was like, yeah, like it was really, it was very eye-opening to me, because at that point I knew that it happened, but it was just, yeah, she really gave a vivid picture of it. Hold on. The book is called Infidel. They both ate? No, who ate first? Bomi ate first, so Mimi's food is still on the counter. Okay. So this Mimi gotta eat. Yeah, Bomi ate. Hold on a second, y'all. Infidel book. Yeah, her name was Ayan Hirsi Ali. Yeah, I remember her. So she spoke. If you guys ever want to read the book, I highly recommend it. She spoke about the female genital mutilation in her country, and then she went like she's actually, I think she's an atheist now, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if she's changed her mind, but yeah, she became an atheist after that. But it was just very, it was a really good read. I highly recommend it. Yeah, she's from Somalia. Okay, I was right. I wasn't wrong. Yeah, she's from Somalia. I highly recommend y'all read that book. But yeah, I would, I'll touch upon it maybe next week. If I can get more information on it, I don't mind touching on that subject. It's a very important subject. Let's see who else is here. Ali, how are you, sis? Welcome, welcome, welcome. CFT, hey sis, welcome. You said hi Romy, happy Sunday. I caught your live yesterday at Target via my headphones, but couldn't hop on in. As always, I enjoyed your perspective. Oh, thank you, sis. Not you listening to me at while you're shopping. I think that is so hilarious to me. But that's so funny because I do the same thing too. Like when I watch other content creators, so it's so interesting when people do it to me, and I always act surprised. I'm like, girl, you do it to other people too. I don't understand why I'd be acting surprised, but hold on a second. Let me pull it up. Let me make sure I can pull up these comments. Is it showing up on the screen? Yep, it is. Perfect. Yay. Okay. I'm gonna call you Omo, sis. Omo Safed John. Omo. That's it. We gonna call you Omo because whenever I see your name, I always want to say Osmosis, and I know that's not your name. So Omo, how are you, sis? You said, hope you are well. Dom and the pup babies too. Yes, they are good. Yesterday we took Bomi to go get her shots. So she took it like a G. She did really well. And she didn't complain. She didn't cry. Like Mimi was very anxious when we took her to the vet, but Bomi's so opposite, which is very interesting. She's like, yeah, I got it. I'm gonna do it. And she did it, and it was great. And then we went home yesterday, but everything's been okay. I would say now, this morning, I don't know, they were a little clingy to me this morning. It was kind of weird. I'm like, hold up, why y'all clinging to me? Y'all supposed to be playing with each other. But then I was like, okay, they just want time with me. So then because I play with them every day, but I just was really busy today. But I still carved some time for them. So yeah, we've been very active in this house. Good active though. It keeps me on my toes. It keeps me like kind of responsible for something other than myself, and I realized that I can't actually take care of live things, living things. So yeah, that's been good. But yeah, so mental health toolkit, how are you, sis? Yes, I am back. I was supposed to hop on actually a half hour earlier, but I had some other things to do, so I was like, okay, but I'm glad I could hop on earlier, and then I'm gonna try to finish earlier today because it's Sunday. Sophie, you said it's a Muslim practice. Yes, it is. Yep. That's what I learned when I read her book. Yeah, I love reading a lot of books. Like I'm okay, so the type of books I like reading are usually nonfiction and biographies. Fiction I used to, but I don't know, like I kind of like nonfiction more. I've always been like that. I don't know why. I just love that kind of stuff. And then finance books I've been getting into, and self-help I've always loved too. And yeah, so when I read her, I remember when it first came out. I bought it when it first came out, and yeah, it was really, really good book. I highly recommend it. Prince, how are you, brother? Welcome. I'll be popping in and out, but hope everyone's day is okay. I hope your day is okay too, brother. John, is he a man? Who's John? No, maybe. I don't know, but welcome. Yeah, I always say sis to everybody. I gotta start saying fam. Elle, how are you, sis? You said hi, y'all. Missed the live yesterday. Was out celebrating my B-Day. By the way, thanks for the B-Day wishes in the live yesterday. Absolutely. I figured you were celebrating. I was like, girl, I would celebrate too. Like, birthday weekend, I'm gone. I'm gone. But I'm happy you were celebrating your birthday. Let's get started, y'all, because we got a lot of topics to cover. But yeah, I'm glad everybody had a great Sunday. And yeah, more to come, y'all. We only got 2 weeks left into September. This is craziness. I know that the elections are coming up in the US. We got elections here, but it's more like municipal elections. And then I know there's a lot of political things going on around the world. I haven't addressed it yet. I know I've been taking a break from political content, except for that guy last week. What's his name again? The Bernie guy? Bernardo, whatever the hell his name is. Other than that, I have been taking a break from political content because it's a lot, y'all. It's a lot. Sometimes, like, if you don't see me talking about certain things, it's only because, like, I have to make sure that I have the capacity mentally to take it on. So a lot of, like, mutilation subjects or anything that has to do with GBV, IPV, DV, political subjects, anything that has to do with, like, politics, I try to, like, take a little break in between them. But I will start again next week. And AI Sunday is coming next week again. That's another thing that I had to take a break on, but it'll come back next week. I'll kind of like rotate topics. Another thing I want to mention is, the case study's wrapping up. The Beyonce case study. We got like 3 episodes left. I can't believe we already made it, y'all. Oh, that was like, this is the longest case study I've ever done. But the next part's coming out tomorrow. I'm working hard on it. And I will put the poll out tomorrow as well. I was supposed to do that last week, but I just didn't get a chance to. And then, yes, the members only, I told y'all, is going to be moved over by September. So I'll probably make the announcement next weekend. But other than that, no other announcements to make. Let's see here. Some girl, how are you, sis? You said happy birthday at the Star. Yes, it was her birthday. Omo, you said no, I'm female. It's pronounced Omosafe. Omosafe. Oh, Omosafe. Okay, I'll remember that. Omosafe. Omosafe. Thanks, sis. And yes, and even if you were male, I don't mind, as long as, like, you know, people are respectful. I really don't mind who joins here. Yeah, Prince is over here, and so anybody's welcome. Mocha, how are you, sis? Welcome. Prince, you said, as a man in here, I promise if you ever said sis to me out of habit, it wouldn't faze me. I know. It's just I like to address people how they want to be addressed. That's all. Rosa, how are you, sis? Omosafe. Beautiful name, by the way. Okay, now I know how to say it. Omosafe. Perfect. I'm gonna slide this one down because I want to do this one, but another time. Is the Are Black People Viltrumites? So we'll save that one probably for next week. Sometimes I keep my tabs up, Prince. Yeah, sometimes I keep my tabs up because it's stories I really want to cover, but I just haven't had the time to. Okay, let's get into it. Okay, these are the palette cleansers. Why they at the front? Okay, whatever. I don't know what I was doing. Okay, why is Bernie's face? Okay, we gotta finish this. We're gonna finish this today. All right, yes, he's a scammer. Yes, it's a racist smear campaign. Okay, let's get into the unfortunate passing of the professor. I believe his name is Jason. Yep, Jason Arday. So I don't know too much about this story. I'll be honest with y'all. I'm going into this blind, but from what I've heard is that he was the youngest Black professor that joined the faculty at Cambridge University in the UK in its 800-year history. I've also heard that he has a remarkable life story. Again, I have not read anything, so I do not know his life story. But what I do know, though, is that they have bullied this man to death. So we're going to see what has happened and transpired. And this is a trigger warning. We're dealing with self-harm. Possibly, I don't know. They haven't said what it was that took him out, but I'm assuming it was self-harm. And we're also getting into plagiarism, racism, and, you know, the institution of academia. So let's get into this, y'all. It's going to be a pretty good one. Shout out to D'Angelo. I think I know him. I feel like I do. Did he cut his hair bald? Because I don't remember him being bald before. So y'all let me know if he's always been bald or if it's recently bald. I feel like I know this creator. But in any case, shout out to him. Now, let's get into the story, y'all. And shout out to whoever sent it to me. I know a few of y'all sent me a lot of stories. So shout out to you guys. And if I haven't covered your story, do not worry. I still scroll. I still check. And sometimes I just have them on standby.
That's a phrase that Reddit uses commonly on posts where you ask, am I the a-hole? Is this other person the a-hole? Maybe it's everybody today. We are here to talk about Jason Arday, the Cambridge professor, actually Cambridge's youngest Black professor, who's recently found himself embroiled in this plagiarism controversy that was actually a racist hate campaign against him, but also he does seem to be a pretty extreme plagiarist. So as you can imagine, the situation was made in a lab for everybody to have very intense feelings and opinions on, and I'm here today to kind of sort through some of these. I pretty much hate every part of this, and yet I do find myself quite fascinated. So So here is the Jason Arday story. This is Jason Arday, the man, the myth, the legend. Emphasis on myth. So the first thing I want to say is I learned actually through this story that being a professor, I mean, it's a big deal anywhere, but it's a much bigger deal at Cambridge in the UK. It says it's a teacher of the highest rank in a department of a British university, or a teacher of a high rank in an American university or college. So big job here for Jason Arday, and becoming the youngest black professor in his 30s obviously was history making. There's like some sort of joke in here that I haven't found yet about this being an academic fraud related story taking place at Cambridge, and I don't know, it just makes me think of Caroline Calloway. Miss, I faked my way into Cambridge and got away with it. Even if you have never heard of this person, which I didn't before any of this, kind of a big deal, obviously. BBC reports Cambridge University's Jason Arday. It's not just the academic achievements that many people cite with Arday, it's also his very atypical childhood. It would probably take the entire length of this video to sit here and list every single thing that Jason has said happened during his childhood.
I always felt it was a privilege to have a period of 11 years where maybe I couldn't speak and I couldn't converse in a way that everyone else could, because it allowed me to see things in a different way.
So the 11 years he's referring to is actually the fact that he was diagnosed with autism and was nonverbal until age 11 and didn't begin writing until age 18, reading or writing. This article in The Atlantic goes into more detail about his story. His parents are Ghanaian immigrants. It says he grew up wearing homemade clothes and hustling for cash by playing snooker. Yet in spite of all of these obstacles and many, many others he's recounted over the years, many, many others might be an understatement, Arday found a way to go to university and then to graduate school. Here is Cambridge person talking about how important Arday's contributions are.
We are so lucky to have you. You are the best in the world in terms of the research that you do.
Cambridge themselves, I'm not going to let them get away with the actual diabolical havoc they've unleashed into the world by platforming this man.
An extraordinary journey, but for Jason, this is not...
Wait, but what did he do that was wrong? I'm so confused, y'all. Okay, all right, let me keep going. I'm confused. I don't think that it is... Again, I know D'Angelo's reporting the story, so I'm not talking about him, but I'm just saying, like, what about this story sounds like it's made up? Like, him being nonverbal is... That can happen, because when you are a first generation immigrant into a country, because his parents are Ghanaian, I'm sorry, he was first generation born in the UK. That's what I'm assuming. His parents are Ghanaian, so it sounds like they immigrated to the UK. Either they had him there or they had him in Ghana and then they immigrated, whichever one. It is possible to be nonverbal because you're learning so many different languages. I know of children who, like, they were so confused by the language being spoken, like, outside in the house, that they just refused to speak. And also he's diagnosed autistic, so that also adds a layer to it. I just don't understand what could be wrong with that, but maybe I'm just getting too ahead of myself. But this has happened many a times. I know of so many Haitian kids when I was in Florida. What they would do is that they would put them in ESL classes or speech language SLP classes, like for speech and speech language pathology, like those type of classes, because they couldn't pronounce certain words in English. Because remember, your parents are not speaking English the way that, you know, is taught outside of the home. And you're learning and picking up so many different languages, so many different ways and styles of speaking. And it can be hard for neurodivergent children to acquire language. Language acquisition is very, very interesting. And it's broad. So, I'm gonna keep watching. But I just don't see what is the issue with this. But I could, again, it's only the first 258. So, all right, we'll keep going.
Not an end. It's a beginning.
It was actually the beginning of the end. Looking at some of the claims that Arday made in his memoir, you can see it's eyebrow raising. At one point, he says he was beaten so brutally by 4 boys at a bus stop that he developed epilepsy. Not only were his attackers arrested, he told the courts that they should be spared jail time. And I guess 2 of these people then showed up in one of his classes, is what he said. They'd been so moved by his act of mercy that they turned their lives around, and they were now coaching other at-risk youths. Both of them gave me a huge hug, which I returned, he writes. One asked Arday to be the godfather of his child. He also said he had dyslexia.
Okay, so did this happen? Like, do they have court records that can prove this? Okay, it's possible that he could be a pathological liar, but I'm still not understanding, like, okay, I need to listen to more again. I gotta listen to more, y'all.
A tumor? In 2015, right as he was trying to present his graduate thesis, a doctor found a small tumor pressing on the pituitary glands near the base of his brain. It was removed less than 5 weeks before he was scheduled to conduct the oral defense of his thesis. Because of this, he apparently had a mini stroke, he says, immediately before this, but thankfully was able to push through. Also, apparently ran 30 marathons in 35 days.
Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, no, that's a definite lie. That's a definite lie. I don't know anyone who could run 30 marathons in 35 days. So I think there's like again, I'm not a mental health. I gotta say, I'm not Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I'm not gonna come out here and act like I'm a psychologist or mental health therapist. I am neither of those things. I just like psychology. But if I know there's a sickness for this. There's a mental illness for pathological liars. Lying. It comes under a cluster. I forgot. Impulsive. Yeah, compulsive lying. Cluster. Let's see, which cluster is it? A, B, or C? Obsessive compulsive disorder. I don't know. Could be OCD too. It could fall under OCD. Let me see. Compulsive lying. Diagnosis. Let me see. Either way, there's like definitely a mental illness with that. Yeah, there's like people who lie for no reason. Yeah, a pathological liar not only lies frequently, but may feel a compulsion to do so. Pathological liars can't stop lying even when it causes psychological distress, puts them in danger, and creates problems with relationships, work, or other aspects of daily life. Yeah, and it starts early in adolescence and young adulthood. And that makes sense, right? So again, I don't know like if that is the actual illness. Again, like we'd have to get a psychologist to talk about it. Mental health toolkit. I don't know if you're licensed. You can let us know on the Brada side. I don't know if you're gonna watch this, sis. I know she is a licensed psychologist. So yeah, like it definitely falls under this. I think personally speaking, among other things, because you know mental health is a spectrum. So you know, maybe he started lying because of childhood, right? So sometimes it can stem from childhood. It can stem from, you know, being lonely, actually, it shows me that you're super smart if you can come up with all of these lies, like just like this. That shows me that you have a very creative imagination. We just, you know, when you're a kid and you come up with these lies, like, or these, you know, maybe, I don't know, like maybe it is a truth. Maybe he did run a marathon, but he thought it would sound cooler if he did 30. So the point is that like when it starts as a child, your parents are supposed to take you somewhere to get diagnosed and, you know, all of that, which we know now. But unfortunately, if you come from an immigrant household where, you know, they don't necessarily believe in mental health and they think that you're just lying for no reason, or they think like, oh, like, you know, whatever reason they come up, oh, he's just being dramatic, like, then it can turn into a serious issue. So again, like him being a pathological liar, so many people are pathological liars. Hell, look at the president of the United States. I mean, he lies like every day. There's so many people in high levels, even at your job, even in your family. There's so many people who lie who are compulsive liars, and yet they do not get half of the smoke. So that's what I'm saying. Like, what is it about him that was so different from other people? Well, obviously we know, but there really isn't like a difference. I'm sure there are people at Cambridge who are pathological liars. And also I'll say this too, like, You know, people who act like they like you, people who are fake to me are, I would consider them liars. I consider them liars as well, because if you don't like me, why are you acting like you like me? As being deceitful, right? So that's a liar too. Like, you're just, you know, you're putting on a mask, right? So everyone puts on masks, and everyone, and again, I'm not excusing his behavior, but what I'm saying is that this is really a mental illness. I just have to point that out. So just making it very clear that this is a real illness. It's a very real mental illness, and some people, they have that, and they need to go get checked.
Now, this is the part where I, as a runner, am like, you did what?
Yeah, he
this
didn't
was
do
to
it.
raise money for
Mm-mm.
charity, and 2/3 of the way through this 35-day challenge, he apparently had a seizure and collapsed, and then had a hairline fracture in his leg, and then continued running anyway to raise the money for charity. Now, just so we're clear, there are some scary people out here who can absolutely run that sort of intense high volume in a short amount of time, but that would make you one of the most remarkable runners. And
You know who was a liar? The doping guy, Lance Armstrong. I remember when he had his scandal and he was acting like he did all these tour marathons, and he was cycling through and whatever. Come to find out, he was doping. Same thing with the baseball player. What's his name? The one who did all them home runs. Who was it? I mean, if we're talking about sports, we could talk about it right now. Damn. Who wrote top? Okay, I don't know why the thumbnail looks like that, but what was it? Lance Armstrong. He was doping. It wasn't just him. It was the other one. I forgot who it was. Here.
The disgraced cyclist Lance Armstrong has ended years of denial by admitting using performance-enhancing drugs.
Okay, I'm not even gonna watch this. I want to see him denying it. Yeah, you see, he lied under oath.
I just want to make sure it's not that you don't remember whether the Indiana hospital room incident occurred. It affirmatively did not take place.
No, it didn't. How could it have taken place when I've never taken performance-enhancing drugs?
Okay.
How could that have happened?
That was my point. You're not. It's not just simply you don't recall.
How many times do I have to say it?
I'm just trying to make sure your testimony is clear.
Well, if it can't be any clearer than I've never taken drugs, then incidents like that could never have happened.
Okay.
How clear is that?
Okay. I think it's clear. Well, can I ask you some additional questions as a follow-up on that?
Sure.
You have never taken any performance-enhancing drug in connection with your cycling career.
Correct.
And that would include any substance that's ever been banned. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Well, why don't you give me the definition of what you're using when you say you've never taken any performance-enhancing substances? What would that include? Anything
That
banned?
would have included, well, it would include anything on the ban list.
Okay.
Red flag. He lying. Because, hold up, let's get to the Oprah episode.
For take banned substances to enhance your cycling performance?
Yes.
Yes or no? Was one of those banned substances EPO?
Yes.
Did you ever blood dope or use blood transfusions to enhance your cycling performance?
Yes.
Did you ever use any other banned substances like testosterone, cortisone, or human growth hormone?
Yes.
Here we go. And again, I'm not saying that he shouldn't have been punished. Absolutely, because you are lying. But the thing is, did he need to be bullied in that way? Or, you know, well, let's see what occurred. Because it sounded like they were really, they were gunning for this one right here. And we all
Assistance,
know why.
honestly. And also, all this money that he said he raised is so much. It's kind of like, why is there no fanfare for this? From 17, he began completing charity challenges to raise that money, endurance challenges, etc. He has claimed in media interviews.
Actually, matter of fact, let's not even do sports. Because we were talking about, let's do plagiarism. There's so many professors who have plagiarized, y'all. It's crazy work. Plagiarism in academia. Here we go. Let's see here. Not him. Oh, he was a whistleblower. What is this? Who's a whistleblower? Give me a second. Jason. Oh, let's get to this one right here.
This is a story.
Hold up, we gonna watch this one right here. Oh, don't worry, I got something for that ass. Plagiarism scandal. Maybe I should write that. Plagiarism scandals. Here, let's do this. Maybe I can find it. Okay, let's keep watching D'Angelo, and then maybe I can find where it is. Here, the Norwegian plagiarism. Okay, here we go. No, but that's a student. There's so many professors who have had these kind of situations happen. He's not the first, and he will definitely not be the last.
Views to have raised £5 million for charities over a 20-year period. Sometimes this figure has risen to £5.5 million. He claimed at one point to have run 600 miles in 6 days. No, he didn't. You could even get me to believe the 30 marathons in 35 days thing, barely, but we are remarkable distance runners, and I know that this kind of thing has and can be done, but really? We never heard of this guy. As his critics online have pointed out, £5 million raised for charity would be a staggering amount for someone who's not already famous. In 2012, he also said he hoped to raise £250,000 by the time he was 50. How do you go from not even having raised £250,000 in 2012 to apparently just 14 years later, you raised $5 million
But
more?
when did he write these? This is my thing, though. How did Cambridge hire him if they knew that he was potentially lying? These things sound outlandish. So my theory is they did it on purpose. That's my theory. I don't know this story, but my theory is they wanted to show an example, because imagine 800-year history. He's the youngest black professor, and he will probably be the last. So I believe that they hired him based off of that alone, and they didn't want someone who actually was qualified, because it sounds like he was extremely imaginative, and like I said, he probably got a disorder that he need to go get checked out. So I mean, not just the autism, pathological lying. So then, in my opinion, I feel like this is definitely something done on purpose. My personal opinion.
Or by doing a bunch of running feats that would basically make you a superhuman. But between that and the mini stroke and the tumor and the epilepsy from being beaten by these people who then wound up taking his class because he was merciful to them and told them, oh, don't lock them up. I guess all of this looked really great on his Cambridge resume. But needless to say, there were a lot of people who were questioning.
They knew. Let me tell y'all something. I'm going to tell you, this is supposed to be the best and the brightest. When you hire people in any job, I mean, yeah, of course, sometimes you'll have like the random, like depending on the field that you're in. Yes, there can be, people who get in that shouldn't have gotten into a job. But as soon as you hear these things, you already know it's a red flag. So you wouldn't hire this person, or you'd be like, I don't know, this story doesn't check out. You're in academia, and one of the things that academia upholds is evidence-based. Like anything is evidence-based. So why wouldn't you do your due diligence to check the stories and check what was going on and, do your reference checks? That again tells me that there's a conspiracy here. Listen, there's a conspiracy, y'all. There's a big conspiracy. 100% conspiracy. It doesn't make sense. You're telling me all of a sudden that you don't vet your candidates and that you don't vet what they say and you don't vet their stories in academia? Come on now. So that lets me know that this was definitely done by design, 100%. My spidey senses are telling me that is the case.
And unfortunately, one of these people was Nathan Kaufman.
With his ugly ass. Red flag. Who is this? Who is this one right here? Look at him. With a face only his mother could love. And hell, she probably don't even love it either.
So this is the part of the story where I start screaming. This dude right here is literally just a heinous, racist loser. Scientific.
He looks like a potato. And I'm putting that lightly. Actually, no. Potatoes look better.
Racism. He's really trying to make fetch happen with that one. Cambridge College cuts ties. This is in 2024.
You see, when you're that hateful, this is what happens. Your hairline keeps going back. He got a lot of damn nerve.
with philosophy fellow who sparked race row. Oh, how did he spark a race row back in 2024? By saying in a meritocracy, blacks would disappear from almost all high-profile positions outside of sports and entertainment. And he said the very concept of racial equality is based on lies, actually. He said in a meritocracy, Harvard faculty would be recruited from the best of the best students, which means the number of black professors would approach 0%. So someone literally this racist made it their life mission to look at Cambridge's youngest black professor.
Of course they did, because they have nothing better to do. And somebody that obsessed with black people lets me know that they are, again, when you have so much hate in your heart for a race or group of people unprovoked, that lets me know that there's some underlying issue of you wanting to literally be in their skin. Red flag. It almost feels like sexual tension, in my opinion. That's why I do not like to be around racists, because I'm like, no, things that you say sounds actually like, kind of like, you know, when people have victims and then they have like it's like they're obsessed to the point where they watch your every move. They look at what you do. That's a mental illness too. Now, we're not even going to go over his comments because it just sounds stupid as hell. Meritocracy. It's happening already, and we still getting in positions, and we're still able to excel. There are black people who are smarter than you'll ever be in your life, and yet obsessed with black people. I just don't understand. No, I do understand. Because I would be jealous too. If I had to look at the people I oppressed and they're doing way better than me, I'd be hating ass too. Red flag. That doesn't make any damn sense. Think about it. Even during colonization, even during slavery, even during every era you could ever put us in, we still excelled and did better than the last generation. Not only that, but we created new things. We created new arts. We created with nothing. With nothing. And you have the audacity. Hold up. Sorry, D'Angelo, my brother. You have the audacity looking like this. Like a sperm reject. Literally, he looks like the sperm. I feel like the sperm didn't even have a chance to really implant into the egg to look like this. Like, I don't know what deformity came out of it. And again, I'm not making fun of people who have certain things, but he looks like he looks very special. And I'm not saying that special in a good way. He looks like he needs to figure that out. You have too much time being obsessed with black people to not work on your skincare. That's number one. You have way too much time being obsessed with black people to not work on that hairline and that god-awful haircut of yours. You have way too much time on your hands to be obsessed about black people looking like this. Red flag. I don't understand. Hold on, where's his video at? Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Like, it's always them. Why is it always people who look like this? And again, I have to make it very clear. If you look a certain way and you are obsessed with a group of people and you're trying to denigrate them, then you better look a certain way. You better look extremely handsome or extremely, whatever. And even if you were handsome, you'd still be a racist piece of crap. Your accolades need to show something. But it's always the dirtiest, dustiest, bummiest. Like, you got to bring your best if you want to compete. And you're always bringing the most ratchet, just gutter-buddy people to come up against and tell us that we're inferior. I just don't understand. Because if we're going to say that you're inferior to something, then we're going to bring the best of the best. We're not going to bring this one right here. This is the problem that I have. You cannot compete when you can't even enter competition. And yet here you are harassing this black man. Yes, he was a pathological liar. But guess what? So was your mama when she told you that you were the best looking boy that she had and her son, whatever. She lied too. Everybody's been lying to you your whole life, acting as if you're the best. And this is compensation. This is overcompensation because he is inferior. He feels insecure. And this is what happens when you're with an insecure person here. Hold on. What's his name? I bet you he is a shorty. I can almost guarantee that. Is this him? Hold on. Is this him? Yes, it is. How tall are you? Let's figure that out first. Let's get that first. Ooh, excuse me. I need to know, what does he do for a living? Look, it gets worse. It gets worse. Hold on. How tall are you? I need to figure that out. He got the Napoleonic complex. I could already see it. Get your weight up. And notice how he said, oh, they're only good at sports and entertainment. Oh, yeah. Continuing. You know what? I just have no patience for this. But let's finish listening to what D'Angelo has to say. And then I want to get to what he has to say. Then I want to get to Jason Arday's part.
This dude right here is literally just a heinous,
he's a
racist
loser.
Scientific racism. He's really trying to make fetch happen with that one. Cambridge College cuts ties, this is in 2024, with philosophy fellow who sparked race row. Oh, how did he spark a race row back in 2024? By saying in a meritocracy, blacks would disappear from almost all high-profile positions outside of sports and entertainment. And he said the very concept of racial equality is based on lies, actually. He said in a meritocracy, Harvard faculty would be recruited from the best of the best students, which means the number of black professors would approach 0%. So someone literally this racist made it their life mission to look at Cambridge's youngest black professor and essentially prove that he's not who he says he was. And you can see immediately how this is gonna acquire several layers of nuance, which just make me want to pull my non-existent hair out. I can't stress enough how dubious this guy's entire shtick is. I'm particularly interested, he says on his website, in scientific and ethical controversies connected with quote-unquote evolution-informed social science, which sounds so sciencey, but is actually one of the most racist things I think I've ever said. Evolution-informed social science. So you genuinely think that, like, people of different races have evolved differently, which explains why society is the way it is?
No, but this is the thing again, it's projection, because he can't fathom why he doesn't have a human mindset. He's subhuman. So of course, if you're a mutant species, and I'm not talking about white folks, I'm talking about people like him. If you are hateful, racist, and you have that kind of mindset, you cannot fathom how humanity can survive the way that it has. Look at what's going on in Iran, or in other countries. Even if they are decimated, you try to destroy them and they come back 10 times stronger. How is that even possible? How? If what he's saying is true. And this is the problem with racism, and that's why it's not always. I know it's illogical, because if racism actually held up half of the claims that they do or they have, then this world would cease to exist. I would not be here talking to y'all. My ancestors would never have been here talking to y'all. We would have been extinct. And yet still we rise. How is that even possible? Even in the most dire, you don't give us clean water. Some people, they live in basic, they don't have, how can I say this? There have been places where they have been decimated. And yet here we are. We're still here. How is that even possible? And thriving, might I add. How is this even possible? And then also, you have to remember that he lives in his own little echo chamber in the UK. The world is populated by people of color. You are the minority, and yet you act as if you are the majority. The majority of the world does not look like not you, D'Angelo. I'm so sorry, my brother. They don't look like you. The majority of the world does not look like you. So how is this possible? And the world is functioning just fine. So can somebody explain to me how is this even possible? But then again, you know, you'd have to be low IQ because you see, for people who have highest IQ, that's how I know the IQ's got to be low because you can't even think logically from that aspect. How is it possible? That's what I need to know. I need the answer to that, and I bet you his ugly ass wouldn't even have the answer to that. Red flag.
Your shtick is, I'm particularly interested, he says on his website, in scientific and ethical controversy. And ever think that, like, people of different races have evolved differently, which explains why society is the way it is. I'm not making this up, bro. He goes on and on about the black-white IQ gap. So as if IQ is even a serious factor, which it's really not. He says actually IQ is a decent measure of intelligence and that we can't just say it's the environment that you're raised in or the things you have access to or any of this.
Mr. Not you, D'Angelo. I'm sorry, because I keep pausing out D'Angelo. I feel bad for him. The other little, whatever his ugly ass name, I don't know his damn name. But your people created the IQ test, right? So doesn't that seem biased? Because if your people created the IQ test and then you administer said IQ test and you don't let the other students, especially people of color, black students particularly, because we don't get the same education. That's clear. It all depends on where you live. You guys all know this. If you live in certain areas, especially in Western countries, so we'll use the UK, US, Canada, okay? So if you live, you go by zones and taxpayers, right? So depending on where you're zoned, that's where you will go to school. So if, let's say, majority of the kids in your area live in a certain community, then that is what they're going to be exposed to. So if the test reflects those of another community and not the community of the kids that come from another community, and they are biased, it's made in a biased way where even the examples used do not reflect the other community and how their lived experience is, then how do you think that this test is going to prove anything? That's why I don't prescribe to that. It's not a measure of real intelligence. Somebody could fail an IQ test and still be the smartest person in the room. So that's why I always say intelligence is just, it's not something that you can quantify, in my opinion, because people can be intelligent in different skills in different subjects. So what is he talking about? And this is supposed to be a university educated person speaking like this. And this is how I know, again, it's inferiority complex. You know you're not good enough because only somebody who's not good enough would have to keep proving that they are good enough.
Should be looking into maybe it's just a racial thing and the black-white IQ gap can just be explained by black people being inferior. I'm actually being for real right now. And one thing that bothers me a lot is a lot of the articles that are reporting on this Jason Arday thing, they're telling you, oh yeah, the professor who like popularized exposing Arday, he had controversial views on race. No. This dude probably would do some sort of eugenics if he could get away with it. He's actually unhinged. He has his Substack, the very Substack that news articles are quoting right now in all seriousness. On God, it says a guide for the hereditarian revolution. Hereditarians being people who, again, believe intelligence is something, well, heritable. Any realistic path to victory over wokeism requires widespread acceptance of hereditarianism among the elites. So even though his positions have been completely rejected by science, and everybody's like, that's literally not how this works. He thinks we need to go back to thinking about things in this way. That way we can explain the way the world is. Mostly prominent in intelligence research, hereditarians report that genetic predisposition determines your life outcomes more than structured environmental influences like nurture or developmental noise, etc. He also proudly refers to himself as a race realist. Here he is again getting more backlash. Belgian University faces backlash over appointment of race realist fellow. This is Nathan Kaufness again. And race realism is quite literally just another term for scientific racism, which truly makes my skin crawl. You could look into this if you wanted, but you're just gonna get dumber. This is what people who believe these things call scientific racism, even though modern...
But you know what's so crazy is that for people who think so lowly of black people, why y'all always in our face? Always in our countries. Always trying to be like, why can't you just leave us alone? That's what I'm not understanding. Okay, so let's say we do have the lowest IQ. Let's say we do. Let's say all of the things that you're saying is true, which we know it's not. But let's just say, for argument's purposes, it's all true. Leave us the fuck alone. Why are you here? Why? That's what I don't understand. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. But he won't do it. Why don't you extract your people? Where's the UK right now? Where does the UK get most of its resources? Let's find out. Because I need to know. Please, somebody let me know. Where do they get their resources? Can somebody let me know? Where does their electricity, gas come from? I need to know all of the countries that they export from. Okay, you know what? UK imports. Let's just start there. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. Where does it all come from? I need to see. Hold on. Which exports by country. Thank you. That's what I need to see. No, it would be imports. Where imports? I put imports, not exports. Oh, we gonna find it. Give me a second, y'all. Let's find out. UK trade. Okay. Where do you get most of your stuff from? Is it gonna tell us? Let me see. Is it gonna tell us? No, it's not gonna tell us. Either way, I know for damn sure that there are a lot of things that the UK depends on that come from the continent. Let's put African imports. Let me just see what they import from the motherland. Petroleum. Oil. In 2016. Let's put, this was 2016. I need something. Here, UK announces measures to simplify Africa trade. The UK has abolished the rules of origin requirements for its developing countries' trading scheme in order to prompt more trade. Look at this, y'all. More. Not less. More. More trade with Africa. Oh, please let me know why. The UK government has announced new measures intended to simplify imports from Africa and make it easier for UK businesses to conduct trade with counterparts across the continent. The government has amended the Developing Countries Trading Scheme, which outlines the framework for most trade with Africa. Okay, let's check this here. Yep, and they have tariff-free exports to the UK, such as Nigeria. All right, let's see here. I don't know what's going on here. Give me a second, y'all. Oh my gosh, why is it not copy pasting like I wanted to? Okay, here we go. This requirement has now been abolished, however, in a move which the government argues will make it easier. Let's put it here. For African businesses to trade with the UK, open up new opportunities for UK firms to do what? Invest in the fast-growing African economies and reduce prices for British customers. No, increase them damn prices. Red flag. I'm sorry for my black Brits. I'm sorry you got to get in the middle of this. Increase them prices. Increase them prices. Because so long as you guys keep platforming this one, the young and the dusty right here, the incels, then this is yeah, there needs to be a hard stop here. I need for leaders to come up and say, as long as you got these ones right here talking nonsense, we're not gonna trade with you. That might need to be what happens, because this is ridiculous. Y'all saw France pandering. I remember I did a whole live stream about that, pandering because they want to get in on it. Here we go. This is the scheme. Of course it's a scheme. This is it. And then he has the audacity to talk like that. This is audacious right here.
Modern scientific consensus rejects this as being irreconcilable with modern genetic research. So it's literally not science. It's just racism. And that is the person who decided, yeah, let's all start talking about Arday. Oh man, I'm pissed off. So on his anti-woke Substack, he posts DEI fraud and cover-up at Cambridge. Yes, of course, he's obviously anti-DEI. And the problem that we very quickly get into is, unfortunately, this is a properly researched post. And yeah, it looks pretty bad. So if you skip past all of the racism slop, you will see a side-by-side comparison of Jason Arday's doctoral thesis that he defended in 2015. Because let me say this without any semblance of racism, this is the face of a scammer. And in 2015, bad things are happening here. All this guy really had to do was just run Arday's dissertation through a plagiarism checker. I'm not talking about one of those AI ones. It literally is just comparing words. And the yellow are where the text is identical to this publication by Zwazdiak Myers from just 6 years before. So one says, although student teachers on one course may experience a common program, how they engage and learn, etc. And the OG says, although student teachers on one course in very large measure experience a common program, it literally just goes on and on and on and on and on. He literally...
Yeah, he plagiarized. I could already tell the way he was lying about the miles. 100%. But he is one. So now he becomes the example of all. How is that possible? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And again, I believe it was all by design, because there's no way that you could hear what he had to say in an interview in all of his stories and not realize that there's something amiss here. There's no way you couldn't have known that. My personal opinion. And also the thesis too. People check that. A lot of professors do check your thesis. They check for plagiarism. So it looks like Cambridge didn't do their job. Why? I think that they wanted this to happen, again, to discourage others from doing it. My personal opinion.
Really took this person's entire paper, just rearranged it, cut, paste. Even in the original,
he sure did.
where this
I can't
person
even lie
had
about
typos, the typos wound up in Arday's paper. He did not even retype it. He very clearly just Control-C, Control-V'd massive portions of his doctoral thesis. Now, yeah, that's bad. There's literally nothing to defend here. This is pretty terrible. How did you go to school for like 10 years and then your ideas like for my life?
But the thing is so interesting. That's so interesting is that they will, and this is the issue here. So that Neanderthal, this one right here, he pointed out the plagiarism. But how many times have people that look like him, like a giant foot, have plagiarized off of black people word for word? And this is the thing that I would like to address, is that yes, stealing is bad no matter who does it. Plagiarism is bad no matter who does it. My issue though is that I don't like the selective outrage on just one person doing it from a certain demographic of people, black people, but then when they do it, it's okay, it's all fine and dandy. If you're gonna highlight plagiarism being bad, then we're gonna highlight plagiarism being bad across the board. But of course, racist people cannot do that because they don't have any common sense. They don't have critical thinking skills. They have no type of like cognitive skills. Their cognitive skills are lacking. So all they do is just want to highlight the faults of black people and what we do wrong, and that would constitute as us not being smart enough and being inferior. But if we were to actually look at all of the things that were stolen from our race of people, it shows who the real inferior person is. Red flag. Get out of here with that nonsense. This is so stupid. He spent his whole time. Imagine You spent so much of your time trying to disprove this man. And yes, he was a liar. But you spent so much more time doing that than actually doing what you're supposed to be doing. Ain't that crazy?
Story of corruption.
Wrong one. Sorry.
Last trick, I will just rip off somebody else's work. That's not a good indicator of any of the research that you were doing while you were there. And as you see from the green, a lot of this is paraphrased, but so much of this is literally just lifted directly. Further, the emphasis placed on the need for personal disclosure was often considered. Further, the emphasis placed on the need for personal disclosure was often found.
Yeah, he was a lazy copier. I'm so sorry. He didn't do it properly.
That's not paraphrasing, that's stealing. Ignoring the source for a second, dude, it literally just keeps going. You can't argue with this, man. It's so bad. Now, of course, obviously, at the end of this, instead of saying, hey, this isn't a good thing, Kaufness uses this to draw racist conclusions. There's a conflict between what universities such as Cambridge call DEI and something else that they claim to value, namely free speech. DEI demands that we accept the fiction that people like Jason Arday, who are hired because they tick certain identity and ideology boxes, are just as qualified as scholars selected on the basis of academic merit. So it's like, okay, no, you're literally still racist. Let's not get twisted. He even tries to be cute in this article and be like, there's more than 1,000 black people in the UK with IQs over 140. Cambridge should have picked them instead. But it's like, bro, shut up. You are the same person who said there would be no black people in academia if it was a meritocracy. Don't try to act woke enough for us to take this pill. So
no, because he got his ass, they done handed his ass back to him. I think they drug him so well. I'm pretty sure people drug him so much now he has to put that disclaimer, of course, because he's a pussy. They always are. Continuing. Always want to talk. And then as soon as you start saying something, get scared. For what? Scared of what? And then they got to bring out a pew-pew to show how good and bad, big and bad they are. But I promise you, if they didn't have the weaponry, they'd be going through it. They'd be going through it. That's what I'm saying. He's a weak sauce. Weakling. And again, I'm pretty sure that Jason Arday is not the only one doing this. If he could run past the system, then that means that Cambridge has a problem. So how about he take his time? If he wants to be the vigilante, then what you're going to do is you're going to report on all of the other suspected cases of plagiarism, and then we could talk. But you want to highlight only the black man, and what you don't realize is this is going to actually open the lid to more people being exposed. I hope he knows that, especially now that he passed away. But then, of course, they're going to try to hide everything, but somebody's going to be nosy and want to dig through that. Because if he could pass the check talking about he ran 30 miles in 60 days, then that lets me know that they let anybody in.
Someone in chat said
or it's by design.
Gone through a dissertation process myself. I don't know how that can happen. You have to defend your dissertation verbally. I know how it can happen. Massive oversight. Clearly, this dude's grift, everybody was falling for it. And they were just being so absurdly careless in their platforming of this person. Arday has handled all of this pretty terribly because the plagiarism is literally so obvious.
It really is.
And his racist self was not the first person to try to bring this up. Back in 2025, actually, Times Higher Education, according to this Retraction Watch story, had a bombshell story in the works. But then, after Arday enlisted Carter Ruck, one of the United Kingdom's leading defamation law firms, to send Times Higher Education a letter, the publication spiked the story, according to 3 sources who spoke to Retraction Watch. And it wasn't just like 3 unnamed sources. They literally came forward. One of the sources was David Sanders, a biochemist at Purdue University and the sleuth who contributes to Times Higher Education on topics related to academic misconduct. He reviewed a 63-page dossier of text comparisons prepared by the publication and came back with his own findings. There is no question that there's extensive plagiarism. So even though this guy is getting a lot of the credit right now, he didn't even uncover this. He just blew it up for obvious reasons.
Of course he didn't uncover it. That's another thing about racist people is that they're never the first to do it. They are also the world's biggest copyists. They try to act like they're original. Then no, your hate is not even original. You're cosplaying. Not even cosplaying. You're just copying. Copy paste. Can't even come up with an original thought of their own without other people there. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody. There's always got to be somebody to steal from, or else you'll see them. They'll as soon as you tell them do something, they're not gonna be able to do it because they spend too much time being obsessed with black people. That's the problem. And then when you remove yourself from the situation, then you really see who really is the one that's a DEI red flag.
Reasons.
Get out of here with
Arday's
that.
like legal intimidation just makes him look so bad. And what is absolutely baffling is instead of acknowledging obviously the amount of oversight that happened here, both colleges, the place that he got his dissertation from, and Cambridge started defending him like their lives depended on it. Arday's
Yeah, because they know that this is the thing with Cambridge. Then that lets me know. So all it does is give me two scenarios. Like I said before, either they plan this by design to discourage other black academics from going to Cambridge, or they have a sloppy ass way of hiring people. And I'm going to believe one or the other. And if you're that sloppy with one person, that lets me know, especially a person of color, a black person, that lets me know you've been sloppy with white people. Red flag. So that lets me know that it's all a sham, which we already knew. It's a scam. It's a scam. But then this potato face loser, not you, D'Angelo, my bad, my brother. The other one, the ugly ass one. The one that looks like a damn, like I said, he looks like a toe. I can't find his ugly ass mug. But he's so racist that he's not even realizing. Well, I guess maybe he feels that. Maybe he is disgruntled because he did work at Cambridge. But he's so racist that he's not even realizing that it can also affect the white professors who plagiarize as well. Because if you think that for 1 second, I don't know how it works in the UK. I don't know if black people are really going to be on that, but they should be. You guys should be checking other people's theses and running. And it doesn't even have to be in the UK. I'm sure there's people all over the diaspora who are going to run checks on everybody's thesis paper, and then we'll see who copied what.
Rape and death threats being made to him and his family, bananas and bullets being sent to him in the mail via the university campus, and corrosive substances and mutilated animals sent to his family home. The Guardian asked him about this. In a subsequent interview, he said he was confronted at his faculty building on 2 separate occasions by a masked man threatening to harm him if he did not resign, and evading detection both times. On the second occasion, he said this masked man produced a knife and threatened him. Now, that's not actually an unbelievable story to me. That's somebody who is popular and black and trend-setting and historical and all of these things would be the target of racist, violent hate. I think the part that I have to raise an eyebrow at is the Guardian understands that after Arday reported the first intrusion, they installed CCTV basically and a panic alarm. He said he hit the panic alarm during the second confrontation with the knife, but no one responded. It should have triggered an alarm alerting the security team, all of whom were present at the time of the incident. The intruder was also not picked up by CCTV on either occasion, and no one in the faculty reported seeing anyone suspicious. Arday did not report either intrusion at the time, telling the Guardian that after the second incident, he just went back to work.
He sounds like Jussie Smollett. Y'all remember him? The one who was in Empire, who lied for no damn reason. Just lying. He reminds me of Jussie Smollett. It's giving Jussie Smollett.
Conducted a PhD viva for a student less than 2 hours later and did not inform colleagues that a masked man with a knife was in the faculty building. You can't ask me to believe all of this. There's quite literally no way that this happened. There's CCTV of it not happening, and you didn't even tell anybody that this happened at the time. Come on, man. And then they just started talking about the claims of him receiving mutilated animals sent to his family home.
This is the sad part about it, is this actually does happen to people. So it's you could believe it, but then at the same time, unfortunately, he's just again, the lies. He had a mental illness, y'all. For real. This sounds like he's mentally unwell. And unfortunately, Cambridge, they actually should be held accountable for this. My personal opinion. You can tell, I've been on hiring panels, y'all. You can tell when somebody is not there mentally. You can tell when something is awry. You can it doesn't take much to see that. But if you do not care and you have an agenda like I said, what I believe the either two scenarios, then you're just going to pass the red flags. That's the problem. So he should have gotten help. He sounds very unwell. However, you know, this is what happens, unfortunately, when you do not care and you just let people pass through, and you're not caring enough about the situation, being like, okay, you know what, something's off here, like we need to figure this out. Nope, just want to prop up somebody just to, you know, fill a quota or whatever they're doing, right?
And like he says, he told the police about this, that they sent like a whole hog and a head. They left a pig's head outside of his home. And the police like launched this investigation for him, where they were going around in South London and asking butchers, has anybody bought a pig from? I'm being serious, by the way. And it says when the Guardians checked those details with local butchers, the very ones that Arday named, they were like, that literally never happened. No police officer came in to ask us about a pig. That's the kind of thing we'd remember. When they asked the police about this, actually, I don't care what the police says. Screw y'all. But yeah, I'm sorry. That one's not really very believable either. And it says right here, Arday took no photographs of the bullet that was apparently sent to him, the banana, the corrosive substance, or the pig's head. The only other people who saw any of these items were close family members who told the Guardian that Arday had shown them the bullet and the poison. He could produce no messages from the time in which he discussed any of the items with friends, family, colleagues.
And to be honest with you, his family knew about this. That I can say wholeheartedly that they knew. They know who their son is. They know who their brother is, or whoever he is to them. They knew. They know. Trust me, I know a lot of pathological lies in my family too, y'all. I know a whole bunch of them just lying for no reason, y'all. Just lying for no reason. And again, it's, you know, it's a disorder. This is all very sad, y'all. How much longer is this, Lord? He just lying. Okay, let's skip a little bit just for the purposes of time, because we got a lot to cover today. I'm gonna skip a little bit.
Person should reasonably be expected to endure. Thank you to my students. Thank you to my colleagues. And then we get this very cringe. This is not the end of my work. It's the end of this chapter. I need time to heal. I need time to simply be myself.
Was this before he died? Because I'm assuming D'Angelo didn't see that he died.
Again, when that time comes, I will return. I will. Please don't do it. Please, Jason, I'm begging you. I will return stronger, wiser, and with the same determination that has always defined my journey. There's still so much work to do, and I look forward to doing it alongside so many of you in the years ahead. However, I ask only for understanding, for compassion, and for the space to begin again. With gratitude, Professor Jason Arday. Bro, he denied everything. All of this has coincided with the release of his memoir, Great and Unfortunate Things by Jason Arday, filed under nonfiction. I beg to differ. Yeah, that comes out August 11th, which is the very date that I'm recording this.
Wait, when did he die then? Hold up. Oh, he died 3 days later after his memoir was published. But how did he pass away? Yeah, you see? Calls into there. Oh, now y'all want to red flag the BBC. Yeah, y'all was quick to report all that stuff. Yeah. So now remember, he had what a ugly ass man at? This one right here. Because he's one of the ones, but they said he had the most prominent voice. Now everybody gonna be on your ass. Good luck. Good effing luck.
And this is instantly becoming one of the most controversial, probably the most controversial memoir to come out, at least this year. Probably everything in this is not true. Also, the Goodreads reviews are kind of funny. Somebody's like, fantastic book. He's like an English Forrest Gump. This is fiction, right? In the Atlantic's long form article about this, they basically point out it's incredibly suspicious that even if you just look at the difference between how he pitched his
Forrest Gump was fake? I thought that was based on a true story. Hold up. Forrest Gump was fake? This whole time I thought, hold on. Forrest Gump. That was a fictional story. Yeah, I thought it was a real story. Okay. You know, it is a real story, but they didn't do the movie properly. Okay. Okay, that's what I was like, wait, what? Okay, I misunderstood. Continuing.
Memoir versus what actually wound up in there, it literally seems like it was workshopped to be as inspirational as possible.
Yeah, I think D'Angelo didn't realize he died. Yeah, he didn't die. He didn't know that. All right, D'Angelo, thank you for your coverage. Let me read some comments before we get to the outcry and that toad, that ugly ass toad. Let me read your comments, y'all. Oh, did I leave the highlights up? Give me a sec. Oh yeah, I did. All right, perfect. Okay. Let's go up. Hey, Francis, how are you, sis? Nicole, welcome, sis. Shauna, hey, sis. K's World, hey, sis. Okay, I stopped here. Francis, you said had to join as I am a student in London, a budding scholar in Blasian. Oh yeah, I know you, sis. Welcome back. Yeah, let me see what information you put in the chat because I'm really interested to hear what's going on. Like, it's just so weird to me that they targeted him and not other people. But now I feel like, yeah, the lid's about to blow wide open, and this is why being racist, when they say racism is expensive, they're not lying. They're not lying. You spend way too much time hating on black people, and this is what's gonna be the outcome. Eventually, they're going to tag that ass. And I don't think they understand that. Just look at MAGA. Yeah. Everything was good and dandy when they thought that, you know, black people and other marginalized communities were going to feel the hit. But mainly black people. That's who they're fixated on. As long as the blacks don't do better than us. And then now, like Malcolm X would say, the chickens have come home to roost. That's what he said in his book, y'all. Y'all gotta read the autobiography of Malcolm X. So yeah, now shit is real. Oh, it's different now, huh? Of course it is. Like I said, it always comes back full circle, and they just don't get it. It's like every year is the same thing, or every 10 years, every decade, maybe. I don't know, but it's like they're just not, it's not clicking. I don't understand that. You said not Ghanaians on the chopping block today, but the UK, I can never catch a break. Yeah, I mean, no, but Ghanaians are okay here. It's just one Ghanaian, not collectively. It seemed like he lied about his life story. He did, unfortunately. That's the sad part. But I honestly believe he has a mental health issue. You said they are very grandiose ones and just keep going and going. It's a personality. I don't know. Like, again, I'm not a mental health professional. But when somebody lies that much, all I know is there's something wrong. Like, it's not normal to be compulsively lying like this. Like, it's just over the threshold. K's World, you said they wanted a diversity hire and then bullied him. There's no way they didn't check his credentials. They have blood on their hands. I personally never got the fuss about Cambridge. Yeah, I agree, sis. I agree. There's no way that you're supposed to be in one of the best and brightest institutions in the UK and you didn't even know how to do reference checks, evidence-based checks. There's no way. No way. No way. Red flag. There's no way, y'all. There's no way. And trust me, I'm saying this from experience. There's no way. They check everything. Everything. And it would be different if he hid who he was and he kind of like went through it. Like, but he literally, like I said, he definitely had a mental illness because he's saying these things as if they are the truth. And he's spewing them out. And you could already ping the red flags everywhere. So it's like, there's no way. He didn't hide anything. He was actually very blatantly like open, which is alarming. Sophie, you said Misha De Fonseca lied about being raised with wolves. Real name Monique Dawell. Who is that? Let's write. Monique Dawell. Okay, let's see. This one right here. Yeah. Here we go. There's so many people who lie, y'all. Remember the Blind Side. They lied. There's so many people who lie to grift. So many people who look like this one right here. And yet, crickets. Shauna, you said you're getting ahead of yourself, Romy. Yeah, that was before. That was before I saw the 30. What he said, the 30 miles and 6. I was like, yeah, no. Prince, you said, yeah, what I gathered is he lied about his origin story like that white gay wannabe politician. The evil Mingo pardoned. Which one was this one? I don't remember. Tati, how are you, sis? And welcome. Yes, you caught a live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Rose. How are you, sis? Some girl, you said, LOL, this story is crazy. I totally thought this was going to be serious. I can't do serious today. No. I mean, this is the most serious story we have today. Everything else is not as serious. Sophie, the amount of white women who lied to is outrageous. 100%. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're going to do this, let's do it across the board. But of course, you know, when people have an agenda, it's always going to be different. Romy asking questions like when my mom watches a show with me. Who's that? Man, I don't know. Watch the show. Yo, my friends hate when I do that. Dom too. It's like I'll be talking through. I'm a talker. Except in movie theaters, I don't talk. But if we're at home, I'm the talker in the movie. Y'all gonna hate me. I'm gonna be like, wait, what's going on with her? Why she acting like this? Wait a minute, what's going on? Do you know what's about to happen? Like, shut up. I am definitely that person. Yeah, that is very much accurate. You said my sister does the same thing. Yo, I'm done. Yeah, I be getting ahead of myself, and then they'll like. That's why, like, it's so funny because I'll watch something and then I'll say something. I'll say my whole spiel, and then the next sentence they explain what I'm like. Oh, I should have just watched it then. Yep. Sophie, the woman who said she was there during 9/11 lying is a thing. Yeah, 100%. There's so many people who have lied, y'all. Lied like a rug. Lied. And yet, again, no smoke in every institution. But yet, like, when it's a black person, it's supposed to be, like, so dishonorable. But there are many people who have lied, y'all. 1% of academics in Britain are black. And that's very sad, sis. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. And again, it's not because they're any less intelligent. It's opportunities, right? So, yep. So many people lied about being at 9/11. 100. They sure did. You know what? Maybe I need to do a compilation of that. They sure did. So many people lied. Mark McGregor. I heard about him lying. Sure did. Mark McGregor. Oh, maybe you're talking about the was it the baseball player? Lance Armstrong got packed up so fast after that scandal broke up. I was surprised he fell from grace that fast, actually. I heard that he was an asshole. I heard that as well. I heard he didn't really have a good personality. Maybe I need to add him to my case study list, because I remember when he was dating Sheryl Crow. Yeah, they packed him right up out of there. I remember when that whole situation happened. That was crazy. Not sure why you would lie about being at 9/11. That is crazy. No, but you know, people wanted the sympathy. So there's a lot of people that would lie about anything. They just lie. People lie about everything, I promise you. Barry Bonds, yes. Alex Rodriguez, exactly. Yup, you're right, sis. And there was another. There's so many people. So many. And you know, again, like, they're still here. But why isn't he here? I need to hear more. This story sounds very, very sad. Nicole, you said only about 4% of the population is black in the UK, so I guess it kind of makes sense. Yeah, in a way. Shauna, you said he held the grip for a long time. He's still sitting on millions. Bingo, that's what I'm saying. They didn't strip away none. They just stripped away his titles, but he still got the money. They didn't take his money away. They sure didn't. Yep, it's worse to fall from grace and broke. Exactly, I agree with that. Francis, you said if we were talking about how many people in Britain are black, you should know that I had 2 Canadian and 1 American professors. So no, that does not explain it. Okay, so there's an issue there too. Why aren't they getting them from the UK? Is there a problem? Like, what is? Maybe you'll let us know. Give us some insight. Maybe you already have, so I'll scroll through the comments. Mayame, you said there's a picture of professors that plagiarized on Discord. Oh yeah, I saw it. Let me see if I could pull it up. I did see that you guys did that. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. I think I saw that. Give me a moment. Am I in the right thread? Let me see if I'm on the right thread. I think it's in the other thread. Give me a moment. It's this one. Yep, I got it here. Let me see if I can I copy the picture? Hold on a second, y'all. I'm just pulling it up.
I don't believe.
Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, let me pull it up. Let's see if my copy paste is working. Yep. Okay, we'll put it up here. Okay, give me a second. Let me just read a few more comments and then we'll watch that. Papa, how are you, sis? You said Cambridge is full of professors who were also shown to have committed plagiarism, but they were not fired. Yep. So thank you for validating that question for me and for answering, because I was like, there's no way that they let this man go through and other people have not been. There's no way. There's no way he's the only one. But then they always try to scapegoat us and make it seem as if we're the problem. But no, that shows a systemic issue. If you let somebody who's, like I said, he made, even in the interview, I'm positive this man was lying. He was saying a whole bunch of lies. And yet, and even the thesis should have been questioned. But yet, so like I said, the blood is on Cambridge's hand. I'm sorry. There's no excuse for that at that point. There's none at all. Some girl, you said, I don't put it past them. Lots of people, lots of them probably got through by connections. The who knows who. 100%. Let me tell y'all something. And I'm being very transparent here. In all the jobs that I have been at, every single one of them, except for maybe one, maybe not. But most of the jobs, there's always going to be an incompetent manager. Always. And then you're wondering, how the hell did they get this far? But it's about who you know. And sometimes I see that employees have more knowledge than the supervisors and the managers. And some people are very inept at doing their jobs. And yet, they're still there making money. So many politicians, y'all see them. You can see them anywhere, everywhere, in every aspect, every corner of our society. Very extremely unqualified. And yet, exactly. So if you're going, and especially that's why I was calling him a racist toad, because if you're going to call out a black man, a young black man, for not being qualified, that is a minority, to be quite honest with you, because they, you know damn well they close that door. Your foot would be trying to, let me say, when they say you try to get your foot in the door, you ever seen when a person's foot goes in the door and they try to slam it? That's what they do to us. You can't even get your pinky toe in the door. So if by chance, like let's say by logic, you got one black professor that made it through and slipped through the cracks, how many white professors do you think slipped through the cracks? Hello. But they don't think like that. Their racism blinds them from reality. Papa, you said the white guy you showed before was fired from Cambridge because his theories were all about proving the white people were more intelligent. Thank God he got fired. But still, what about the others? They all need to be packed up. There needs to be a reorg. Francis, you said a friend of ours was lecturing at a uni in London and the students kept making jokes about his Korean accent. His accent was almost non-existent. Yeah, racism will do that to you. They're going to act like they're better. And I promise you, they couldn't understand what he was saying. It was just a way to make him feel inferior. They'll pick at you. Pick at something. Anything. So his accent. So you see, they couldn't talk about his knowledge. They couldn't talk about his research. So, of course, they're going to pick at something that, you know, more like superficial, obviously, because they have to make it a point. Devonda, hey, sis, welcome. It's a weird Romy going in. I had to. I mean, I didn't really say what I wanted to say because I have to be respectful because, you know, there are people who look like him that are not racist. And I don't want it to seem as if I'm just going by people's looks. That's not fair. However, he is a racist toad. So I just had to pick and choose. I was like, ooh, let me say this without, yeah, because I want to make it very clear. I'm talking about him in particular. On the brighter side, hey, sis, welcome. You said licensed psychotherapist here. Sometimes pathological lying can be understood as a type of magical thinking that is rooted in severe psychological trauma neglect. See, that's why I like when I have you here, sis. Thank you for opening that up here. And this is another thing. We don't know his childhood. We don't know his parents. We don't know how he grew up. And also, his parents are, you know, they're immigrants. And I got to be honest. Like, when you come into a new country, especially as immigrant parents, I don't think they realize the effect and toll that it takes on their children. Because we don't get to see our parents as much. Because they're trying to acclimate to the new environment. They're trying to integrate. They are, you know, there's a lot of pressure put on them to learn a new system. And by default, your kids naturally get neglected. I got to be honest. I know you can do your best as a parent. I'm not saying that you are neglectful for giving your child a better opportunity. However, I will say, though, that there is a sacrifice that has to be made because you are probably going to have to work more. The tax system is different. How people make money is different from where you're from. So you got to learn all of that. And we all know that, you know, there's always going to be a gap of knowledge, right? And so you're trying to catch up, at least to a certain extent, where you can survive in the new country. Survival comes with sacrifice. And unfortunately, a lot of kids do get sacrificed, meaning time with their parents, time with their loved ones. They're left by themselves. And that's not just immigrant families. I want to make that very clear. I know that happens even with people citizens within the country, but I'm speaking specifically because that's his situation. And it makes it like it makes it hard. And also you got to remember I do agree he is definitely on the spectrum. So that can also add to it because he needed special attention that maybe his parents did not give him or they were not able to based on the circumstances. So that also should be taken into consideration. And it's very sad that he had to end this way, right? Very, very sad. Either way, this case is horrible, and Cambridge didn't do their due diligence to hire this man. Bingo. And they should have never hired him. And this would have never happened had they done what they were supposed to do and been responsible. But of course, you know, this is what happens when you're irresponsible and you don't hold people accountable. His thesis should have never been passed. They should have told him, hey, we have found that you have errors and unfortunately we can't give it to you. And I think that would have at least been a better way to handle the situation than to let him get this far and then have this racist piece of crap expose him. That's like the worst type of attention that somebody with already a fragile mindset can have. And of course, they don't consider us as human. They don't consider our feelings. They don't consider how would he feel if they don't care about that. All we are is just pawns. All we are is just to be used. And I'm not saying all the time, but majority of the time, yeah. So especially at these higher institutions of learning. Some girl, you said, remember to add classes to those racist British people. They usually are both. Yup. Princess Amani, hey sis, welcome. Romy said he needs a medical doctor ASAP. He does. No, he was lying way too much. I'm sorry, sis. He does. He needs to see somebody. He needed to see somebody like a long time ago. Like, and I wish that, again, I don't know his family and friends, so that's why I don't want to insinuate. But sometimes, like, you got to tell the folks around you, like, there needs to be something done about that. But then he's an adult now, so there's really not much you could do. You got to do it when they're kids and catch it fast. Mixed Blacks and hey sis, welcome. You said super racist too. Agreed, Papa. This is what Harry and Meghan meant. But she knew. She clocked it. But then people wanted to act as if she was just she's being difficult and had so many things to say about her. But she was right. She was right. Just ill. That's what Romy means. Exactly. Hey, Mary. Welcome, sis. Welcome. William O'Reilly, Nicola Morrison, Esther Miriam Wagner are all Cambridge professors credibly accused of plagiarism. I'm not surprised. And there's more. So now they're going to blow the lid open on it. I'm looking forward to the Cambridge documentary. Francis, you said, I think UK universities similar to other countries are trying to attract more students by showing off their professors. That's very true. Because in Korea, they did the same thing. Most of the faculty was non-Korean. I mean, at least in the global program. And the Korean professors were Korean American. Both of them. Yeah, so yeah. Mary, hey sis, you said That toad said, make room for our mediocrity. Exactly. Nah, we not doing that. Melanated, how are you, sis? Hi, Romy. I have some disagreements with you on the last video with white guys saying white men should arm themselves with firearms dating black women. His take was exaggerated, but not completely wrong. Melanated, I will say that the message should have come from somebody in a relationship with a black woman. That's where I'm gonna go with that one, because I could tell, again, just by his content, and he's an incel. He literally said it. Oh, women who go into incel threads, blah, blah, blah. He was saying all that yik yak. So I already know where his mind is at. And he seemed like a covert racist. So for me, unless you can prove that you are with a black woman, I don't want to hear that. Because that is a very serious topic to talk about. And I would have preferred to hear it from the perspective of someone who has actually been with a black woman and is currently dating a black woman and has experienced that. Then it would validate it for me, but still grabbing arms is very extreme. Unfortunately, I could never agree with that, personally speaking, because then when you have a gun, that already that's an unfair advantage. That's number one. Whoever has the gun. I personally am not I'm not a pew pew person. Like I say have it for protection, but at the same time, you as a white man, we already know how you feel about black men already. And then on top of that, you're adding the layer of this possible exchange that could end up being volatile. So you already naturally grew up in a culture and also in a system that naturally views black people as suspicious. That is a problem. That's a red flag. There's a big difference, right? So now you're going to look for any type of exchange to pew pew a black person down. And I honestly will never promote that. No, never, ever. Not in a system where white men have the most privilege. It's just not going to happen. So the conversation, while it could be valid, it was not done by the right person. And in my opinion, I feel like he was race baiting, my personal opinion. I don't think that this man has ever dated a black woman in his life. I don't even think he's dated a woman in his life as of yet. I don't believe what he's saying. And yeah, and if that was the case, then we need more white men to speak up. Why is he the only one talking about it? There's so many interracial couples with white men and black women, and yet I have not. This is the first time I've heard it in that extreme where he said he needed to carry a pew pew. I think that is extremely problematic in my opinion. So yeah. Continuing. Tahiri's Dream Life. Hey sis, you said the university he did his PhD at cleared him of plagiarism. They did? That needs to be studied too. We need to figure that out. That's crazy to me. Melanated, you said also, Roman, you said black femicide was proximity, and that is very harmful to why nobody takes black women's plight seriously. Black femicide is 5 times higher than our white counterparts. Globally higher. But sis, what are you talking about? Black femicide is by proximity though. It is. Most black women are unalived by their partners, and most black women's partners are black men. So we need to be honest about that. Like I gotta be honest. Like if we're looking at statistics, you are more likely to be unalived by a black man than any other race because they are within your proximity. I'm not saying that it can never happen with other races. Obviously it can. But white people, black women dating interracially and marrying interracially is only a small percentage globally. Most black women are with black men globally, if we're looking at it. So let's take, for example, if you're looking at Western countries, black women marry black men more than any other race. If you're looking on the African continent, black men majority. If you're looking in Caribbean countries, black men majority. So then I don't understand how you can think like, I'm not gonna say think that way, but I don't understand like what the thing is, the point is, because I mean, I do understand what you're trying to say. Like, yes, it can happen to anybody, but by and large, black women get unalived by black men more than any other race. There's no way we can justify that. I mean, statistically speaking, is the only way you can look at it, because it's kind of like you saying Asian women get unalived by white men more than Asian men. That's impossible, because Asian women by and large marry Asian men, except for in the United States of America, of course. But if you're talking about in Asia, Asian women marry Asian men globally. And white women marry white men globally. More white men than black men. It's a minority, right? Except for depending on it, which country you're from. Like if you're from a Western country. So I'm going to need more information on that, because I disagree heavily with that one. Sorry, sis. I had to disagree with that. Mary, I think he lied to get away from his current life, trying to scam or fake it until he made it, and he wanted to control how others saw him. I think so too, unfortunately. And it caught up to him, and he didn't know how to get out of it, which is very sad, y'all. All right, a few more comments. Tahiri, you said this was reported in The Guardian on August 6th. Liverpool John Moores University, where Arday completed his PhD, cleared him of plagiarism. So then it's a systemic problem. Either that white man is lying and he didn't get the right thesis, or there's a systemic problem at the John Moores and at Cambridge, because how could they not run it through the plagiarism checker? That's impossible. Impossible. Okay, continuing. It's deeper than just proximity is my point. It's more prevalent with us higher than white femicide. Yeah, absolutely. So again, we're saying the same thing, but I'm trying to figure out like why that white man saying that he would carry a pew pew when he's around black men is an issue. Because if he's going to be honest, it could be any man. Because if I'm thinking about it in a context of like racism, then yes, black men will have an issue, and so will white men. There are some racist white men who don't want to see white men with black women too. So we got to be, like I said, we got to be honest about these conversations. We can't just say, oh yeah, black men are the dangerous ones. Yes, they are. But so are white men too. White men too. Everybody is a danger to black women. Everybody, everyone. Even let's even take it further. There's a lot of IPV violence with lesbian relationships too. So then how, like, they're in trans women too? Can we add them too? That's what I'm saying. But by and large, it's by black men. So that's why I'm saying, like, we have to be honest about the conversation. And yes, it can happen. Yes, it will happen. But white men are also a danger to white women, black women too. But we don't seem to talk about that. So he's saying it as if he's the only, like, white men are supposed to be held to a higher standard than black men when they're just as dangerous, in my opinion. So if anybody needs to have the gun, it should be the woman, personally speaking. So we can have a debate about it, but like, this was last week, so I'd have to touch upon it next week. We can talk about it again, but I'll be honest, like, I just didn't like how he was saying it as if white men are not a danger to black women either. All of them. So it was not a good, like I said, wrong messenger. He's not thinking about it from the perspective of protecting the black woman. He's thinking about a perspective of protecting him. Nowhere did I hear him say, oh, my black woman, like, I'm so scared for her. I'm scared for her to be in danger. He didn't say that. He was basically saying we should have a pew pew to unalive black men. That to me is a flawed argument, personally speaking. And that would never go for me. Like, it doesn't make sense. That's like me saying, oh, like, I'm scared of, or a man saying, oh, I'm scared of all Korean men, so like, I'm just going to carry a pew pew. That doesn't make sense. Like, you should be scared of, like, if we're really being honest about it, black women should be scared of everybody. White women, black men, white men, everybody. Everybody, because everybody can do harm to you regardless. So you're really unprotected. And I'm sorry, but if I'm gonna look for protection, I don't believe that white man, the specific white man we're talking about, I don't think he has the best intention to protect the black queen. He just wants to gun down a black man. And to me, that will never go. That will never be an excuse to gun somebody down, personally speaking. Yep. So hateful stares equal bare arms. Thank you, Mary. And the man didn't even bring up safety concerns. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm saying. Exactly. Only about his own. We got to pin this comment. That's exactly why I said what I said. Nope. No. I mean, I get it. You can disagree and we can agree to disagree, but I will never, ever promote, ever promote white men being the answer and having a pew-pew to do more damage. Oh, hell no. Not especially in America where he was from, and especially during the times of MAGA, and especially with all the disenfranchisement going on, and especially because there's an election coming up, and especially with the resurgence of the triple K people. So my answer will always be, if somebody got to bear arms, let it be the woman. Period. I wish he had said, well, I'll let her bear arms so she could feel protected. Then I'd understand. But he's just looking for another cop-out, personally speaking. Okay, so all I can say is misogynoir. Just like how anti-blackness is a global project, black femicide shows how misogynoir is a problem within our communities. Period. Yep. Period. Binta, hey sis. Wasn't there a story in the U.S. where a group of black men unalived a white woman? A woman in a BMW M couple, so it's definitely not impossible. Correct, that did happen. I know the story you're talking about. I know exactly the story you're talking about. It was a military couple. But guess what? We need to know the percentages. So what is the percentage? And this is something that I'd have to research. So that's why I said it's another topic we'd have to talk about. I need to see the percentage of black men who unalive black women in interracial couples. We need to see the percentage. And remember, a few months ago, I did a story on Ashley, the girl who was in Tanzania who got engaged and the white man unalived her. And there's so many more stories of me seeing that happening than the black man going after the interracial couple. So more stories that I see is black men unaliving black women, white men unaliving black women, or white women and black women getting into it. And there have been stories of, that happening too, but usually it's the men. So I've seen stories of black men unaliving black women and white men unaliving black women. But it's very rare to see a black man unaliving an interracial couple because they're interracial. So that's what I want to make clear. So that's why I'm saying that if anybody needs the pew-pew, is the black woman. Because none of these men are going to protect her regardless. Period. Can they? Absolutely. If you find somebody who's, healthy and they love you. But collectively speaking, I'm not looking for a white man to be my savior. And I'm not looking for a black man to be my savior either. I would expect my husband to be there for me and be my savior because he is my husband. But even that, you never know. But I trust Dom, obviously, right? So at the end of the day, you can't trust either men. Period. So that's the point I'm trying to make. And so it's disingenuous, again, for that white man to come out and act as if white men are not a danger to black women. I will never co-sign that. Nope. Never, ever in this lifetime. It's just not going to happen. I'm so sorry. Not with the statistics. Continuing. Yeah, I'm not gonna address it anymore, Melanated. We can agree to disagree, but I'm not gonna be on the no, because that's very dangerous. I'll say one more thing. It is a very dangerous mindset, because that's why I said we have to have this conversation, and I would have liked it for it to be a white man in an actual relationship with a black woman so he could talk about it. But again, talking about bearing arms is crazy. That's crazy work. And not only that, but I would never want to promote white men being more protective over black men, when in actuality, that is not the case. Collectively is what I'm saying. Collectively, they are the reason we are in the system that we're in and we're disenfranchised. That is a fact. You cannot argue with that. If they really wanted black women to be free or black people to be free, then we would be, but we're not. So we are still held at the bottom rung of society, and they will never put us above a white woman. So this is a pointless, like, I don't want to say pointless, but it's not really the best idea to promote this type of rhetoric. Because after they finish unaliving the black men, who do you think they're going to go after next? Collectively speaking, they still prop up the white woman as their woman, and they have every right to do so, obviously. So then their main goal as a collective is to protect white women. So if you have a white man telling you that he's going to protect you as an individual, then I personally think that bearing arms to go against the black man, and he's generalizing black men as criminal. That's number one. So that's another problem. And it will affect us whether we like it or not. Even if we don't want to be affected by it, we will be, because we are an extension of them. Unfortunately. But it is what it is, right? So we have to think about it in that way. Whatever harms each other, but people don't think about that. Whatever harms black men will harm black women eventually. Whatever harms black women will harm black men, but people don't think about it, and they try to isolate us. But in actuality, that is how politics work, and that is what happens politically. So I will never promote that. I'm so sorry. Collectively speaking, no. No. Because then he's going to get racist white men on that train, and it's just not going to happen. Yep. Continuing. Yep. Strap up, ladies. Get gun training. Yep. And self-awareness. Exactly. Princess Amani. Amen. Devonda. And I'm a big believer in non-lethal methods. There are rubber. Because I'm not trying to unalive anyone. Just want to be left alone. Exactly. I promote that. Jadison. Hey, sis. You said white men will not protect black women more than white women or themselves. Thank you. Period. Full stop. Maybe certain white men will, but not collectively. I'm so sorry. And I would not trust it. Not after everything we done been through as a people. No. I would never. Ever in this lifetime. All right. I talked about this way too long. Let's watch this video, and then we wrapping this up with the Jason Arday. Rest in peace to the brother. I really hope more developments come out, and I will update you guys on this story. Let's watch this one.
I don't believe there is a person on this planet who doesn't not have talent, because I genuinely believe everybody's life has purpose. I'm obsessed with this idea of purpose. I have been from a very, very young age, and I believe everybody's life has meaning, and everybody's life has purpose, and everyone is on this earth to fulfill that purpose. I think Muhammad Ali was kind of the first one to kind of really talk about it. And he spoke about this idea of will versus skill. Now, I don't have any skill, but what I do have is an indomitable will. And I knew that I had one or two things I was good at, and I was going to drive that as much as I could. And I knew that the will to succeed and the discipline and the sacrifice I was willing to make may actually be the difference in terms of me just being able to hang. So I'll always be punching above my weight, but just being able to step in the ring and go a few rounds, like, that's what I wanted to do. And I always thought that at some point, I'm going to be a 12-round fighter. I don't believe there is a person on this planet who doesn't.
Okay, I think it's looping. All right, so he showed us here, accused of plagiarism. Yep, William O'Reilly, Nicola. I think somebody wrote it in the comments. Thank you. Rachel Reeves, Anna. Wainwright, Neri Oxman, John Hattie, Susanna Dickinson, and Claude. Yep, two of them. Claudine Gray. Wasn't she the Harvard one? Was that her?
Talent.
I don't remember that. Or Stanford. I don't remember. Who gets accused of cheating? Oh, excuse me. Black and Asian students, of course. And then who gets falsely accused of cheating? Let's go here. Black, Latino, white students. And the funny thing is, they need to be checking the blue right here, just based off of, test scores and stuff like that. Like, I mean, to be honest with you, anybody can cheat, but it's just so crazy how it's done by race. Yeah, black students are always at the top. Ain't that crazy? Always accused of stealing, cheating, as if we're not, like, and that's the thing. That's that mindset that I'm talking about. It's very dangerous because, again, like, accusing, like I said, like, if we're going to talk about the conversation I had last week, accusing let's just say black people are naturally looked at suspiciously, whether we're women or men. We experience it the same. And so, to be honest with you, black women experience it more because we are neither men. We're not men. So, I mean, unless you're a trans man, but even then, you're still a minority, right? So, at least black men are still men, but they are still looked at suspiciously when it comes to any type of accusation, when it comes to criminal wrongdoing. And that's very dangerous to us. So regardless, yeah, look at that. And then look at here. Look at all them bright faces right here. Red flag. And then the two right here. Actually forced to resign. This is inequality right here. Inequality in your face. Nope. But you know what? We're not going to listen to his ass. Good night. Goodbye. I don't want to waste time on your toad-looking ass. This was Don Lemon talking about it. Okay, next story. Next one. You said, Binta, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree, Romy. I'd love to hear you see Chrissy's take on this in the future. Okay, has Chrissy dated a white man before? And has Chrissy been in an interracial relationship before? And has Chrissy, and this is the thing, and no hate to Chrissy, but I have to be honest, has she been with a white man before, interracial dating before? And has she experienced this to be able to say something like that? Because we also have to be careful of the information you're getting from people who have not been in that situation, or they are basically basing it off of what they see on the internet. That's a completely different situation, right? So yes, Chrissy is 100% going to be for black women, as I am too. But I also have to be honest and say that this is not the solution that you think it is. So if we're going to have an honest conversation, all men are dangerous, period. It doesn't matter who you look at. And honestly, it's really getting to the point where I have to be honest. Like, as somebody, like I said, I am in an interracial marriage and I'm being very transparent with you. I've never had an issue at all. No matter where we go. And it's kind of like, you know, when I think about it in that way, and I've been in interracial relationships for as long as I could remember. This is not something novel to me, right? And even when I was living in the States, I dated somebody interracially. Never had an issue either. So that's what I'm saying. And even my friends, I have friends who are in interracial marriages. I have friends who are interracially dating. No issues. So we have to be honest about these conversations. Can I say that, yes, do black women experience that? I can say that probably. I'm not sure. And yes, there are probably a lot of black women who have felt that way. But when I say by and large, where is this coming from? Is this backed by statistics? And also, I'm talking about black men targeting black women and white men in real life. I'm not talking about online. Online is a completely different area. If we're talking about online, 100%, I could see that happening. Because anybody could type behind their keyboard and say whatever crap they want to say. But in real life, no, I have not seen it, in my personal opinion. But maybe it's just where I've been, my environment. Maybe I'm just in different spaces. I don't know. But maybe other people have experienced it. I'm not sure. But I see a whole lot of interracial relationships and interracial people online. And I have never heard this rhetoric coming from white men. So it was just that one white man. And so, like I said, we need to have more evidence. I'm not going to argue about this when there's no statistics to back up what this is saying. This is saying that collectively black men are targeting white men who date black women and violently being with them in public to the point where they need to carry a firearm. Then we need to have statistics to back this up. I'm being honest. This is a very serious conversation and it's a serious accusation. And we have to be honest about this. We cannot just say, oh yeah, because this person said it, then it's no, you don't know that, right? So again, like I'm thinking from the lens of like, we have to be careful, especially in this climate. And am I discouraging people from getting with white men? Absolutely not. Am I discouraging people from getting with whoever? No, absolutely not. 100% you can date interracially. But I would never in my life tell my husband to carry a pew-pew because black men might just get violent with it. Like, I would never, ever. Never. Matter of fact, I tell them to carry a pew-pew for everybody. I'd be like, oh, like, just, we're in a country where they, you know, they bear arms, so maybe you might want to do that. Because you never know who you might run into. But I'm not going to specifically tell him, oh, this black man's going to be, like, he just got to know, okay, this person's dangerous, this person's not, this person's dangerous, this person's not. It could be anything. Because, hell, if you roll down to, if you go to a sundown town, I can guarantee you, it's not going to be a black man who's going to harass you. Go to a sundown town. Go to one of those small towns in wherever. And you'll tell me who's going to come after you. That's what I'm saying. So we gotta be very honest about these conversations. No, I'm sorry, it's just not gonna happen. Not on this platform. Y'all gonna have to go to somebody else for that. Not here. Not here. Yes, and why are you going hard for white man? Go drink your vanilla. Girl, we missed you yesterday, but you already on. You already back. I'm not gonna finish reading that. That's oh my god. Yeah, let's move on to the next story. Exactly. We can agree. No, not on this platform. I'm so sorry, y'all. No, I'm so sorry. No. No. To be honest with y'all, I'll be completely transparent. Completely transparent. I have not had negative experiences with black men. And I think it's because, like I said, I don't know if I was just lucky. I don't know if it's because of the environment I grew up in. I don't know if it's because of the life decisions I've made, but I just haven't had that many. And when I say many, I mean, like, if we're talking about negative experiences with black men, I'm talking about outside of my family, right? So for the most part, they do not care about what I do. Like, they ignore, like when I say ignore, I mean, they don't care. Like, I just literally saw one the other day and we just say, hey, keep it pushing. When they see Dom and I, no, they don't even bat an eyelash. The majority of the time, they with their white woman. I don't even look at them. I don't care. It doesn't faze me in real life. So that's why I say we got to be careful about talking points and who you're getting it from. And if they have had that experience with white men, they cannot just speak and say it if they have not. Like, so we got to be very clear with that. And yeah, like, if you are harassed to the point where you go outside and you continuously get harassed by black men and you're dating a white man, then to me that signifies that, okay, like, we need to see, where are you living? What's going on here? Like, what's happening here? But majority, I can say without a doubt, I don't think they care that much. And if they do, they probably care online. Not in real life. And if it's in real life, I need to see it. Again, country specific. I got to be honest. But based on experiences that I've seen, I have not seen any white man come out and say this except that one guy. That's problematic. And we got to be honest about that. Yeah. And most white men, I'll be honest with you, when they date black women, they get out of they do not stay in black communities. They actually go to white communities. They do. They do not go to black communities. Most of the time when white women that date black men stay in the black communities. Sometimes they don't. But majority of the time, though, if you're a black woman and you're with a white man, you will not stay in a black community. You will be in the white community. Tell me I'm lying. You can't tell me I'm lying on that one. You're not going to be where the other black men at, because he's never going to want that. Unless he's a hood white guy. He's literally going to want to be around other white men. So there's that. So that's why I said it's just not, it's a conversation that doesn't make sense. And I can guarantee you that guy who said it, he doesn't even live in the black community. He's just talking. Continuing. All right, let's continue now for real because of time. Next story. I don't remember what I had on the thumbnail. This one's going to be next to last because we got a lot to discuss. Let's get into this one. Okay. I think that's a perfect segue. Woo! I think that's a perfect segue, maybe. The womb snatchers. I think that was my next topic. After 8 babies, everyone asks us this. Okay, we got 2 for 1 here. Okay, not Jasmine, because Jasmine will do after. Hold on, let me put Girlicious here. Or should we do the Judy and Rita? I don't know who these folks are, y'all. I just saw you guys sent me this story, and I thought it was pretty interesting. Hold on, let's get to it. Okay, after 8 babies, everyone asks us this. Okay, let's get into this. And then I want to do NBA Youngboy because I don't know. Like, hold up. Did I have him up here? Ooh, excuse me. Sorry, y'all. I'm drinking carbonated water. That's why I keep burping. Okay, let's watch this one, y'all. I don't know who sent me this, but shout out to you. And I'm going to tie it with the NBA Youngboy story.
8 C-sections. The question we get the most is, are we done? And my answer is, we're still together.
He's trying to kill her, by the way. And she's waiting for an incident.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. I did not expect her to come here. Red flag. Hold up. Who is this couple? Can somebody tell me who is this couple?
Her 12th birth to cry medical malpractice. Meanwhile, her uterus is probably see-through by now. It puts me off.
After 8 babies.
Hold on. I need to see who this couple is. I'm curious to see their content. Hold on. Give me a second, y'all. No comments.
8.
Hold on. Why do you have no comments, sis? Uh-oh. Hold up. Oh, they put it down? Hold on. That's impossible. I just saw it. Okay. Can somebody tell me who is this couple that I just saw? Okay, hold on. Okay, I don't know what's going on
this hill.
Okay, please. Okay, hold on. 8 babies. What did he say? 8 babies, 3 C-sections? Hold on a second. Is it this couple? Okay, I got it. Okay, 8. Okay, Deborah. Okay, let's get to it, y'all.
8 C-sections.
Okay, Lanford family. Woo, that's all you had to do, sis. The first sis. All right, let's get to it.
My body, my choice. So first of all, we're not gonna just come from my husband. Oh, and that smoke alarm is gonna keep going off. Y'all weren't in the room with us when we prayed to have kids. There is no limit to the number of C-sections that you are allowed to have. I tell my husband I want a baby, guess what? I get a baby. Because that man loves me down.
And this is why I said she's waiting for C-section number 10 to cry medical malpractice, as if she doesn't have 8 children at home who need their mother to come back alive. And you know what? Somewhere it's great. She's pushing the limits of gynecology and obstetrics, but is having 8 C-sections back-to-back really something to influence with a predominantly Black audience where women are 4 times more likely to die during childbirth? Somewhere a woman who's already had 3 C-sections will see that lady's profile and say, well, Janetta had 8. Why can't I go for a 4th one? And 9 months later, she ends up with 2 bags of O-negative blood being pumped through her system fast as hell in the OR. While she never encouraged anyone to do that, that's not how influence works. It's influence, not advice, not a command. Influence. Somewhere, a man will see that couple's profile and pressure his wife into a 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th C-section because, well, Janetta LaFont had 8. It's dangerous. And I don't care that she's the exception. I don't see the value in putting having 8 C-sections in a positive light. My bet is that they will announce that they're pregnant with twins in March 2027.
Yes.
Okay, so the Langford family, that's what they called. Hold
Yes,
up.
I've had 8 C-sections.
Lafford. Oh, Lord. Okay, Lafford family. Let's get to their channel. Let's get to it. This is who they are. Okay, family of 10 as seen on ABC. They got a show? Red flag. Hold up. Excuse me. They have a TV show. Hold on. She said ABC. Let's find out. Hold on a second. Lafford family. We're not going to spend too much time on them. Is this worth a case study? Okay, the truth about having 8 C-sections. Okay, that's what she was talking about here.
What's up, y'all? It's Hashim.
And Janetta.
And this is the House of LaFon podcast. And I want... That's
1
If you hear
hour?
this beep, it's like the metronome of our house.
Okay, let's watch this one.
It's a smoke alarm.
We changed the battery.
Yes.
It keeps...
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see their videos here. Kind of chic to fall in love in high school. Okay, all right. They're definitely millennials. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Okay, they were featured. Oh, the parent test. Okay, what does that mean? Let's get to it. Lafford family. Hold up. Were they here? No, this is... Okay, I'm not gonna do that. Okay, never mind. All right, let's get into it. Give me a second, y'all. I've never seen this couple a day in my life. So, okay, we're not going to show the kids. It's not fair that their parents are hold on a second. Okay, preparing for my, here we go.
Is this on? With this one. Ugh.
Okay, I need to find out what Sis's sign is. There's something off here.
I had 8 C-sections. It wasn't planned. I mean, not...
Red flag! Sis, you're not supposed to talk during this trend. You're supposed to be quiet, sit down, let the music play, and hop off. You see, that's how I know she just wants to brag about having 8 C-sections. Ain't no damn way. Okay, let's figure this out.
I mean, you don't have to.
I've been intermittent fasting.
Correct.
Yes, I'm not on the shot for the past, like, almost a year now. I've been eating from 10 to 6.
Yeah.
But...
Which is janky because I was pregnant and he was playing me. But, go ahead.
I didn't want to gain weight again.
Red flag! Talking about I don't... What?
So shady.
No. Every time...
Shady.
Jeanette, it's been 8 pregnancies. And I've been with you this whole time, like, just eating with you. Every time you eat, I eat. Make things sound good.
So he's worried about his weight, but he's not worried about his wife's belly and her situation. Interesting.
Like, ooh, I want some chocolate cake. I want some chocolate cake too.
Are you implying that I eat all the time?
The problem is, when you have a baby, you lose that weight. I don't.
I'm still wearing it now.
You about to breastfeed like 2 more times, you're gonna be fit for the summer. That's different. I have some more work to do. So that's another story. That's another thing. But I have to stop eating by 6.
I don't know. He's given. Does he have a job? Do they have jobs? That's what I need to know. Because you have 8 mouths to feed, Mr. Sir. My top 5 horror movies: wanting another baby, having a 9th C-section, regretting not having another baby, C-section recovery, not having twins. Okay, so ooh, excuse me. I mean, they get a lot of views. I'll give them that. Yeah, very. They're high school sweethearts. Okay, stunted. I already know. All right, that makes sense. Now, that's a gang load of kids. That's a lot of kids right here. All right, this is their last one, their latest one. Okay, I don't think I should be seeing this. Okay, I shouldn't be seeing this either. Red flag. Why are they showing us all of this? All right. Let's watch a little bit about their C-section. I've seen enough. I don't think I'm interested enough to see them in a case study. Y'all let me know in the comments. Let me get to their YouTube channel. That's what I'm more interested in seeing, because no, this is not it. Okay, let's get to it.
What's up, y'all? It's
It's long. Hold on, I'm gonna skip through it.
This is the House of LaFawn podcast, and I want.
Okay, let's get to this.
And apparently, like, baby's due date, but she's not here. Happy anniversary. But we were like, okay. And so
hold on, you know what? We're not even gonna watch this because I have a feeling that she likes it where she is, so I love it for her. But what I am gonna say though is this is very high risk activity. It's extremely dangerous, and I wouldn't recommend anyone to have one C-section is enough, but 2, let alone 3. That's a bit much for your stomach. Let's see look at the highlights, y'all. Our first miscarriage, which is very sad. My condolences. Pregnancy number 2, Anaya. Anaya's heart rate starts to go down. Our first emergency C-section. Anaya's traumatic birth. Pregnancy number 3, Zariah. My water broke. Dunkin' Donuts while in labor, Lord. Trying for a VBAC. 30 hours of labor. Red flag, that's a long time. Hashim almost passed out. I'm assuming that the man she's with, his name is Hashim. Pregnancy number 4, our ectopic pregnancy. Pregnancy number 5, Yasir. Passing out while pregnant. Trying for another VBAC after 2 C-sections. Yasir came 3 weeks early. Yasir's emergency C-section. Pregnancy number 6 a year. Another emergency C-section. Pregnancy number 7, Adonai. Pregnancy number 8, Yanai. Beautiful names for the kids, Lord. Number 9, Yeshua. Okay, they got the Hebrew. Are they Hebrew Israelites? That's what I need to know. It sounds I think they might be Hebrew Israelites, y'all. They do believe in having a gang load of kids. One of my cousins is Hebrew Israelite. And yeah, he got a lot of kids, y'all. I remember every time I'd be like, she pregnant again? They got a lot of kids. But then to be fair, my dad had a gang load of kids with my mom. And he was not Hebrew Israelite. I think it's just religious men. But I see Yeshua. So that lets me know there's some type of religion in play. All right. Number 10. Yira. Oh, that's a pretty name. Yira. Yarai? Okay. Beautiful. I like the spelling, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Yarai's difficult pregnancy. Lord. I mean, do the kids need to know this? Imagine they get on YouTube and they see this. Uri goes to the NICU. That's the latest kid. Okay, what 8-6 C-sections? Okay, I think that's the most important. What did it do to your body, Lord? Okay, we'll get to that part. I think that's enough.
Than I usually am. I usually lose weight a little bit faster.
You're worried about the weight. Red flag. You're not worried about your health?
One scar, it looks great. It's quite lovely, actually.
Hold on. We gotta go back, y'all. My bad. Hold on a second. Give me a second, y'all. Why isn't it loading?
Than I usually
here we
am. I usually lose weight a little bit faster. With Yaira, Yeshua, and I want to even say Yanai. It's taken me a little bit longer to lose weight than it has in the past. But I don't care. My first priority is making sure I nurse her. I usually breastfeed for a year, and then around 15 months, I start weaning them. One, because I'm usually pregnant, and it starts to get irritating and it hurts. But my first focus is breastfeeding. When she's about 6 months, she'll start eating solid foods or foods in general. Once she starts eating foods, then that's when I usually take the time to start, I guess, for lack of better terms, diet. But I start to watch what I eat a little bit more, and I start to exercise a little bit more. But right now, I don't want to do anything to have my milk supply drop. So my main focus is making sure I can breastfeed. My stomach is numb around the scar area. Actually, a little above, so like right here, below my belly button, above the scar, my stomach tends to be a little bit numb. But numb in the sense of it tingles. So I can feel something touching me, but...
Let me tell y'all something. When people tell others, especially mothers, I'm going to need mothers to pay attention to this. Because I know I got a lot of mothers out there that watch my channel. Love y'all. But if this is PR for motherhood, I don't want it. Like, I don't understand. Like, my parents the other day asking me, oh, so do you think you're going to have a human child? After listening to this, hell no, red flag, I don't want this. What? 30 hours? For what? I know, you're bringing life into the world. Yes, amazing. I love it. I think it's amazing for you. I can't imagine my body doing all of this. This is a lot of leg work. This is way too much trauma on your body. And she's just saying it like it's nothing, like it's another day in the neighborhood. Like, oh yeah, like I had this and I had that. Sis, wake up. You got to be a water sign. Hold up. Do they have birthdays? We got to see if they have. This is craziness. Craziness.
It doesn't feel like touch. It feels like pokey, tingly, like if your foot fell asleep. I don't like to wear jeans because the button usually hurts. I don't like when things go under my stomach and lay on my scar. It just feels really weird. Not so much that it hurts, it just feels really weird. I massage my scar to try to loosen it up so that I can try to hopefully get rid of the shelf.
Do they? I think it's because they have to put the incision on the same scar. If you're a nurse, please let me know if I'm on the right track. So you are literally cutting yourself up in the same spot? That is painful. And for this, no, this is what makes it worse, y'all. Where his mug at? For him? And again, I'm not saying that, you can't love your husband and have his babies or whatnot, but not at this expense. This is a lot. And he talking about getting fat during pregnancy. Red flag. There's bigger fish to fry here. Beautiful baby, by the way, but is way too much on your body. And your kids need you. The 8, that 10, whatever kid she had. I'm so sorry. Your children need you. So every new kid that you add is a higher risk that you may not go home to see your kids. And that is more important to you than the kids that are already existing. I do not understand that mindset, and it has never made sense to me. People always want to look forward to being pregnant. She might have an issue, y'all. There's a condition for people who love to be pregnant. On the brighter side, if you're still in the chat, let me know. What is the condition for women who like to be pregnant? That's a problem. Is it because of the emotions you feel? Is it because people cater to you? Like, what is it about pregnancy that makes you want to have it so often? That's an issue, y'all. And it could also be manipulation from the husband. It could also be what they called it? What was it? The abuse of the womb. I forgot what it's called. But yeah. Is he forcing you to have these kids? Like, what is up, sis? This don't make no sense. You don't look happy here. You're saying that this does this to your body. It doesn't seem like it's a great experience for you. So why are you having so many kids?
This is making sure I can breastfeed. My stomach is numb around the scar area. Actually a little above, so like right here, below my belly button, above the scar, my stomach tends to be a little bit numb. But numb in the sense of it tingles. So I can feel something touching me, but it doesn't feel like touch. It feels like pokey, tingly, like if your foot fell asleep. I don't like to wear jeans because the button usually hurts.
I don't think she can bend over, and that's a problem too. You can't even button your jeans. You cannot do simple activities. So how are you going to be there for the kids that actually need you? Her kids look very quite young. So I'm assuming that the eldest... This is how the cycle comes on. So she is... You remember, there's only 2 of them, and there's 10 of these kids, or 8. I don't know the number. It's a high number of kids. You cannot put your attention to every single kid and expect that you're going to give them your undivided attention. It is almost nearly impossible. What's going to end up happening is there's some sort of neglect. And that is usually where the oldest daughter picks up. And then here we go. The cycle continues. Red flag. This is a problem. That's not fair to the kids here because some of them are so young they can't understand. But then as soon as the eldest goes, y'all look at May's leave. That's the same exact situation. You popping out kids, popping out babies, popping out kids, popping out babies. Is it for content? If so, sis, there's other ways you can make money doing content. You don't have to do this. Matter of fact, I promise you, if you go on a weight loss journey, you're going to get way more views. Because that's what she wants. She keep talking about her belly, whatever. If you show people, hey, this is what I look like after having 8 kids. If you show your life, like how you're handling the kids you already have and how you organize, how you budget, how you prep meals, how you do what you need to do, you can get way more views. You don't need to do this to get money for content. Like I promise you, there really isn't. There's so many other ways to make money. I cannot believe that this could be a natural thought to keep putting your body through this duress. Like it makes no sense to me. Why would you do that?
I don't like when things go under my stomach and lay on my scar. It just feels really weird.
So then you can't hold your baby?
Not so much that it hurts, it just feels really weird. I massage my scar to try to loosen it up so that I can try to hopefully get rid of the shelf. If I do, great. If I don't, whatever. I had 8 kids. What else is there to know?
Well, one of the questions we get a lot is after 8 babies, 8 C-sections, the question we get the most is, are we done? And my answer is, we're still together.
Wrap him right up. Red flag. Okay, so that's the context. And look at her face. So it is reproductive abuse. That's the word I was looking for. He is definitely he's doing reproductive abuse right here. This is the definition of it. Clear cut. Look at her face. She doesn't want it. So then my question is he worth it? Sis, he's not worth it. I can promise you that, because I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, if you passed away, I hope not, he is going to find another victim. Trust and believe me, a man with that kind of mindset, he does not love you. He loves the idea of you being an object. Keep pumping out the babies, because he doesn't have to do half of the responsibilities that you have to do. Promise you that. And also it's bringing in money, because you are commercializing your family. So he doesn't have to do much. Red flags all over. Look at her face. She doesn't want it. Okay. So it's not her. It's him. When's her birthday? That's my only, I really would love to know her birthday, y'all. And when it's his. Look at that. Look, she doesn't want it. Look at that.
What?
No, yeah, I know postpartum could be a lot, but let's stay together.
If I didn't have to have C-sections, of course I would not. It was not my birth of choice. I wanted to have a natural water birth. I thought it would be so beautiful. I had to come to terms with the fact that won't happen, and I still want to have kids. So let's just do it. Am I afraid? Every single time, absolutely. But once it starts, it's over so fast that it's kind of like, whatever, I'm here now.
No, but you shouldn't. You see, this is when you know that I don't know how she grew up. I don't know what her mindset, well, obviously I know her mindset, but I don't know how she was raised. I see religion here somewhere. There's a religious aspect, because there's no way you could be this controlled. So the only way I could see this happening is if she feels like it is her duty as a woman to give it to him. And that usually falls under religion. I must say that. I don't know their religion, but I saw Yeshua. So I'm assuming they have to be some type of Israelite or Christian or something of that nature. But that goes back to what I'm trying to say here. Never let a man choose your decision of make the decision of what you can do to your own body. There is no way on this earth that a husband who loves you would ever want you to go through a C-section a second or third time, or even especially if it's a high risk. He would never want that for you. Ever. A man who truly loves you would put you at the forefront of this. Because at the end of the day, those babies you already have in the picture right behind you, they need you. More than the baby that you are projecting in the future. And this is a mindset problem. So, and you know what? Being pregnant back to back, not only does it affect your body, but it also affects your ability to care for the kids you already have. And how do I know this? Because, again, I come from a big family. My mother had 6 kids. I am the third. So my mom did her best. My dad did his best. But I will tell you one thing. After my youngest brother was born, my mom said, I've had enough. And I think that's when, because my daddy was still like, well, we could have more. She said, hell nah. She went right to the doctor and got her tubes tied. She didn't play with that. And matter of fact, she went twice. Because the first time they made a mistake or something like that, and then she had to go back and get it done again. She was like, I'm not doing this. No, 6 is enough. It's enough. Red flag. And I'm so glad she stood up for herself, because again, that was around the time they were very religious. And I'm really happy because at the time, my parents were under the religious spell. I'll be honest with you. And that was one of the times where my mom really stood her ground. She's like, I'm not having any more kids. And I think that she made it very clear. And my dad had to respect it. And he's like, okay. Even though other people were against it. Because in a lot of religious beliefs, they think that God gives you, so then you should have it. You should just have kids just because you are able to. But that doesn't mean that it's mentally good for you or physically. And this is the problem. And how you gonna take care of them kids? What are you gonna do? And this is an issue here. If TikTok and YouTube went away tomorrow for you, House of LaFond, how would you take care of the kids that you have? Does he have a job? Does he have a career? I don't even know. And she got way too many kids, so she's gonna have to wait till they're school age. Excuse me. Pop them into daycare. That's a lot of money right there. So one person has to stay at home, and this is what I'm saying. So it's not only financially irresponsible, it is also physically irresponsible, mentally irresponsible. And who suffers the greatest is them kids in the picture in the background. And they look like girls, a lot of them here. I see a lot of girls here. They're going to be the one picking up the legwork, not his ass.
The scariest thing for me, honestly, is getting my spinal. With Yaira, actually, Hashem was able to hold me.
Oh, and I have to be clear. My mom had natural birth. She didn't even have a C-section. I can almost guarantee you, if she did have C-sections, his tune would change. And it's the same for. Sorry, I had to add another thing. I have a friend of mine who got a C-section for their one kid. It was an emergency C-section, like her. She thought she was gonna have a natural birth. She ended up having a C-section. You want to know what her husband said? He said verbatim. Because, I was talking to them and I was like, yeah, like, whatever. I just asked them just naturally, like, oh, okay, like, I know this was a scary experience for you. Like, what do you think about, like, is it going to deter you from having more kids? She said, yes. They were like, it was so tough, the first pregnancy, that they're okay with their one kid. They don't want to risk it because they want to make sure that they're there for him. God done if you believe in God, ma'am, because it sounds like you do, gave you all them chances. Don't have any more kids. Ever. This is a warning. Don't listen to that Dumbo-headed man of yours. Ain't got a damn brain cell in his damn brain.
Helped me with my spinal, but then he started getting passy-outy. That's what we like to call it. He started getting lightheaded. My anesthesiologist was having a little bit of difficulty getting my spinal placed. And I was like, there's liquid going down my back. And he was like, I'm done. I can't do it. You're on your own. And so he left. And
I felt so bad. I didn't want to leave you by yourself. But also, I didn't want people cleaning me up.
Well, you did what you felt was best in the situation.
I figured you had it from there. I
cried after my spinal. Well, I was getting my spinal. I hate getting the spinal. It's the worst part for me. I think it hurts really bad. I think the positioning is terrible. I don't know. They need to make some sort of device that we can hang on, even though they say you can hold on to the nurses.
Device for future mothers, not you. You know what? We wrapping her right up. Yeah, he is no, he's definitely a womb snatcher, y'all. That's why I titled it that. Let me read a few comments, cause hell, I know damn well. Oh, you said she's a hold up. She's a Capricorn? And he is a Taurus. Red flag. Yo, that's my sister and her husband's sign. I hope he ain't like this, because I would, no. He's definitely not like that, though. They're very strategic, thank goodness. But Tauruses are known to be very stubborn. We got 2 earth signs right here. So she's doing it because she feels like she has to. This is her duty as a mama. Ah, Lord. This is awful, y'all. This is very awful. I would not wish this. All right, let me go up a little bit to see comments. She better not be... OG so light. I'm so sorry, sis. Hell, no, but you know what? We had an Aquarius last week. He was the worst one. Every time there's an Aquarius, they're the worst of the worst. So you shouldn't even feel bad. Aquarius is, we had the what's his name? Bernardo took the cake last week. It's time for y'all to be on the chopping block. L, you said my breast reduction scars still ache 6 months later. Can't imagine them getting cut open 7 more times. Bingo. And you know what? It's so crazy. It's like, you can even do it, even any scar you have. If you ever had a scar that just peels and then it starts like, it gets fleshy and it starts to hurt. Imagine the pain. She said she's numb. And when she touches it, it's like so numb to the touch. That's awful. And to me, and look at her face. And honestly, that follow-up video, I don't think it's her that did it. I think he forced her to say that it's okay. Look, this is her natural reaction. This is her natural reaction. She doesn't want it. Binta, you said, or if they got a lot of family support. Yes, that's actually true. But I don't know. Even if they have a lot of family support, 8 to 10 kids is a lot. To me, it's a lot. And you're a parent. You need to still parent your kid. So even if you have a village to help you with I feel like a village, personally speaking, my opinion, a village should be there to help you with the household things. So things that can alleviate you from having to do them. So for example, if I have to cook, then I got somebody who could cook food for me. Then, if I have to organize my calendar, then I have somebody who does that. Or if I have to walk my dogs or, do those kind of like administrative tasks, then I have somebody to do that. But parenting is the parents. That's up to the parents. They have to be there to parent their kids. So at the end of the day, the village can only do so much. And that's why you need money, because some people in the village, they don't want to do that. And it depends on what kind of village you have too. And we're not, unfortunately, there in America, we don't have a society where the village can actually help you because the village is in shambles. Village is drowning too in debt and inflation. Most of the people who have access to a village, they have money to do so. But if she were in the Caribbean, then this would be a different situation because they actually do help each other. And, you can have nannies for the low or housekeepers for the low. There are some countries where it is a norm to have a housekeeper. Like, it's not even anything. Like, you could just pay for one and that's it. But in the US of A, where they're from, this is almost nearly impossible without money. And even if you had somebody like her mom or his mom, they cannot control all them kids. It's way too much for them. The bandwidth. And they also got to think about themselves too, right? So it's just very complicated. Tahira, you said God bless and Godspeed to all the women who genuinely love being mothers. Yeah, and there are some who have really great stories, but every time I hear about labor, it just sounds so exhausting. And some people have very quick labors, but that's very small minority. Most of the people, they have hours and hours of labor. It's either hours of labor, it's either emergency C-section, it's either their vagina teared, like they have a vaginal wall tear or something. Another issue I heard is that the placenta didn't come out, so the doctor had to take it out. Another issue I've heard is breastfeeding is painful, or the kid didn't latch, or they might not be able to breastfeed. So that's another complication because then you got to find the replacement. Another one is postpartum. There's just so much that goes into your hormones. And then on top of that, if your husband is not helping you or supporting you, then that to me is like, it's not worth it at that point. Nah, you're not. And then imagine if she already got kids. So it's like there's only so much you can do as a mom. That means you are spent. You don't have no time. And I'm talking about like you, y'all. I just have 2 puppies. I have flex days, so every other Friday I'm off, and it's still a lot with 2 puppies. Imagine babies. I'm struggling. I don't even know how people. I'm like, how you have time? I feel like the day just goes like this, and then they sitting up here having back-to-back babies, like actual human babies that can run to you eventually, that can talk all over the place, hands all over the place. Like, it's just a lot. Like, I spend a majority of my day cleaning up after the puppies while Dob is working. And then when he comes back, he takes over. But he's also tired. So he does, like, mostly the walks at night. He helps clean up the place. But that's it. But majority of the work is the woman. I told y'all. That's where the labor distribution goes. She's doing most of the labor here. And she's also procreating. It's not like he could take turns to give labor. So this is unfair to her. He's benefiting, but she's not. He gets a maid. He gets a housewife. He gets a nanny. And he gets to procreate. What does she get in return? Nothing. Red flag. He's a dusty. Continuing. Francis, you said so her nerves are shot. Exactly. Not to mention, some girl, scar after care, you have to massage that scar and stretch it for it to move, to have movement. Otherwise, it would be horrible. Exactly. That's why them BBL girls be complaining after they get their BBL, because they got to massage their booty. They got to massage it. Yeah, you must. Or it could get infected too, right? Princess Amani, you said Google said bumpaholic or baby addiction. Yeah, there is such a thing. There's people who just love to be pregnant. It gives them like kind of like, when you get like endorphins and stuff, like some people like the natural high of being pregnant. It's very, it's a thing. It's a thing. Miss Black said, you said some women like the sensation of pregnancy and caring for babies. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. I feel like to each his own, but for what you can handle. She's already got a lot on her plate. She should not have any. Matter of fact, she should have cut it at it's too many kids. Way too many kids for their situation. It's unsustainable. They cannot have any more children. I feel like this is the cutoff. That's it. You shouldn't have any more kids. Binta, motherhood is a lot of work. I almost crashed out today with my toddler LMAO. Only reason I can contribute to the life today is because her dad is looking after her. And that's what's up. And this is what I'm saying. Like, you need that support, or else you are gonna go, like, it's gonna be so hard. Y'all saw the Lacey trial? I don't know, I haven't covered it yet. Is the lady who unalived her kids. And even if you looked at the what's her name, it was Andrea Yates, I think that was her name. She spazzed out. She had all them kids and she couldn't handle it. It's because it is a lot of mental work. Like, think about it, you're postpartum, and we don't, to be honest with you, we don't live in a society that truly cherishes mothers. I'll be honest with you. Yes, performative motherhood is cherished, is what I'm saying. Like Mother's Day, yeah, we're going to give you a card, give you a gift, all those things. That's, to me, is performative. Why? I have a reason for saying that. The reason is because in actuality, what mothers need most is support, not a Mother's Day card. Not flowers. Yes, that's an extra added expression of love, but that's not it. You need more support. You need more government support as far as daycare goes, childcare goes, because majority of mothers would love to work. A lot of mothers would love to do things outside of the home, but they just don't have the capacity to. Not only that, but they should have around the clock nursing for you when you leave the hospital. I know in other countries like Korea, they give you like a nanny. You have an option to get not a nanny, but somebody to come in to help you for like a few months until you get settled. Like, there's a system in place to help you. But here in North America, it's like, oh, you're on your own. But the problem I have is that it doesn't reflect what is really like what society really wants. So they push you to be a mother. They're taking away your laws to have you know what I'm talking about. They're taking away your laws to choose if you want to have a kid. They want you to have a child, yet notice how none of the rhetoric talks about support. You're not going to get financially supported. You're not going to get mentally supported. You should have free mental health care, in my opinion, until the baby turns like 1 or 2, in my opinion. But that's not supported. You should have government help in the sense of like nannies should be able to come in. They should have like government programs because they want you to have kids. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if the system didn't want you to have kids, then it's different. It's a personal choice. But if your system is set up and designed in a way where they're forcing you literally to have children by removing your rights to not have children, then I need to get benefits. If I'm going to put my body on the line, where the money at? But they're not going to do that. The most they'll do is give you a Mother's Day card and send you on your way and give you SNAP and WIC, and you're not even qualified for that if you have a certain income. So it doesn't even work in the end, at the end of the day. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not, to be honest with you, motherhood is a benefit only if you really wanted children. But in other aspects, it really isn't a benefit to the woman, in my personal opinion. Because there's a lot of work that goes into it. And it's a thankless job. And you really got to love your job of being a mother to be a mother. As an outsider, from an outsider's perspective, I can see that. Because look at what she went through. And that's all she gets. Her husband can't even be bothered to put her safety first. And you're always seen as below the children too. So in society, which I said mothers and children, to be honest with you, women and children always get the last bite. and it's very sad. So it's just craziness. Mary, you said it's for content. I don't know. I think he's the one pushing the content, not her. Rose, but I agree with you. Talking about pregnancy, slicing rice, having another baby. Oh, I know them. Oh, they are. Congratulations to them. I remember the last time I watched, I think he had some type of was it MS? I don't know what he had. He had something. I remember. That was the last time I ever saw their videos. I don't really follow them like that, but congratulations to them. Devonda, you said, yep, for content. It's disgusting, and those kids are going to be raising themselves. Pretty much. And I hope that she doesn't have another kid, or else it's going to be a problem, y'all. She might not make it this time, and this is the sad part about it. There's people who don't make it after one C-section. She's just lucky that she's here to talk about it. Every time you go into surgery, anytime you have any surgical procedure, even dental, there's some people who just got root canals and just gone, who went for routine dental care. There are some people who have gone just for, anything like a small surgery, and they never came back. Like, anytime that you have to go and get operated, it's a risk. And so she did this on the same scar 9 times or 10 times. I'm not sure. They got a whole gang of kids. That's enough. She don't need to have no more babies. You said Band-Aid babies. Yep. Could be that too. I think he likes the idea of her being pregnant, and he has a fetish too. There's a fetish for men who like women that are pregnant. That's a problem. She should be able, plus she'd be able to take care of herself. I agree. Yup. Agreed. Blueberry, hey sis, I didn't see you. They're saying that the recent woman might not have did it. Are you talking about the Clancy one, right? Oh, Clancy auntie. Thanks for clearing that up. I don't know what I said her last name was. Melanated, you said Kourtney Kardashian is like that. She's very addicted to getting pregnant and having babies, but they are very wealthy, so I don't give a damn. They can afford 50 nannies and chefs' private dogs. Exactly. Kourtney is a really good case of that. I would say, though, that I remember she had Mason. Then she had, what's the second one? The girl, Penelope. And then she had the last one. Yeah, she did like being pregnant. She likes being a mom. But notice how she didn't overdo it. Oh, no, and they have the last one. She got 4 because she had one with Travis. But, yeah, she has the money too. But even if she has the money, because think about it this way. She actually wants to be a mom. So that's fine. And she has the money and the resources. And she actually takes care of her kids. I actually think out of all the Kardashian sisters, her and Kylie, they do a really good job of actually showing up for their kids and being there for their children. Khloe does too. But Khloe does. I have to say, yeah, Khloe does as well. But she'd be taking care of Rob's kid and excuse me. She always has other people's kids around her. I don't know. Khloe's a funny one right there. But she has 2 kids. Kim, though, if we look at Kim, she has the money and the resources, but personally speaking, I don't think she's fit to be a mom. She's not. She should have never been somebody's mama. She's too self-absorbed. The fact that you have a daughter that is able to travel to the United Kingdom as a 13-year-old, and she's doing so many things to get attention from you, and you're not paying attention to her because you're so male-identified, then that's a problem to me. And I noticed that she does not discipline her kids. She wants the nannies to take care of it. She was not qualified to be a parent. Red flag. But yet she has money and resources. So this is why, yeah, I think Kourtney is a good example of this. I agree with you on that. Princess, you said my mentor sent me a plant and it's dying. Girl, don't feel bad. I done killed a few plants. Don't feel bad. I done killed a few plants. Plants are hard to take care of because you really have to know what they want, and some plants like to be by the window, and some plants, they don't like sunlight, and some plants you have to water every day, while other plants not so much. You probably need to get a plant that does not need to be watered every day. That'll be your best bet, because if you have one that you actually like, a sensitive plant, good luck, they are going to die. OG Soulite, I know some of those kids can feel her resentment if she has. Yep, they can. If she has any, that is. Yep, I agree with you. You can feel it. I felt it. You want to know when I felt like my mom was truly happy? Was when we all were in school. But when we were babies, she was not. My mom was not happy. She wasn't. She would make little remarks that made me realize, oh, yeah. She'd say like, oh, if it wasn't for your dad, I would never have you guys. Yeah, stuff like that. And, you know, I think that at the time, and I give her grace for it because it was overwhelming for her. But then once we were all in grade school, she was so happy, so different. My mom was a different person. And now that we're grown-ups, she's happy. Like, she's a completely different person. And I think it's because she had lost a sense of herself and her independence. Everything was tied to my dad or us. She never was able to have her own identity. So that's why she pushed my sister and I to get our education and to have our own identity first and then get married. And she wanted us to do it backwards. So she never forced us to be housewives or anything like that. She always wanted us to get our education first. She always pushed for it. She was very extremely pushy with that. And I couldn't understand it when I was younger. But now I appreciate that because of her. I think it was easier for me to really get into education and have my own and be financially independent. That's all she wanted for my sister and I. She really pushed us a lot with that. And it worked out. So I think that, you know, sometimes there are some mothers who will look resented. And even though they show up for you and they still love you, but it's still human. You're human. You have multiple emotions. You know, there are some times where it can be too much. And that's why I always say you got to take on what you can take on. Having this many kids is not ideal for us in this modern world because most of us are not equipped to handle that much without the support of other people. Princess over there committing planticide. Chat. Them plants. Poor plants. But it's okay. We all did it. Francis Emmanuel, Mother's Day is my day alone for me. And it should be. Exactly. 100%. OG, you said South Korea's maternity care literally seems like a section of heaven where women truly are safe, but anything could happen anywhere. So, yeah. And that's the thing, too, though. Like, I will say, I think that South Korea is not perfect by any means at all. But when it comes down to supporting mothers, yes, because they want people to have babies. So that's why they had to put their money where their mouth is, because they couldn't force people to do that. And I gotta shout it out to the feminists in Korea because they push for that too. So sometimes it goes hand in hand. The more rights that women fight for, and the more we fight for equality, and the more we fight to be seen and to be heard, then it benefits everyone. So yeah. They basically said we're not gonna have kids because they did the whole 4B movement and all that stuff. They're like, we're not having kids. We're not. And a lot of wives were like, we're not having kids. We don't want to. We want to focus on our career because it's too hard, too expensive. We don't have support, blah, blah, blah. And yes, the support was always there. Don't get me wrong. But they doubled down on it recently and they included more supportive measures to give people the opportunity to have children. And guess what? Their birth rate, hold on, I'm glad you brought that up. Their birth rate has actually increased since they made those changes. Recently, I saw that. Here. It rises here, 2024. That's what the government's been doing. Sorry, 2026. I'm going to show y'all, yes. Here. South Korea's birth rate rises for second year with experts saying echo boomers behind boost. There you go. So, yeah. More people are having kids now. They have more government resources for people to have kids, and daycare is so cheap in South Korea because, again, they want people to have kids, so they make daycare affordable. Medical care is affordable. So, and then they also give you mat leave. So, I don't know if it's a year like us here. I'm pretty sure it is. I was shocked when I found out that American women only get 3 months. Red flag. What? I was shook with y'all. Let me see, maternity leave for women in the USA. I couldn't believe it, y'all. 12 weeks? The US is the only developed country without federally mandated paid parental leave. And the Family and Medical Leave Act allows for 12 weeks of unpaid leave for new U.S. parents. Canada offers 61 weeks of unpaid. Exactly. Red flag. This is craziness. Crazy. And in Canada, you can even top up. But if you top up, I heard that they take more taxes out. So people usually, after 1 year, they go back to work. And it's paternity leave and maternity leave. So you can switch it. This is craziness. So no, I would not have a child if I was in the United States of America. Why would I? Look at this. And then they want to force you to, they're taking away all your reproductive rights, and then they asking you to have babies, and they can't even give you paid parental leave. Red flag, get the hell out of here. I'm not doing none of that. Get out of here with that. Nope. Nope. No. No. And then look at, and then she putting her life on the line. I know she doesn't have a job. Her job is YouTube. But still, there's other women out there who actually have jobs. This is a high. That's why I said it's not a benefit to women. That's why I said it's performative in certain aspects. I'm talking about in the sense of, yeah, you get a card and you get the accolades for Mother's Day. But in actuality, what would matter more is giving them time to spend with the kids. But they don't care about that. I'm talking about the government here. All right, I'll read a few more comments and then we got to move on to the next story. It's crazy. OG. Oh, wait, hold on. Sophie, you said North shouldn't be allowed to get those piercings at 13. Yes, and she did them herself. She did them herself. And I know, like, I remember when I was younger, you could find people to do it and stuff. But it's like she constantly cries for the attention of her parents. And I don't get how they can't see that. And her mama's out here running around, being with who? I think she's with Lewis Hamilton now, but at the same time, you have kids, sis. Sometimes you have to prioritize your children, and you can clearly see there's neglect there. And unfortunately, like I said, she was not a candidate to have a baby, unfortunately. But I will say for the rest of the sisters, they're a lot better. OG Soul Light, the Chebos got to go too. They got to dismantle the corruption from the top down. Chebos, especially because they set the standards of Korea society. That's going to be a hard one. That's going to be a hard one. We'd have to get Dom to talk about that whole thing. Yeah. Chebos are hard to get out because they were there since the Reconstruction era of the country. That's like dismantling the whole system. Yeah. But some people want to do that. We don't know. Maybe in the next century, it might happen, actually. You're right. It might. The finger piercing looks so painful. Yeah. And, you know, North, I feel so bad for her, y'all, because you can, like I said, you can see that she loves her parents and she just wants to have a normal childhood. That's literally all I can see. But her parents are just too self-absorbed in their relationships. And sometimes that does happen when divorce happens. You know, the kids get affected in different ways. And she's the eldest. She saw her parents the longest, married them for the longest. I think for the youngest ones, they might not feel it the same. But the eldest always feels it more than the younger children. Because they were there from the beginning. Right? So, yeah. And personally speaking, I think she had complicated childbirth too, I believe, with North and Saint, and then she had the other two via surrogate. She should have never had the other two. As much of as a blessing that it is now, in hindsight it's 2020, but still, I believe that she should have just stuck with North and Saint. But of course, you know, she wanted to have the other two, and then her and Kanye got divorced, and then here we are. OG, you said, how are you able to directly tag people in comments? It's been years and I still can't figure it out. I don't know. Oh, you type there. Okay, L answered you. You type and at their username exactly as it's spelled. Okay, that's what's up. Y'all are funny here. All right, let's move on, y'all. Francis, you said, and it's not just kids, by the way, kids, but also pets. Yup. If you cannot give them enough attention, think twice. 1,000,000%. There are so many negligent pet owners out there. It's crazy. I might do case study on pets. We might have people after me, but it's true. There are some people, they will have a pet and they will leave their pet alone and I'm not saying just alone for like while you're at work. You can't help it, right? But I'm talking about like extended amounts of time. Like I'm talking about long ass time. I'm talking about like at least 12, 13 hours. That's crazy. Somebody needs to check on that pet. And some people just tie them up in the backyard, leave them neglected, do not give them their some people don't even bathe their pets. Some people don't even clip their pets' nails. That's so important, because the longer that you don't do that, the harder it is for them to walk, because they walk on their paws. It's very important to clip their nails. Some people do not take their pets to the vet, and I know vet expenses, trust me, I know it. But at the same time, it's just like regular care. You have to maintain that, and you can't just leave your pet just out there. You gotta feed them something. Yeah, it's just neglect. And they're not qualified pet owners. They don't know how to raise their pet. They don't know how to train their pet. They're not looking for resources to do that. And on top of that, they're irresponsible. Red flag. I gotta do a pet case study, y'all. We gonna have all them folks after me. All right. Speaking of South Korea, very quickly, y'all. NBA Youngboy. Let's get to it. Oh, we're still good for time. All right, let's get to it with NBA Youngboy. Youngboy never broke again. Very quickly, there's something I wanted you guys to watch. Let me see if I could find it. Did I save it? Oh, yeah, I did. Hold on, give me a second, y'all. NBA Youngboy, in case you guys did not know, he has moved to South Korea, y'all. Yes, he gonna be a menace all over there. Maybe not, but what I'll say is this, that he has decided that he will never move back or return to the United States. And I thought that was very interesting because, everybody who knows Youngboy knows that he has a whole gang load of kids. He got like 11 children. And he got multiple baby mamas. Not only that, he is a married man. So my first thought when he said he was not, because I saw the clip and I was like, hold up. Don't you got kids? Don't you have a wife and kids? And don't you have X amount of baby mamas? And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, oh, he surely can't be in South Korea by himself. I'm sure he moved his wife and his kids there. And the kids that he couldn't move there, maybe he has like visitation and stuff like that. Nope. This man went solo to South Korea to go find himself. Red flag. Not red flag because he went to go find himself. But red flag because you have responsibilities, my guy. You don't get to pick and choose when you want to be a father. And unfortunately, and I feel so bad for him because he is 100% the ideal and archetype when I say that people are products of their own environment. He is the case study for that. He started having children very young. I believe his mother was a teen mom. And he started having kids quite young. When was the first time he had his baby? Let's find out. NBA Youngboy. His children. These are her. Hold on. He got a lot of kids. He has beautiful children. That's one thing I'll say. He knows how to make some very beautiful children. But unfortunately, he's a serial baby daddy. When did he start having children? Let's see. Let's go down the names, y'all. He has twins, Kaden and Armani. Oh, his ex, Nisha. Okay, sorry. All right, wait. So prior to the recent addition, hold on. The rapper revealed he had another child in February. We are in August. And he has children with Jaslyn, that's his wife, who he has been married to since 2023. And he has 3 kids with her. Okay, we're going to count. Then, hold on. Okay, perfect. Then, and he got pardoned by Trump, by the way, for pew charges. Then he had Kaden and Armani, Kamiri, Star Dejanay, and then he co-parents her with a son he had from a previous relationship. So we're not going to technically count him. We'll count him at the end just so I could keep track. Then he has one son, Talon, and then Casey with Jania, and then Cody with Drea Simone and Kentrell Jr. He got 11 biological kids and 1 child that he supports that is also his child. But he supports because I guess he was with a woman who had a kid prior, and he looks at that son like his son. So he got 12 kids. Red flag. How many baby moms? Okay, we got 1 wife, Nisha, Star Dejanay, Nia, Jania, and Yaya. 6 women, 12 kids. And this is a problem This is a big problem. And I need to see, when did he have them? Oh, 13 kids, my bad. 10 different women. Okay, I was off. I was off. He got 10 different women. My goodness. He is what I would call a super spreader, y'all. I'm so sorry. This is like a super spreader right here. NBA Youngboy, when is your birthday, my Kentrell? He's 26. 26. And he's a Libra, Lord. I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sure he's a Libra. Yup. Oh yeah, he's a Libra through and through. So he started having his kids as a teenager, 100%, because he's only 26 years old. And so this is where I have to say that, yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I'm happy that he has decided to, you know, try something new. It's very rare for a rapper to do this. I know they have done that in the past. It wasn't on my bingo card that he would do this. However, you have responsibilities. You can't just choose, like I said, pick and choose when you want to be a parent. And I think it's very selfish of him to do so. My personal opinion. Now, let's get to what he had to say about his mother and his trauma. And this is why you have to be careful when you have kids by men. Because as soon as, first of all, his frontal lobe wasn't even developed. Hold on, where did I put the video? Give me a second, y'all. Oh, here it is. Okay. This is what happens when you have multiple kids by a man who has multiple children. When you have children by a man who has multiple kids. This is exactly what happens. He was very much, you can tell that he was chaotic. He grew up in a chaotic environment. And he has a mother wound, y'all. And this is very, very, like, typical in a lot of men, with a lot of men who have this kind of mindset of procreating, having so many kids. Even the one before, I can almost guarantee you there's a mama somewhere. And unfortunately, as a wife and as a baby mama, you're gonna lose regardless with this kind of man. I'm pretty sure the wife thought that she won something. Oh, she got the wifey title in the ring, and she got left just like all the baby mamas. Red flag. There's no difference. Jaslyn. Because I remember when she was going off on Yaya, and in my mind, I'm like, and then her mama. You see, white women, you set your kids up for failure. Your biracial children. We might need to have a case study on that too. Her mama was all in the business. Acting as if NBA Youngboy was like this stand-up man. And then look at how quickly he abandoned your daughter, who is his wife, and his children with the baby mamas. He got the same treatment. She just got a ring. That's it. And she has stake in his assets too. So at least that. Continuing. Let's just watch this, y'all.
I think my relationship with my mama used to be a big part of my anger. Until I told myself, like, it's just certain shit you can't fix. Like, certain people you're not going to just bond with in a way that you expect or the way that you desire. Basically just long for and just hope for. So I started loving my mom from a distance. Like, today I never speak to her again. Yeah, you see? Like, we'll never talk again. I know this for a fact. But I love her. Like, I care. Mm-hmm. I hope she know that too. I want her to know that. Mm-hmm. It ain't got nothing to do with no dollar. It ain't even got nothing to do with my trauma no more. Or something that I was supposedly angry about. Just love him. Mm-hmm. Cause that's my grandmother's daughter. And I love my grandma deeply.
So you see, Marco, I love Marco, don't get me wrong, but Marco, it looks like he wasn't expecting this kind of interview. I gotta say that. Look at his face. But all jokes aside though, notice what he said. Pay attention. He was angry at his mother. So the whole time that he was procreating, he was trying to replace his mother with other women that could love him and replace his mama. Replace the love that his mama was supposed to give to him. Red flag. But then to give her grace, she was a teen mom too, and she got a gang of kids too. How many siblings does he have? Let's check his siblings. How many siblings does he have with his mom? What's his mama's name? Hold up. Half. Full none. Half 2 on his mom's side. Okay, she got 3 kids. Okay, she's not bad. But maybe neglect was there because he sounds angry at his mom for something that happened. Like, I'm not gonna get too much into it. I don't know his past. I don't know if he has shared anything. So I'll leave it at that. I don't know what happened between them, but something deep must have happened for him to never want to talk to her again. And sometimes it might not even be situation that happened that deep. It's just multiple situations over time that makes you see who the character of your mom or dad is, your parent, right? I need to know who his mother is and what kind of mom he got. What's her mom? Sharonda. Okay. His mom roasted him? Okay, hold up. What is going on here? Give me a second, y'all. When is his mama's birthday? That's what I need to know. Okay, Sharonda Golden. Oh, she's right here. All right, she's 50. She's a leap. Oh, case closed. NBA Youngboy, I understand. Okay, I understand, Youngboy. I get it. Okay, I understand. Get it. I got it. So, okay. Totally get it. And she's young, y'all. 51 years old. Yeah. Okay. She's a stand-up comedian. October 9th. Oh, yeah. Libra through and through. I get it, y'all. I get it. I understand. It takes a lot to love a Libra mama. Oh, Lord. Libra mothers are not for the weak. They're not for the weak. They are not. Matter of fact, I'll even extend it. I'm going to leave y'all Libras. Air sign mothers are very difficult to deal with. I will say that. So I get it. But, you know, it really breaks my heart because the fact that he could say that about his mama lets me know that it's irreparable. But then again, I'm assuming that she coddled him a lot. And it's possible that she set up some boundaries. So I got to see it from her perspective too. Maybe she set up some boundaries and he didn't like it. And so he decided he wanted to cut her off. That could be it too. Could be it too.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember how you and your grandma relationship? Mm-hmm. She used to pick you, like, how would she come into your life?
Fucking right. Say it one more time.
I said, how did she come in your life? I remember. Because I got close to my grandma more when my daddy passed away. And I remember her, you know, she always remind her of my daddy.
I always been with my grandma.
Okay, yeah. So his grandmama raised him. I'm not surprised. So this is what I was talking about with the village. You still have to be a parent at the end of the day. So it looks like, and this is not just, I want to make it very clear because he grew up in a low income neighborhood, but that can apply to anybody. And that's just a systemic issue. Is mom is working, especially if she's a teen mom. I don't know what she was doing with her time, but grandmama takes over the kids. That's usually what happens. And I've seen it happen with working moms. I've seen it happen with teen moms. I got to make that extremely clear. It's not just a teen mother issue. Kentrell, I must say, your skin looks very rejuvenated. It looks like the Korean skincare game has been treating you well. He's probably getting glutathione injections. I remember in Gangnam, I'm sure he's getting them heavy because people said they saw him in Apgujeong. So I know he's getting that skincare game. Look at how he's glowing. He no longer has the lean face. I remember before. Y'all think I'm joking. Hold on. Let's look at the pictures. NBA Youngboy from before. Let's look at him in 2025. Let's look at his images in 2025. Let's see. No, these are recent. I need to see his photos. Here. Y'all, look at his skincare. The skincare game is on point. His skin was not looking like this. Hold up. Let's look at old videos. He looks very rejuvenated. No, this is recent. He looks extremely rejuvenated right now. Maybe let's look at his 2024 face, because 2025. Yeah, that's his old face, y'all. Yeah. Yup. He looks at peace. He looks like he's getting, he's stress-free, but unfortunately, you got kids, my guy. You're gonna have to figure that out.
Let me talk. Throughout my whole lifespan, I probably stayed with my grandma 65% of the whole time.
I believe him.
Probably 70.
Yeah.
But I always been grandma baby.
Oh, lack of accountability. Here we go. So now grandma done passed on. Mama actually has to be a mom. And the problem is she didn't know how to parent her kids. That's what it sounds like, according to Kentrell. And so this is where that dynamic comes from, especially when, like I said, you got to be there for your kids. If you're not the parent for them, somebody else is going to be, and they're never going to respect you as an authoritative figure. That's a fact. Whoever has the authority has to have it from the beginning. If they don't have it from the beginning, you lost your child. Your child will no longer yield to you. They will yield to whoever else, not your ass. And again, he probably formed that resentment because everybody else's mom was around them, but his mama was out doing God knows what, grandmama taking over. So his natural affection is for his grandmother and resentment and anger towards his mama. It wouldn't have mattered if his mother was the best mother when she came back. The point is she abandoned him in his mind. And so he's always going to resent her no matter what. It was already set up. The pattern was already there. It was already set up. It wouldn't have mattered if she came back and did well and was like, oh my God, I did this while I was away or while I was working. I was trying to take care of you, take care of this. Sons are a little different. I have to say that. A lot of resentment goes to the mom. And I don't know what it is. And that's something I'd have to study, to be quite honest with you. But I have noticed that when daughters are left, and their mothers come back, I'm not saying they don't have a daughter wound, but it's different from them. When they get angry at women, it's almost destructive. It's violent. And this is where all of this comes from, this aggression, mistreating women. He sees them as his mama. That's why he could easily have kids with somebody and procreate with them and beat them. He also had DV allegations, red flag, with Jania and Yaya. I just remembered that. All of that anger and aggression. Here it is. And now he's finally has his frontal lobe developed, thank the Lord. But the problem is the kids are going to suffer in the end. Cycles.
Shit, my grandma was always like, my grandma is my mama, but I get that statement could be disrespectful, you know? And we ain't trying to like rub nobody the wrong way, so it's like, She played a very big part on some shit. She my grandma though, my grandma. It's cool. That's my heart though.
And notice how when he's explaining his emotions, he's detached. He's not even looking at Marco because he doesn't know what it's like to actually share his vulnerability. He's just looking gaze, like he's just talking. But you can tell that this is a very vulnerable moment for him to talk like this. I can almost guarantee you. He's not used to this. He's not used to sharing his side, like the way he's talking about his mother. Yeah, you see? And it looks like he's about to cry, I ain't gonna lie. All right, so now, he did say how he's gonna meet his kids, so maybe we need to play that part, and then I'm gonna see what his time in South Korea has been like, really quickly, and then we are going to check the TMZ story and wrap him up. I might need to do a case study on these folks. Okay, NBA Youngboy. Who Lord? And I'm gonna read your comments after. And then we're gonna move on to the one new Ager versus Christian, and then watch the rest of Girlicious, and we're done for today. NBA Youngboy. What did I look up again? Oh yeah, a kids Korea. Let's put that. What? They already made AI with them. Okay, here we go.
I never told nobody. I just kept doing every show.
NBA Youngboy is putting down the mic. The rapper opening up about his recent move to South Korea and his struggles with a heart condition during an August 11th appearance on the Open Thoughts podcast.
The doctor told me the left side of my heart was swollen.
I'm not surprised. All them drugs. That's what happens, yo. He was doing a lot of, if I'm not mistaken, was he the one that was on lean? Or was he doing other stuff? Sometimes that does happen. I don't know if he was a pill popper. I'd have to check. I might be wrong. Y'all let me know if you guys know about his lifestyle.
My heart kind of still is like enlarged on this little side. But that explains the music though, right? She's hurting.
The 26-year-old also admitting that he is likely stepping away from music in the near future, stating that he is only planning to record 1 or 2 more records, and that he is, quote, going to tour one more time throughout his whole life, and that's it. But if there's one thing NBA Youngboy is sure about, it's that he will never move back to the United States. The Bandit artist complimenting his new home, declaring it, quote, very safe and very clean, before explaining that he feels no attachment to the US. He says, I can't be in my home until they give me a visa, right? I don't have a problem with being away. It's nothing there for me at all. The most important thing is my kids. They're there, but that's what they've got planes for.
All right. I don't know why they had to play this sad music, but I will say though, he's right. If you have money, and I talked about it with Dom too, because I was like, oh, guess who's in South Korea? He thought it was like, he was like, what? But if you have a lot of money, you will have no problems in Korea. Unfortunately, if you're working, you're gonna have to get into the Korean work culture, and I would not recommend it for anybody. But as far as money, it goes very far in Korea. And he's right. He can get the health care if he does have a heart issue. He's not going to have to pay. He's paying way less in medical bills than he would in America. Not only that, but he has access to, you know, food, water, all those things. Not saying he didn't in America, because he's still a rich man, wealthy. But it's just different. I would say it's very different. And his quality of life will improve 100%. He has access to it, so he'll be able. Yeah, Korea, I'm not gonna lie, Korea is a very great country if you have money. If you have money, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You're gonna be good, and people love him. So you know, oh Lord, I could already tell them Hongdae rappers, they finna go and stalk his ass. All right, let's see how his life has been in South Korea so far, because he is a celebrity. NBA Youngboy. Oh, only thing is he can't do drugs like he used to do. I hope he doesn't, because they will pack his ass right up out of there. Good luck. And you know, hopefully you could send them flights for your kids. That'd be a good experience for them though. I gotta admit, that would actually be a very great experience for them to be exposed to different things. However, the sacrifice is he will not be there. And that is a problem. So he's going to have to figure it out. Maybe have something. No, but I wouldn't even recommend they move to South Korea, to be honest with you. Unless they go to an international. Anyways, that's not my logistical nightmare. He's going to have to figure that out. Okay, so now let's get into his life in South Korea.
NBA Youngboy has relocated to South Korea.
Yeah, they already fanned out. He'll be straight, y'all. They already fanned out. And home of the cosplay rappers. Oh, they in Hongdae going crazy right now. Probably playing NBA Youngboy at every club.
And the way he is living right now over there is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
One of the most streamed rappers in the history of American hip-hop. A man who came up through the roughest parts of Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Oh, they can't wait to call. I'm telling y'all, like, they have an affection for rappers. Like, if you are a rapper, you'll be A-okay in South Korea. You don't have to worry about that. Japan, too. If you go to Japan, you got money, you're a rapper, they're the only black people that could pass. You gotta be a rapper. Oh, they ready, y'all. They ready. Yeah, he gonna be straight. He gonna have money on his books. Like, people will come up to him, give him free gifts. He doesn't have to worry about a thing. And to be honest with you, I have a feeling he might marry a South Korean woman. He just might, y'all. And then they'll accept it. He got money. They'll be like, oh, it's okay.
Survived federal prison, years of legal restrictions, and performed through a serious heart condition without telling a single person, is now posted up on the other side.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the groupies are already there, y'all. They love them a rapper, y'all. You don't even have to be a famous rapper. I promise. You just gotta rap. They think every black man can rap. Just do skibbly dibbly dibbly. They gonna be all skibbly dibbly dibbly skibbly skip 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 skip. Yeah, yo. Hey, they gonna be circling around you. That's it. That's all you got to do. And if you're a woman, you already know what time it is. You just gotta, they like it's the starter pack. They've been looking forward to this. He's like honestly speaking, it's very rare you get like a rapper who is actually popular. Because most of the time when people go to Korea, they go for shows and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, but they don't live there. He's like it's the first time you have a YN rapper who is in the current generation that they're in and actually is popular. He's not washed up. So this is like this is amazing for them. This is like the rap. This is like the rap Super Bowl for them. There has never been a rapper in American history during the prime of their lives that have relocated to South Korea that I know of. Most of the time, rappers just stop by and they go. So he is setting up a new trend right here. And I'm interested to see what will happen in the future. I will say that this is a very interesting development. And I'm curious as to why he chose South Korea. I heard that he chose other countries too. But I'm assuming that South Korea is just a little bit more interesting. Also because, again, the cosplaying. So he's not going to feel much different. And he can go to any club. They're going to play his music. They're not going to kick him out because he is the rapper. He's going to make hella money in Korea, y'all. He going to make so much. He going to make tons of money. Because they will literally pay to watch him perform so they could copy, right? So he's like he's like a living statue for them. Like this is like Mecca for them or something. I don't know. So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see. But he's gonna make bank. I ain't gonna lie. He's gonna make a lot of money in South Korea. I will say that.
The world living a life that nobody saw coming. We are talking about luxury districts in Seoul, international travel, late nights in some of the city's most exclusive spots, new business ventures, and a daily environment that looks nothing like anything the world has ever associated with him. The contrast between...
You see, he already getting used to Korea. Look at that. He already got used to Korea. Look at this. Hold on.
Environment that looks nothing like anything the world has ever associated.
You see, he's already bout... He's locked in, y'all. He locked in. Jaslyn, sis, you the wifey? You gonna have to pack them kids up and move to Korea, sis. He's not moving back. He's not moving back. You and the 3 kids, y'all gotta go join him. Go join him, or else he gonna come back with an Asian girl. I'm telling y'all, he about to get a South Korean baby mama. Blasian kids unloading. So yeah, he already got the bow down. He's really serious about this, y'all. You notice he looks very humble. Look at this. This is a whole new Youngboy. I don't even recognize him. If it wasn't for the kids and all that, I'd be like, this is amazing. But yeah, it's just the kids. Just the kids.
With him. The contrast between where this man was just a few years ago and what his life looks like right now is so dramatic, it almost does not feel real. And the deeper you go into this story, the more you really...
He riding horses? Hold up. This man is living life. You know what? I gotta say, minus the kids part, this is actually a really good experience. Because he could have literally limited himself. He had got a pardon, and the first thing he did was he left the country. It's actually very wise. But unfortunately, he gonna have to figure out what he gonna do with the child support.
It almost does not feel real. And the deeper you go into this story, the more you realize that what is happening in South Korea goes far beyond a change of scenery. This is a complete redesign of who NBA Youngboy is choosing to be. Stay with us, because what we are about to show you...
see, there go the wifey right there.
...is going to completely change the way you see NBA Youngboy. Yo, what's good, fam?
All right, we're going to have to fast forward because it's 22 minutes. But I just want to see what he's been up to. Look at that. Yeah, the groupie's already there. Look at that.
Funny Marco traveled to South Korea to sit down with
Young... Oh, he went to South Korea. That's what's up. So Funny Marco went to South Korea too. Oh boy, there's something cooking, y'all. What's going on here? Did he get paid by the government? This is giving government interference a little bit. My spidey senses are tingling. Why do they want black people in Korea? Something's amiss here. They trying to get rid of Sam O'Keefe. They're replacing him with NBA Youngboy.
Youngboy for an episode of his Open Thoughts series. The interview was Funny Marco's first time traveling internationally. That detail alone...
Yeah, so you see, you got 2 black men whose first time... Well, I don't know about NBA Youngboy, but I think so because I don't know if Korea was the first country, so I can't say that. But it's very interesting to see this happening. And Funny Marco was his first time traveling internationally. So many doors are opening, so many opportunities, y'all. Something's going on in Korea, y'all. Something's going on.
It tells you something. Youngboy is living somewhere so far removed from the American celebrity circuit that reaching him requires an international flight. The conversation that resulted from that meeting became one of the most discussed hip-hop interviews of the year, racking up over 1.8 million views in less than 24 hours. And the reason it spread so fast? is because Youngboy said things that nobody in the music industry says out loud. He confirmed that he is living in South Korea. He said that he had no plans to return to the United States as his home. When Marco asked him directly whether he would ever consider moving back, his answer was immediate. Never in life. He said he was open to visiting America as a tourist someday, but living there again, that door was completely closed. So why South Korea?
He's in exile, y'all. He done did a lot of dirt. I need to do an NBA Young. You know, let me add him to the list. If you guys don't know G Money, I know about all these rapper beefs, y'all. I'm too much in YouTube. I think I have a YouTube problem. Like, I know too much. I know way too much. NBA Youngboy, we'll add him to the list. I need to do a case study on that about his issues with his mama. Yeah, he had problems with G Money. People think that he was part of the reason why G Money, he was another rapper from Louisiana. They used to they grew up together. People think he's the reason G Money, you know, got pew-pewed. He had other issues with other rappers as well. Was he the one who had an issue with Kodak? I don't remember. There's like a whole bunch of beefs this man had. He has a lot of enemies, y'all.
That is the question everyone is...
Hold on, I gotta take a bio break. I'm gonna leave y'all with Rap Thread. And shout out to Rap Thread for this insightful story. I'll be right back, y'all. In a jiffy.
Asking. And Youngboy gave the world a direct answer. He described the country as very safe and very clean. He said he liked that it was out the way. That phrase, out the way, is doing an enormous amount of work in this story. Because for someone who spent years being watched, monitored, restricted, and scrutinized in the United States, being somewhere out the way is not a luxury. It is a necessity. Seoul is one of the most modern and well-organized cities on the planet. It has world-class infrastructure, incredibly low violent crime rates compared to major American cities, a thriving food and fashion culture, and a level of public order that makes it feel like an entirely different planet from the environments Youngboy grew up navigating. And the energy he described feeling there is not something you can manufacture. It is the feeling of being somewhere that does not know your entire history, where the streets do not carry the weight of everything you have been through. From Youngboy's perspective, South Korea represents the possibility of starting over in a way that staying inside the United States never could have offered. And when you look at what he was leaving behind, that decision makes complete sense. Youngboy's relationship with America has been defined not just by success, but by an almost unrelenting cycle of legal pressure and personal trauma. He was arrested multiple times beginning in his teenage years, facing charges ranging from robbery and weapons-related offenses to prescription drug fraud. In 2024, while under house arrest in Utah, he was identified as a suspect in a large-scale prescription fraud ring and faced dozens of charges, including identity fraud and forgery. That case resulted in a federal prison sentence. He was released in April 2025 and transferred to a halfway house in Phoenix, Arizona. Then in May 2025, President Donald Trump granted him a full presidential pardon, wiping away the federal consequences of those charges. 2 months after that, he launched the Massa Tour, which became one of the biggest rap tours of 2025. And not long after the...
Yeah, no, look at what he used to look like, y'all. Look at this mug. And look at him now. Nah. He needs to stay in South Korea. Get all your... I mean, not all of them. You're going to have to figure it out. But, yeah. Yeah, you better have them on chartered flights.
The tour ended, he was in South Korea. The arc from federal prison to international relocation happened in less than a year. That speed tells you everything about how ready he was to leave. Because in Youngboy's own words, there is nothing there for me anymore. Nothing else for me at all. That is not a man who drifted away from the United States. That is a man who made a deliberate final decision to walk away from everything that environment represented. Now let us talk about what this new life actually looks like on the ground. Youngboy has been reported around affluent areas of Seoul, one of Asia's most prominent luxury districts. Areas like Cheongdam-dong in the Gangnam district of Seoul are known internationally for high-end fashion houses, premium shopping boutiques, celebrity culture, upscale dining, and the kind of environment where serious wealth can exist quietly. This is not a neighborhood you end up in by accident. Cheongdam-dong is where South Korea's entertainment industry maintains a significant presence, where luxury brands set up flagship stores, and where people with real money can live comfortably without constantly broadcasting. For Youngboy, That environment offers something the American celebrity ecosystem rarely does.
He's
The
right.
ability to
Yeah.
exist in a high-end space without every moment being...
But to be fair, he's not a K-pop celebrity. So if he was like a Korean celebrity, then this would not be the same case. He just so happens to be a foreign celebrity, right? So I want to make that very clear that this is not the same case for Korean celebrities. Just saying. So it's only like because he's not from Korea that's what I'm saying. There is an advantage to not being from Korea because the expectations are not on you to know Korean culture, and also you're treated differently because there are different rules. They put you in the foreigner category. So, they don't know anybody. They're just, he's NBA Youngboy. So anything is positive for them with him. But unfortunately, that is not the case for Korean rappers. So imagine if you see a Korean rapper with a tattoos on his face, piercings, it's not going to be the same reaction. People going to be looking at him like, what the hell you doing, right? So let's just make that very clear.
Turned into a public spectacle. He has also been spotted with his close associate Bayway in Seoul's Hongdae neighborhood, which represents a completely different energy, a younger, more creative, nightlife-oriented part of the city.
Yeah, he's never coming back, y'all. He ain't never coming back. It's like Disney World. Imagine if you have money. I ain't gonna lie. If we had money like that, we probably wouldn't be back here either. I would, but Dom, I don't know. He loves to travel and stuff. So we'd probably be like not bi-coastal, but by country. So sometimes stay in Canada, sometimes go to Korea or whatnot. But if you got money, it's Disney World over there, baby. Everything's cheaper. You ain't gotta worry about nothing. He ain't never coming back, y'all. He ain't never coming back.
He is navigating multiple dimensions of Seoul's culture suggests that he is genuinely exploring what the city has to offer, not just hiding in one location. Before we get into the social reality of his new life, it is worth establishing what Seoul actually is. This is not a quiet escape. It is a mega city of 10 million people with world-class infrastructure, a globally influential entertainment industry, a food scene that rivals anywhere on Earth, and a luxury fashion culture centered around neighborhoods like Cheongdam-dong that draws celebrities and money from across the globe. For Youngboy, Seoul represents a fresh start inside one of the world's great cities. Not isolation, but repositioning. But here is where it gets real. Moving to South Korea does not mean disappearing. Fame does not respect borders.
Okay, we gotta fast forward a little bit.
What country he is standing in. Not walking away from his children. He is building a version of fatherhood that operates across international time zones. And is
Listen, no. Don't he better not be the inspiration. Oh Lord. I mean, Passport Bros were doing it forever. Oh God, here we go. There's going to be a lot of men who are going to be living abroad. And this is a problem, y'all. You need to take care of your kids. I'm so sorry. I'm all for reinventing yourself. I'm all for rebranding. I'm all for taking care of your mental health. I'm all for taking care of your physical health. But your kids also need to be considered. So red flag. Please do not get any ideas if you are a father to live like NBA Youngboy. No. And he has the money to fly his kids there, but still they do need their father there on a daily basis. So this is why it is not good, and it's not a good idea to have multiple children with multiple women. Because the day his wife, I don't know if she even is going to move to Korea, but it's quite possible that that's in the works. Who knows? But yeah, in any case, regardless, you need to consider your children. Now, I will be fair and say there are a lot of businessmen who do this. They travel all the time and they have their kids go and meet with them. I know a lot of families who do that. A lot of wealthy diplomats, what'll happen, and even military families. So what'll happen is if they get stationed somewhere, more often than not, if the wife or children, they're more stable in the country or like in the US or Canada or wherever, they do not go and live on the base. So either the husband comes to visit them or the kids go over there, or they live they travel a lot. So I do know that does happen quite often, but I highly highly would say that you need to consider when you have so many kids, how you going to be an active father? This is a problem.
Wealth is what makes that version possible. Speaking of wealth, let us be clear about the financial foundation that makes all of this work. Youngboy built his money through music, and he built a lot of it. His streaming catalog is enormous. His album release pace over the course of his career.
Here, we're going to fast forward a little bit.
When you layer the hard revelation on top of everything else, a very clear picture emerges. Youngboy is not stepping back from America because life got boring. He is stepping back because everything about the life he was living, the constant performing, the legal pressure, the public scrutiny, the expectation of endless output, was becoming unsustainable. And the move to South Korea, the comments about only having 1 or 2 albums left, the talk of one final tour, all of it points toward a man who has started to think about the long game in a way that was impossible when survival was the only goal. Let us slow down on those retirement comments for a moment, because they deserve real attention. Youngboy said,
even his dreads, his locks look moisturized. My goodness. He probably getting his hair retied at Gracie's salon or one of them salons in Itaewon. I can almost guarantee that.
He has 1 or 2 albums left in him.
Or maybe he's going to the American base.
One final tour. One tour for his entire remaining career.
Okay, we heard that already.
The teenager from Baton Rouge fighting for survival, and the 26-year-old not plan to return to the United States as his home. That is his stated intention. But formal international residency is a legal status that depends on immigration law, visa requirements, and government approval, none of which is automatic or guaranteed by personal desire.
Mr. Rap Thread, I can guarantee you one thing. If you have money, you can make anything happen in Korea. I'll be honest. You need the money. You can make anything happen if you got the money. Trust and believe me, they will find a way, especially if you're bringing revenue to the country and you're also giving they're making money. People are making money off of you and it's helping and benefiting the Korean economy. I can guarantee you he can get a special visa. The fact that he could enter the country alone, because I know some people talked about his cases and all that stuff, but he was able to enter the country. So that lets me know that there's a possibility that he might also be qualified for residency. They'll make it happen. Korea is very corporate driven, extremely. More money, more access. That's it. That's all. I mean, that's with all countries, but especially South Korea.
During the Funny Marco interview, Youngboy himself raised this reality, questioning whether South Korea could fully be considered home until he gets the right visa status. That comment is important. It tells you that he is not naive about what permanent relocation actually requires. He can describe Seoul as home. He can say he never wants to live in America again. And he can simultaneously be in the process of navigating the immigration requirements.
Yeah, they're gonna make him the mascot. Because guess what, though? Remember, K-pop, I'm telling you, there's an agenda behind this. He's NBA Youngboy. K-pop is in decline because I remember they said Afrobeats is taking over. So K-pop has been in decline for a bit. So what's going to end up happening is, all the racism and stuff in K-pop, they're like, damn, we taking a hit. We got a black man right here. And like I said, this is a crazy opportunity because he's a mainstream rapper. He's not washed up yet. He's still young in his prime. So what they're going to end up doing is have him work with the K-pop artists. Oh Lord. Yeah, I'm telling you, he's about to be featured on some songs. That's possible. Or he can find work in the K-pop industry. I mean, sky's the limit. He has money and he has the influence and he has the resources. Only thing is he got to clean up his image because, they don't like all them tats and stuff.
That formal residency demand.
They probably going to make him
things are not contradictions. They are just the reality of what international...
and he's American on top of that. So anyways, that's it. He keeps talking, but we don't know. We'll see when he gets his visa. All right, I'll read some comments. Good luck, NBA Youngboy. Oh, wait, I was supposed to read about your mama. What she said about you now, real quick. Your mama said NBA Youngboy mom says he's a deadbeat dad. Okay, Sharonda, what you got to tell us about your son? Because if he's a deadbeat, it's a reflection on you. Red flag, Libra. Stop it. We talked about 2 raggedy Libra mamas today, Kim and Sharonda. Come on now. NBA Youngboy's mom just went scorched earth after her son said in a recent interview he likely won't speak to her again, ripping his skills or lack thereof as a father. Here's the deal. Okay, we already know. Let me see what his mama said. This is from his mother, y'all. Boy, keep my name out your mouth before I put your name in my mouth. I was down there when he did this interview. Okay, so she was there. So he... Wait, so red flag. Hold up. He was talking all that cash money ish about his mama and she was there? Okay. All right. Okay. So that's it. That's all. That's all she said? But she didn't say he was a deadbeat. So why would you say he's a deadbeat? Yeah, he did beef with Kodak. I knew it. Yep, I remember that. It looks like Youngboy and his... Of course we know they're not in the blessed place. But I don't see what she said he's a deadbeat. She just said, keep your name out my mouth. What the hell? Red flag. What are we talking about here? Oh, she took to Instagram to claim he's an absent father who doesn't speak to his own kids. She also claimed to be present for his Open Thoughts interview, but then backtracked when she realized she was thinking of another interview. Are there more pictures that I'm not seeing? Like, TMZ, y'all got to do better with this. Red flag. What are the pictures? Is there a gallery here? Lord, I don't even have the type of time. Okay, I'm not going to look through this man's performances. Good luck, NBA. I hope you can take care of all them kids. And good luck being a dad from overseas. You're not the first to do it, but I hope that you reconsider and figure something out with your kids. Maybe get them into some private schools or something. I don't know. Figure it out. Next, let's read some. Let me read some of y'all. Some of y'all comments, and then we moving on to the religious one. We might not have time to watch all of that, and then we got to get to Girlicious. I'm really interested in that one. Hold on, I can't go all the way up, but yeah. Who found her Reddit? What? Ooh, excuse me. Mocha, you said, I wonder if he still has to pay U.S. taxes. Yes, he does. 100% I can confirm that. That is factual. So in South Korea, excuse me. Ew, I don't know what. I'm so sorry, y'all. He will have to pay taxes. So I remember when I was in Korea, a lot of Americans were complaining because they had to pay taxes back home. Whereas in Canada, when you're abroad, you can claim foreign income, but you don't get taxed on it. You just claim it. So basically what I would do is, just to fulfill my residency requirements, I would just say, hey, I'm still in South Korea. I'm making this much money, or I'm making that much money. And then that was it. I never got taxed on anything. We don't have that because we have a treaty with Korea or something like that. I don't know how it works, but I only got taxed on actually, I didn't even get taxed. No, I didn't get taxed. You only get taxed on if you have more than $10,000 that you're importing from another country. So that's the only tax you will receive. But if it's less than $10,000 and then you're okay. And it has to be cash, so you're fine. But if you declare it when you return back home. But yeah, US, you still have to pay taxes, y'all. Your government they be scamming, y'all. So they get taxes from everybody, every American. As long as you are an American citizen, you still have to pay taxes even if you live in another country. So just keep that in mind. And let me even pull it up in case you guys want to look into it some more. Yeah, here. So, persons employed abroad. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Foreign income taxes for U.S. citizens overseas. This is what I'm looking for. So, do U.S. expats pay foreign income tax if working overseas? Did you know you pay U.S. taxes on foreign income and earned abroad? Learn more about your foreign income tax obligations with the experts at H&R Block. The only way you will avoid this is either tax evasion, which you'll get in trouble for, or you renounce your citizenship. You can't get out of it. You will forever have to pay Uncle Sam. In general, yes, Americans must pay U.S. taxes on foreign income. The U.S. is only one of only 2 countries in the world where taxes are based on citizenship, not place of residency. If you're considered a U.S. citizen or U.S. permanent resident, you pay income tax regardless where the income was earned. Not they did that to permanent residents too. They crazy. But I guess it makes sense because if citizens have to do it, then yeah, PRs have to do it. So I get it. While there is no overarching tax exemption for U.S. citizens abroad, the IRS has created a few tools like the foreign earned income exclusion and foreign tax credit that can give you some tax relief by lowering your foreign income tax obligation. Yeah, I'm telling you, every time tax time came around, my American coworkers will always complain. And for me, I was like, damn. I just kept my mouth shut because they're like, Romy, you have to do this in Canada? I was like, something similar. I do have to declare, but I never said we ain't had to pay taxes because I was like, I didn't want to rub it in, right? So I just, let them vent. Who's a better fit in Japan? Who went to Japan? Oh, Megan. OG Soullight, you said, I doubt Megan would move aside, but if she did, I can see Thailand or Japan before something like South Korea. Those folks would do her so foul, all while fetishizing her like they do to all of us. Oh, you talking about Megan the Stallion? Yeah, she might. Yeah, she would get fetishized. That is a fact. But she would make a lot of bank too because she'd be like, the rapper there. So, but I don't think Megan would move there, to be quite honest with you. Melanated, you said exactly, especially if a black woman says she left her kids in the U.S. to move to another country, would never hear the end of it. That is very true, 100%. They would call her all types of deadbeat, all types of unfit mother, all types of this. So yes, 100%. I would hope that she would bring her kids with her, though, because I don't know a lot of moms who move abroad and leave their kids, but I know some people do temporarily. So, for example, one of my aunts, rest in peace to her, but a lot of Haitian people, when they would first move abroad, they would leave their kids for a year or two because you got to stack up money and then bring your kids back. So that happens quite a lot, especially with immigrant families. Rebranding Deadbeat, right? That's the problem. This is a problem. So I hope he finds a solution because that's not fair to all them kids. And this is why you cannot divide. You see, again, I gotta give him a little bit of grace because he was young. And unfortunately, when you're a product of your environment, you're young, you're just going through the motions. This is all you see. When you get older, you regret a lot of the decisions, especially when you have kids too young. And this is why I do not recommend people have children when they are not within the right frame of mind. You need to have a certain level of maturity to have kids. And this is something that needs to be taught, sadly. Miss Blackson, I agree. You think he getting the divorce? I don't know. But yeah, he been in the Korean pond for way too long. It's been a few months. He definitely hit some Korean poom poom. I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest. I'm not even gonna lie. He does not spark me as a celibate type of dude. He does not spark me as a celibate type of dude. And I don't know if he, I think he's definitely done stuff over there. I don't think he's not the committed type. He doesn't spark me as such. So you could be right about that. I agree. But then his wife, he was still cheating on her with Yaya, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because they got into a whole argument and then her mama got involved, Jasmine's mama. But I think he still dibbles and dabbles with his baby mamas. That's what it sounded like. He's doing what Future does. It's dibble dabble in and out. Yeah. OG Sola, you said the custody battle started because he forced her in a position where she lost her ability to stay and take her baby. So now she's hitting a Uno reversal and left with the baby. Who? Hold up. Who y'all talking about? Who's a YouTuber? Hold up. She's a well-known YouTuber and influencer that blew up making pink pill content. She got with a man, married him, got preggo, he cheated, then they divorced. Whoa, who you talking about? Oh, wait, are you talking about? Who you talking about here? You'll let me know. Melanated, watch him leave her for his Asian preferences. Black men will always do this. Girl, I can't debate you on that one. That I can see happening. I can totally see him with a Blasian baby. That's why I said Blasian baby unloading. It's coming. Oh, the longer he stays there, the higher the chances are that he will come out with his Korean queen. And she's going to be black adjacent. Because, he looked like the type that, because he's only been with black women, right? So he looks like the type that would get with one that's black adjacent. So she got to have the aesthetic. She's going to definitely be one of those hip-hoppy type of Korean girls. Maybe BBL and all. They doing all that over there. They are. They starting to get on that train, y'all. So yeah, she gonna definitely be black adjacent. What's her name on Black Black Ink, the Korean girl? What's her name again? Let me see. What's her name? Korean woman, Black Ink. He gonna be like that. He gonna find a woman like that. Youngboy, that's her name. Youngboy. Her, yeah. This is his style. Yup. That's her. This would be his aesthetic right here. He gonna want her to be black adjacent, 100%. I can't see him getting with like a traditional Korean woman. That's probably not gonna happen. He's gonna pull a Chris Brown. Chris Brown likes a Blasian. Chris Brown loves him a good Blasian. Lord. Yeah, and then you see, this is why I said I hope he doesn't promote it, because but Chris Brown has way too many criminal, he got way too much going on. But I know he regrets not moving to Korea or some Asian adjacent country. Devonda, you said he got tired of being Trump's B. You know what they had to do something strange for that part. Sis, you're not even lying. I think he probably, I don't think he got the chance to be that. I think he saw something and he decided to haul ass. I don't even think he got a chance, because they said as soon as he finished his tour, he was gone. So I think that he was propositioned to do something and he was like, oh, hell no, and he left. Yeah, that could be it too. Princess Amani, I despise AI content. I hate even more when they're using a black man's voice. That was AI? I thought that was a black... Damn, AI got good. I didn't even notice that. Thanks for telling me, sis. I really didn't notice that. I would have cut off earlier. He's not even 30. A plum fool. Plum. Korea, like, I'm telling you, it's cheap to get everything. Everything is cheap over there. And I'm not saying because it's not quality. I'm saying the price points. So you have unlimited access and you have money. Imagine, for even just a regular person like me, it was like Disneyland. So imagine someone who actually has more resources than me and is wealthy. He about to have a ball, y'all. He is already having. That's why he talking about, I'm never coming back. No, I'm never coming back. Yeah, he not. I believe him when he says that, because once you hit Korea, and Korea is just different. It's just a different country. I must say, like, it sucks you in, but the danger of that is that it is pretty much like all of your negative, like it can really make you how can I say this? It's an illusion is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, you can get sucked into some really crazy things if you don't watch this. I've seen so many people get into the nightlife, like they were hardcore and they weren't the same person when they left, right? So yeah, you really have to have a strong sense of self when you go there, because it's very enticing. Yeah, extremely enticing. All I want to say is that I pray no one ever finds out this much information about my personal business ever. Yeah, you can't be a celebrity nowhere. Love triangulation in South Korea. Girl, he about to be in K-dramas. He about to show up. They're about to use that man like crazy. L, you said you have to use a black man's AI voice for a channel called Rap Thread. Yeah, that is very true. All right, I'll read a few more comments. We got to get to the Christian, the one New Ager verses, because I'm trying to wrap this up in like an hour or two. Sophie, yes, he's an ex-con. No, they're not going to send him back, sis. You see, that's a regular black man they would send back. He's special. He's a rich black man and he's a rapper. This is the thing. So I'm going to tell you how it works in South Korea. You cannot get a visa if you have a criminal record. So the fact that he was even able to lets me know that his paperwork is actually pretty okay. It is very difficult to get a visa because the first thing they do is you got to get a criminal check before you even get into the country. You must do a criminal background check. As a tourist, you don't have to, but you still have to do the K. Oh, does he have to do the K visa? Hold up. Maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. I know when I had to get a visa, I had to do my criminal record, but he doesn't have a. Maybe he's on a tourist visa. You could be right about that. Hold on. I'm mistakenly misspoke. So tourist visa. I know they changed the rules recently. So let's see if you still need the KTA. I think that's what it's called, like a visa exemption. I think he still needed that. So let me find out. Tourist visa, Korea for U.S. citizens. I know for Canada we get 6 months. Americans get 3 months. Yeah, KETA. There you go. You must apply for KETA before entering the country. So now let's see what the requirement is, because they done changed it, y'all. Okay, so he got lucky. So you're right. I don't know. When he goes for the visa, he does have to submit a criminal record check. And the KETA exemption runs through December 31st, 2026. Okay, so then after that, it's mandatory. Because when they had the KETA, you had to disclose if you ever had a criminal record or not. So yeah, you could be right. I mean, I don't know. I feel like they're gonna make an exemption for him though. But that's too much money on the table. They're not about to let that go to waste. I'm telling you, it'd be a really crazy thing if they denied him, because he has way too much power and influence. They need to use that. It's too much. It's too advantageous for them. Excuse me. Sorry, U.S. citizen is what I meant to say. With a criminal record. Oh, I know in Canada you can't. You cannot travel to Canada with a criminal record, y'all. Trust me. I used to work at immigration. All we got to do is type the name, bing, 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 and we have agreements with the U.S. so we can actually see criminal records. There's so many people I've seen with DUIs, y'all. It was so sad. Because a lot of Americans do not understand that a DUI is a felony offense in Canada. So what they would do is they would still come across the board. I felt so bad for this one guy. I had to like decline him or deny him because he had like 3 DUI charges, and one of them was if it's discharged, it's okay. But if it goes to court, like if you plead anything, like if you pled guilty or anything like that, yeah, it's like, yeah. If it was like how can I say, if it's on your record, but not if they dropped it, then you'd probably admissible, and it depends on the type, like how many you had. But then if you have more, you'd be inadmissible. They're gonna turn you right back. And it was so sad. This one guy, he was at he went on a work trip, and then we had to deny him entry, and then he had to tell his boss. So yeah, it's very serious in other countries, like DUI, drugs, like all those things, like crime, criminal, pew possession. We don't play about that. Fairly travel to Korea. Let's check what they do. Yeah, okay, so no, it doesn't. The document is typically required for employment or long-term visa. Yeah, so he's going to have to get a good lawyer. Now, what he can do is expunge his record. That probably would help him, and it depends on when these crimes happened as well. So there's that. But at the end of the day, he's still going to have to figure out what to do with them damn kids he got. I mean, I don't want to say damn kids. I don't say it rudely at all, but he's going to have to really think about the kids and consider that as well. So we'll see what happens. Good luck, NBA Youngboy. I hope it works out for you. I'll read 2 more comments and then we gotta move on. Hongdae, the devil comes out at night, right? Hongdae. I'm telling you, like, I think he's going to like those clubs. Like, yeah, I can tell you what clubs he's going to. Seoul is very small. Like, it's a big city, but it's not so big when you go to the same places. Let's just put it that way. Oh, you said South Korea is great as a black person if you have low racial self-esteem, if you're not going to fight. Yes, absolutely. And if you're not ready. Romy, you're reading the wrong comments. Which wrong comments? Hold on, let me go up. Let me know what I missed because it's not letting me go up. Let's see here. Let me go up. NBA Youngboy celibate in America. Please start skipping those comments. Wait, which ones? I'm going to skip them. Hold on. Marriage visa. Okay, you'll let me know. They be changing the visa laws very frequently. I heard get the foreigners caught up. Exactly, they do. That I must say they do. He's got a long road ahead of him. Oh, the pardon. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's what I need to read. Okay, the pardon. Okay, let me go up. Let me see what y'all said about the pardon. I just looked it up. The young boy can self-engineer, aka set up his booths and give vocal direction. We gonna get mad at Romy for being mad at his mom too. Wait, wow. Why y'all mad at me? I ain't do nothing to that man. Wait, what I said about his mama? We gonna get mad at Romy for being mad at his mom too. Oh, cause she's an air sign. Hold on. I'm coming. Cat's eye NBA young boy collab. Yep, more money, more access, more enslavement. I agree. Did he get a full pardon? He did for one charge. He has a lot of charges, Prince. This man, he done been but his it depends on when it happened. That's what I'm saying. Juvenile charges can get expunged, so you don't got to worry about that after a certain amount of time. They could get expunged. But it's the recent criminal activity he got to worry about. I think within the last 10 years is usually what they look at in immigration. I mean, I could be wrong for Korea, but I know that in Canada they look at 10 years. And if your time served, like if you served your time, how much time has gone on after that, and have you been a productive citizen of the society? Yeah. Hold on. Where'd y'all talk about the part in here? Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm caught up now. Hold on. Did I miss something? What's new? Not much. I feel like we're giving this deadbeat too much grace. Yeah, he is. I mean, I gotta be fair though. If it was a young girl who had a lot of kids and she decided to go find herself somewhere, I would give her grace too, depending on how old she was and if she's going to consider getting back with her kids and reuniting and figuring something out. Because at the end of the day, like I said, when somebody's a product of their environment, I have to be fair and say that there are multiple layers to it. So it's a conversation that we do have to consider, because he had all them kids when he was young. He just turned 26. He's very young. Now, if we were talking about a 34-year-old or then I'd be like, yo, this man is crazy. Like if he had all the multiple kids afterwards, but he was quite young. However, it doesn't excuse the fact that he needs to be a damn father. So I have to make that very clear. Can you avoid taxes as a form of reparations? Nope. I did have a live stream about that. There's some white people doing that, but good luck. They found a loophole. I don't remember which live stream it was. You'll have to check the members only. She talked about it, but I don't think it's gonna work for you, friend. You're gonna have to figure it out. They make it so you'd have to renounce your citizenship. How long does it take to renounce U.S. citizenship? Oh, that's a good question. I don't think it takes that long. Hold on, let me find out real quick. How many years or how long does it take to renounce U.S. citizenship? Let's find out. Let's see. It's $450. Damn, they make you pay a lot of money. That's a lot. Renounce. Here, they have a whole guide. Exit tax? No, hell no. Red flag. What is this? Okay, if you have a net worth over $2 million, you have an exit tax. Damn, they really gonna squeeze every last cent out of you. This is craziness. $450. I mean, it might take some time, but personally speaking, I don't think it's you have to be very certain. Very extremely certain that you want to renounce your citizenship. I think renouncing citizenship is a very big decision, so you got to think about it very clearly. Like, you have to be very clear about it because you can't go back. Yeah. When I say you can't go back, like, you'd have to do it all over again. Like, get your, if you ever have a change of heart, then good luck, because it's going to be twice as hard to get your citizenship. So I always recommend people not to do that unless it's like you really are certain, like, you're never going to go back, because unfortunately, a lot of people have done it and then they regretted it. I will say that. So you got to just think about it. Why didn't he go to Nigeria to be among his people with his sellout self? To be fair, I will say that it's quite possible that he chose South Korea because, again, not saying that Nigeria wouldn't offer him the opportunities, which he could definitely get and then some, but it could also be another factor of, who knows, maybe he gets more money, maybe he gets more promo, maybe he feels like it's more a different type of vibe for him. So it could be also that he wants like more or less like I don't know, it could be maybe he wants more of a peaceful lifestyle. Not saying that you can't find that in Nigeria, but maybe he feels like it wouldn't work for him. But I know some rappers who have moved to Nigeria who live in on the continent. I know Ludacris moved to Gabon, if I'm not mistaken. Ludacris lives on the continent right now. And I know a few other rappers who like live between the continent and America. So it does happen. I think it's just different reasons, different who knows why. And also it could be quite possible that he had a tour in South Korea and he just felt like it was just a better fit for him. But it might be on the cards to go to the continent too, so we don't know. I don't know. Who knows? But I think it's very interesting that he chose South Korea, period, as well, because I'm just curious as to why he chose South Korea. But I could see why he did it. I saw an American-born idol renounce his citizenship, and I was like, why? But taxes make sense. Yeah. Melanada, you said Africans also leave their kids behind when they migrate to another country so they can make money and send it back home and bring their children once. Yes, I agree. Yep, they sure do. Haitians do it too. And I know Filipinos do that as well. Okay, one more comment. I saw a rapper do this only to end up in military skipping issues. He should have waited a bit before he did if he didn't want to go to the military. I think I remember. Oh, that guy. But he was Korean. So you talking about the Korean rapper? I think I know what you're talking about. He was Korean. He renounced his Korean citizenship to go to the U.S. because he was trying to dodge the military. And what ended up happening was that Korea, like, it's so hard for him to even visit Korea now. So they don't play about that. Yep. You said, please don't come to Nigeria. We have more than enough YNs. Why ask a Black American YN to come to Nigeria? SMH. Yeah, I mean, I told y'all there's a lot of people moving to the continent. There's a lot of people. He's just one, but a lot of people are moving there. Okay. Yep, I agree with you, L. I agree. It is hopeless. It's messed up. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was so shocked when I heard that. I was like, that is so insane. But that's the reason they don't want y'all to leave. All right, let's move on because of time. Judy Austin sues Rita. I don't know who these people are, but we're going to watch a little bit of this. It's 31 minutes. I don't think I got time to watch all of it. I don't know who these folks are, but it looks quite interesting. Whoever sent this to me, shout out to you. It has to do with an ex-husband, so I'm assuming that she's suing her like Brene and the whole Brene Tim situation. So we're going to get into some Niger news right now. A shout out to Nesbitt.
Hello guys, what's up and welcome back to my YouTube channel. It's me, the statements, the
all right, let's go back.
So we're going to see more of defamation lawsuits flying around. And as your favorite online barrister,
that's what's up. She's a lawyer.
You everything you need to know, at least the basics, so you can be aware about this before we jump into the cocoa proper. So what is this defamation that we are talking about all the time? That we are saying this person has sued that one for 1 billion, the other one for 1 trillion naira. Money just flying here and there. What is defamation? Defamation simply means making or publishing a statement about someone that is capable of damaging that person's reputation in the eyes of reasonable members of society. Under our law, when I say our, I mean Nigerian law, the statements that is claimed to be defamatory must be communicated to at least one other person, apart from the person being talked about. Comprehende? So if I say something to you, maybe we fall out, we are in the heat of an argument and we are exchanging words, and I say to you, you are just an armed robber, you are a thief, that's how you go around, you are a harlot, you are a prostitute. That cannot be defamation, because for defamation to hold, another eyes has to read it, or another ear has to hear it, for that remark or action to be termed defamatory. So for example, if I tell people that Obi is a crook, I'm sorry, your name is Obi, that he steals money from his customers. Now that is not just an insult.
Hold on, we're going to get to the Judy part. One second, y'all. Who are these people?
Right?
Okay, let's get to it.
That person. And that, my dear darlings, very basically put, is the law on defamation. Only recently, someone typed, Nesse, why not you call Edochie the thief and the fraudster that he is? He stole from his brothers. Why can't you just say that? Based off the sole account of one party. Oh, Nesse, Wumi is a murderer. She killed Mohbad. Nesse, call Wumi for who she is. Why are you...
Did she say Romy? What did she say? Hold up, who is that? Y'all let me know in the comments. Y'all know her?
Sugarcoating Nesse, Wumi is a murderer. Boy, I am not a fool. if that's what you are, if that's what you're about, please go ahead. You may sooner get away with that clustered and mustard in the comment section than I will with an identifiable platform. So when there is an allegation of crime,
okay, hold on, we're gonna fast forward. Okay, here we go to story.
Why? Because it is the truth. It is a matter of court record. He was indeed convicted for that by the High Court.
Wait, convicted of what? Hold
that's
up.
very badly. So, for example, you make a video saying Baba Ejesha is a convicted pedophile, very horrible, a sex offender. That statement is embarrassing, and it may cause people to think very badly of him, even people that didn't know of the case. Right?
That's awful.
But that alone does not make you liable for defamation. Why? Because it is the truth. It is a matter of court record. He was indeed convicted for that by the High Court.
He sounds like R. Kelly.
And the Court of Appeal affirmed the conviction of indecent treatment of a child and sexual assault.
That's disgusting.
And he further appealed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court struck out his appeal.
Red flag to that.
And he was literally told to, please get out of here and go and serve your sentence. So something can damage your reputation terribly and still not give you a successful defamation case if the damaging statement.
Okay, when we get into the story, sis. All right, hold up, we
on
here.
the side of the story, on the brouhaha between he and his ex-wife Judy. Now, according to him, he met Judy when he was about 27 years old.
That's a hard 27. Because she looks young. I thought that, wait, was she also 27? I thought he was an older man.
Married her properly, traditionally, and supported her a lot in those early years.
Are they the same age?
He said that he paid for both her WAEC and NECO examinations, bought her first mobile phone, basically helped her get on her feet.
He's married to her? Is that, wait, did I miss something?
Traditionally and still. Now, according to him, he met Judy when he was about 27 years old.
Okay.
Married her properly, traditionally, and supported her a lot in those early years. He said that he paid for both her WAEC and NECO examination.
Who else was going to pay for that? Are you not her husband? Red flag! Oh, so he's upset he got to be a husband? Am I hearing this properly? He's upset he had to pay for her exams.
Bought her first mobile phone.
Okay. Are you not the provider?
Basically helps her get on her feet.
Wait, what's the system in Nigeria? I thought that it was very much so like the man, from what I heard, the men over there, they take care of their wives financially. Now, I don't know about all that other stuff going on, the extracurricular things. I'm talking about just how the household, societal views or society's views on women. Is it 50-50 or is it, what is it? Y'all gonna have to tell me if you're in Nigeria. I think Melanated, you say you're in Nigeria. Let me know because I'm trying to figure this out. Why is he mad that he actually has to pay for stuff? I'm so confused about that.
Judy Austin, I just choose her. That time I'm 27 plus. She's a fine girl. But their pocket is not fine. How? Based on family background.
Okay, she's from the humble.
Yeah, not humble. They are wretched.
Oh.
Wow. Yes. And
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Not laughing because I'm not gonna lie. Why did he say wretched like that? This is wrong, number one. And number two, so why'd you marry her then if she's from a wretched background? Red flag. The point is she's getting married thinking that she's marrying up and that you're going to provide for her. I don't understand. He's a bum. And also, he's talking about, she's fine and all. You're lucky she even looked your way. You're not the prize, sir. I hope you know that. You do not look every bit of 27. I personally thought you was way older. I thought there was an age gap. There must be an age gap. He does not look every bit of 27. I get it. I know people could look differently. But what I'm trying to say, though, is that for his audacity, he needs to be careful a little bit. He's complaining about so many things. First of all, she was attracted to you. That already, to me, I just don't get it. But okay, she loved you. Whatever. But you're cheap on top of that. There's some very handsome, and I'm not just talking about aesthetically speaking, because y'all already know, looks to me is whatever. At the end of the day, your personality has to fit as well. So sometimes you could find handsome people and they have an ugly spirit and it just makes you not attracted to them. My point is that you are not the prize and you're also cheap. This is not a good look for her. She could have gotten somebody better, even in her wretched state. So what you want is you wanted her to be subservient to you because you thought she was a low-class girl. You thought she was low income and she had the audacity to actually want things and expect you to provide. You thought that you weren't going to have to be a provider with her. Is that that's what I'm getting out of this? She did not need to marry him, y'all.
Very person that makes her to know how phone used to be in hands of everybody. The first phone she used, I bought it, and I didn't bought it a little Samsung True Eye. Yes.
Where they opened that time.
Yes, you open it this way.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
During that time.
He's making it seem like she's a village, like a country bumpkin is literally. Oh man, I don't like these kind of men. I'm so sorry. This is not sounding good. It's sounding as if he felt like she was going to be so forever like thankful to him, and he got her because he knew that he could control her because she was less fortunate than him. This is awful, y'all. This man is a loser.
She told me that the most problem she's facing is WAEC, NECO, and other ones. I pay for WAEC, NECO, Jump. You paid for her WAEC? Yes, it's not something they can deny. Even, it's not that I sponsor her alone. Everyone will bear with me witness.
He also brought out old pictures and documents on the podcast, including what he said was proof that he paid her bride price. Two of them eventually happened.
But wait, who's supposed to pay the... Wait, I'm so confused. Okay. Did somebody say he didn't do anything and he's proving that he did? Because the way that the story is sounding is as if he's complaining that he had to be a husband. So I gotta be very... Okay, I might have to retract what I said back. I'm so sorry. Now, did she say something and then he's just rebuttaling or he's just talking?
Had 2 children together. But one of the biggest things that Mr. Obasi said and has continued to say was that even while they were still together, Judy was already interested and fascinated by you, Edochie.
Yeah, so you see, this is the type of man I would imagine that she would be with, because it sounds like she wanted somebody who actually could provide for her. So I don't understand. Wait, okay, I need to read comments. I don't know these people. Hold up. Is this a love triangle? Who's Rita? Oh, Rita Edochie is him? Oh. I thought Rita was a woman. My bad, y'all. I thought it was like a love triangle. It is kind of, but okay, Rita is him. Okay, hold on. Let me read. Let me listen
Anytime y'all appeared on TV, oh my God, Judy would be so excited and talk about how very much you liked him.
I asked myself, what a man do man for this life?
Mr. Obasi story.
Anytime.
Oh, he was crying. Oh, she left him for the pop star. Wait a minute. What is going on in Nigeria? Is it that easy to get access to a pop star? Is it really that easy?
How very much you liked him.
I asked myself, what a man do man for this life?
She thought this one had money, probably.
Mr. Obasi story.
Oh, he crying. Oh, I'm sorry.
Anytime we are watching television and you appear, the whole thing will no longer be concentrated. Hey. You'll be telling me.
I'm sorry, it's not funny, but why did that person say hey?
And you appear, the whole thing will no longer be concentrated. Hey.
Why that hey? Yo, y'all need to send me more like this, please. Please send me more stories like these. I'm not gonna lie, because This is craziness to me.
You're telling me, hey, I love this man. The way
they tell you to your face.
Yes, now I love this man, but she will not be saying it in that direction. She will be praising him or the way he acts.
But wait, I'm confused. Like, what if wait, I think it's just cultural difference, because there's a lot of women out there who would, like, you know, say they love their celebrity guy or whatever, like, respectfully. Obviously you don't want to offend your husband, like, oh, I think, you know, Michael B. Jordan, or I think whoever. I just gotta think of somebody. Not Gerard Butler. I'm thinking about that guy. What's his name again? I don't know. There's one. You know, there's so many wonderful looking actors, right? But yeah, like, or I think, you know, some people like Justin Bieber, some people like whatever, I don't know. But why is he upset? Like, maybe it's a cultural thing, because in my mind I'm like, okay, like, I don't really care. But I get it. I remember this one man was upset because his wife went on the stage with Chris Brown and was grinding on him, whatever. That's different. That's very disrespectful. But like, you know, it's band. It's like, oh, he's cute, whatever. But like, wasn't it obsession? Was he like, okay, all right, let me. this is taking a turn for the worst.
And after she will tell me that the voice looks like voice like her uncle Chinedu. So that is why she loved the voice. No,
sounds like her uncle's voice.
Uncle Chinedu. Yes, Uncle Chinedu.
Did you know any Uncle Chinedu?
Yes, that is one of
uncle that is Uncle Chinedu.
Mr. Obasi then went further, alleging that Judy and Yule eventually started something while she was still married to him.
Oh, she found the pop star. How they got together then? Yeah, I think it's easier. Maybe in Lagos, I'm assuming maybe they could find them in the same spots and stuff. I mean, she's gorgeous, to be honest with you. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I did not see this happening. But, you know, sometimes people marry for love and all that stuff, which is great. Like, you should, you know, amongst other things. But they're not matching. Like, she looks like she wants a certain lifestyle, and this one probably promised it to her and couldn't deliver.
And he insisted that he has evidence to back up his claim.
I have 4 evidence to say that they are dating. Understand? They are dating under my roof.
The most emotional part of that interview for many people was when he spoke about his children. He said that after the marriage broke down, he was basically shut out from their lives.
I'm sorry. I gotta hear the woman's side of the story, because them tears, I don't see no tears coming out. I'm so sorry. I'm not laughing because he's crying. I'm laughing because there's no tears. And this like, there's just a lot going on here.
And that Judy denied him access to his children. In fact, that podcast was not the first time
then go to court
that Mr. Obasi made.
I don't get it. Like, instead of complaining on a podcast where they legally can't do anything, why don't you just go to court? Like, I just don't understand. Yeah, like, does it not click to men to just go to court and get that handled? Like, it just is. It's beyond comprehension at this point.
Made those claims for some time now. He has insisted that Judy started something with y'all before ending things with him, and that he was denied access to his children. Those were the 2 major claims that he made. Now, Judy, on the other hand, has a completely different version of events. She has maintained over time that her marriage to Mr. Obasi had already ended in March of 2013, and that she did not meet or begin a relationship with y'all until much later.
Wait a minute. 2013? We are in 2026. Red flag! I don't believe nothing what you talking about. 2013? I'm thinking this is something recent. He's talking about his ex-wife from 2013. Hold on, I'm calculating right now. 13 years ago? What is going on here?
So basically, Mr. Obasi is saying we were still married when this man came and snatched my wife and started doing one or two things with my wife.
He didn't snatch your wife. Your wife didn't want to be with you. I believe this. This is my philosophy. Nobody can snatch your wife. What it is that you were offering something to her that she did not want. She realized that she should have been outside a long time ago. And to be honest with you, I'm still perplexed as to why you guys had ended up together. When I first saw her picture, I thought she was a celebrity's wife. And then when they showed him, I was like, oh, maybe he's a celebrity? But it sounds like he's a regular businessman. Y'all let me know. Is he a celebrity too? I don't know. But either way, you guys were not equally aligned. I can already tell just by the way that you're talking. And it seems as if maybe she got tired. I don't know. There could be several reasons. But infidelity is never okay, y'all. It's never okay. That's a red flag. So you cannot just snatch somebody's spouse. That means they were about to leave you. That's it.
Judy is saying, no. That marriage was already long done before you and I began anything. She rejected these infidelity allegations.
I agree with her.
She intended taking legal action. Dear brothers and sisters, she has. In this video Mr. Obasi posted online, we saw a court bailiff, that's an official of the court, presenting Mr. Obasi with court documents for service. As Mr. Obasi went through the papers, he pointed out that Judy was named as
Wait a minute. Y'all open court papers for people. We're not allowed to do that. You gotta serve them and they gotta open it. But I guess, it's different.
Claimant, meaning she was the one that approached the court and commenced that particular action. Ladies and gentlemen, a legal battle has officially ensued.
Okay. The date of someone and the hearing notice. Okay. The matter is coming on 29th of September. 2026, yes.
Okay. So, as you people can see, it's now official that the name here is Mrs. Judy Austin Yule Edochie. So, I have received the...
Oh, she got married. Yeah, it's been 13 years, man. Wrap this up. Wrap this right up. He's obsessed, y'all. I'm scared for her. It's been way too long, bruh. You gotta move on. Does he have a new wife? Is that his wife? Or that's his mama?
Social media was another writ of summons in the course of their statutory marriage. Judy, on the other hand, is denying having started a relationship with y'all as a married woman while suing Mr. Obasi for defamation.
Wait, go back. I missed the part. I'm not listening to what he said. Okay.
While seeking...
Wait.
Thank you very much.
There's a lot going on here. Hold up. Man, skip this part. I don't care about him. I need to see what's going on after.
So May is in court, petitioning for a divorce from y'all while seeking damages from Judy over allegations of the adultery she allegedly committed with her husband during the course of their statutory marriage.
Oh, Rita Edochie was married. Wait, hold up. This is going too fast for you, girl. Hold up.
Petitioning for a divorce from y'all while seeking damages from Judy over allegations of the adultery she allegedly committed with her husband during the course of their statutory marriage. Judy, on the other hand, is denying having started a relationship with y'all as a married woman while suing Mr. Obasi for defamation.
I'm so lost.
Okay. Now, just when I thought that was all, the next thing I saw flying on social media was another writ of summons, another court process, also from Judy Austin, but this time to y'all Edochie's aunt. Now, he calls her his aunt.
Rita is the wife. Okay, I got it. So y'all and Judy was messing with each other. And so the ex-husband is alleging that this happened during the time of their marriage, and so is the ex-wife. Okay, got it. So they did cheat. Red flag. What is going on here? If you gotta cheat, then that to me is a cowardly move. Just leave. I don't understand this. So now she getting sued on both ends. So she's suing her ex, and then the ex-wife is suing her. The Nigerian courts are very busy. They must be so busy with
directly
this.
his father's sister. She's not directly his aunt.
And his auntie.
No, we Africans, we Nigerians, we use that term aunt very loosely. Rita Edochie is married to Daddy Tony. And Daddy Tony is Pet Edochie's brother. So she is one of the, in Igbo land we call her Mamuku. She's one of the chief matriarchs of the Edochie family. And she has been married and been a part of that family for about 40 years.
No. Ain't no way you gonna catch me saying that in 4K. I don't care how true that is. No, red flag auntie. Okay, so she's the matriarch. Okay, I'm gonna read the comments. I see somebody. Omosef. Okay. Osmofe. Okay, there we go. She explained it. Okay, let me go up. I just saw your comment, L. So let me do that. Okay, hold on. Let's get to your comments. Rita is auntie of Yul. Okay, Yul is the man. Okay, let's go up a little bit. Okay. Thank you, sis. Thank you, L, for telling me, because I was like, I'm so confused, y'all. I'm lost. Okay, hold on. Let's go up a little bit more. Yeah, there's a lot of background I'm not understanding. Okay. Now we're still here. Okay, Rita is Yul's auntie. Okay, so that's the one that said in the next lifetime I'm gonna marry the family. Okay. I agree with you, OG So Light, about class consciousness. Okay. Yeah, I was so lost too. Okay, so Judy joined Nollywood. Yul was kind of a big name back then in Hollywood. Oh, Nollywood. I keep saying Hollywood. Nollywood. Then Judy started a secret relationship with Yul whilst both of them being married to other people. Okay, that's what I understood after. All right, perfect. Judy then a couple years ago, after years in a secret relationship with Yul, got pregnant and had his baby. And became his second wife while he was still married to the first one. Well, I mean, I can't say red flag. Y'all believe in polygamy? Yeah, OG went in the polygamist. Yo. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the info, sis. Lord, this is crazy, right? Pass spaghetti. Welcome, sis. Yeah, go to court. Why bring us into this? What can an innocent do? Exactly. I hate when people complain about, oh, I can't see my kids. Go to court. I dare you. That's how I know they lying. Red flag. Stop wasting my damn time. That's why whenever I see those videos, I fast forward. I don't have time for this nonsense. Every country has a legal system. Go there. Go see your kids. I'm sure you could work something out. Loser. All right. He may not have the funds. Okay, I'll be honest. Okay, I'll be nicer. He doesn't have legal aid. Oh no, he doesn't have family members that could spy. I don't know. I refuse to believe that he is that destitute, because he said she came from a wretched condition. So it seems like he has some money. So he might be able to pull something. He was on a podcast, so he could figure it out. I'm sorry. I think he has the resources. He just didn't want to waste time and do it. He rather, when I see that it's been a long time since a divorce and somebody is still harping on something, that means he hasn't resolved his issue. He's not moved on. He's still obsessed with her. This is a problem, y'all. It's a very big problem. This lets me know he's still obsessed. This was from 2013. This is too long. Okay. All right. To add on to it, he started parading Jody out as the wife. May is Yul's wife's name. Okay, Yul's first wife didn't accept the polygamy. She's Catholic. Oh. Yep, Devonda, it's like the show. This sounds exactly like the polygamist show. Oh, this is real. No wonder they came up with that. It's real life, y'all. This is a mess. This is a real mess. May and Yul's. Oh, the son passed. Oh, my condolences. You said your brain is tired. Yeah, maybe excuse yourself from the chat, sis. Maybe take a time out. It's a lot today. Man, your son passed on unexpectedly during all this drama, and in a video near the passing of the son, Judy goes praising herself, calling herself favored. So this is seen as shade to the first. Oh. Okay, I get it now.
Amen. This is a blessed home. Anything polygamous on that he doesn't want it,
okay.
and that is what we maintain, and that is what we're standing. Yes, so.
Okay, she doesn't want polygamy, but your nephew did it, sis. Oh boy. Not her twerking.
Now, if you have been following on the Edochie disputes, you would already know that Mommy Rita has been very vocal and very clear about her stance in this whole drama.
Mommy Rita looks good.
And about her support for Yo's estranged and legal wife, May Edochie, while calling out women who try sneaking themselves into marriages through the back door. Now, has she ever directly called out Judy's name in those her posts? Maybe, maybe not. I cannot find any post where Judy Austin's name was directly mentioned. But can that still make her liable? I would address that. We will talk about that. But first, let us read what was filed against her by Judy and Judy's lawyers. Writ of summons in the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory in the Abuja Judicial Division, holding at Abuja, between Mrs. Judy Austin Yul Edochie as the claimant and Rita Edochie as the defendant. Let's go to the endorsements. The claimant, who is Judy Austin, claims against the defendant, who is Rita Edochie, as follows. The sum of 1 billion naira only as general damages for defamation. So Judy is suing her ex-husband 1 billion for 1 billion naira for defamation, and she is suing the chief matriarch of the family she is trying to enter or get into, Rita Edochie, for I think it's 15 million naira. Secondly, an order compelling the defendant to publish a full unreserved retraction and apology to the claimant in at least 2 widely circulated national newspapers, as well as on her social media platforms. This one I'm seeing her here. Are you sure it's not all?
All right, I'm going to read it quickly. So, in order of perpetual injunction, in order of directing the defendant to pay the claimant, Lord. This is a mess, y'all. Hold on. I got to fast forward because we do have other stories. This is long. 500 million naira. Oh, boy. The sum of 500 million naira in exemplary damage to mark the court's disapproval of the defendant's alleged deliberate and malicious conduct and to deter similar conduct. In order directing the defendant to pay the sum of 100 million. Red flag. What is going on here? Girl, Judy, wait. Take your L, sis. Just take your L. I just don't understand why she can't just take her L. Listen, if you did cheat, just leave it alone. It's been since 2013, sis. Why are you suing his auntie? That's crazy. This is crazy work, y'all.
I am still wondering and utterly confused about who the bearer of that name is, because I don't know anyone by that name. As a matter of fact, the only Mrs. Yul Edochie that I know is Queen May Yul Edochie.
Okay, so that's the auntie talking.
Thank God. This mommy, no grief for anybody. That is mommy's motto. Mommy saying, as a matter of fact, the only Mrs. Yul Edochie that I know is Queen May Yul Edochie, his legal wife. Wanting to be addressed by that name is very provocative right now, which I take as a terrible.
Who does he live with? That's what I need to know. This is the polygamist for real.
This woman, Iwago. Anyway, since you insist on being addressed that way, I would like you to present your marriage certificate, highlighting the exact confirmation of that weird name, Mrs. Judith Edochie. Only then will I give further response to this very message. The Alukwano great lovers of Rita Edochie.
Yeah, I can't keep up. Let me tell y'all something. News from the continent is on another level. I think next time I shouldn't wait. That was a mistake today. I should have done this 1 second. There's no way you can keep up with this. It's a lot. There's a lot going on. Even I'm tapped out. My brain.
Hey,
Suing his auntie and his this is another like I've never heard of like you suing his auntie and you're not even his wife, you his side wife. This gots to be like, this cannot be life. You're his mistress, literally his unofficial wife, and you have the audacity to sue his auntie. I know she's auntie by marriage, but auntie nonetheless. And your ex-husband, I don't give a damn. But his auntie.
Yay. And the court choruses, amen. So just as I earlier explained about the primary.
Okay, I think that's it, y'all. We wrapping this right up. I'm gonna look into this story. It seems like a mess. I'd have to literally like really look at the characters. This is way more than the other one we did. I don't remember which story it was. All right, 2 more comments. So Yul and Judy started to rely on social media by doing things to generate clout. Okay, so I mean, yeah. And you said during this whole time, first wife keeps quiet, just saying God will judge both, and her own career goes up with lots of advertisement, while Judy and Leo lost fans, as well as Judy was never big. Was their story the inspiration for the polygamist? Can y'all let me know this? Because this sounds very much like the Netflix show. I'm not joking. No, sorry, Mary. Love you, sis, but no, I'm not gonna be on Netflix. Oh no. No. The problem with those platforms is that I wouldn't be able to be like this with y'all. They're gonna make me speak like this. Yeah, so in Nigeria, guys, this is what happened today. This was a very tragic situation in Nigeria. They're gonna take away all of the fun stuff. They're gonna make me sound like they're gonna rebrand your girl. It's too many red flags, Romy. We need you to be calm. We need you to stop yelling at these people. You cannot call people dusty. You cannot call people names. Nah. They gonna try to wrap your girl up. OG, so like, you're the last comment of Marie. We can't control. But Rotten Mango now has a podcast on Netflix. You're next. Nah, it's gonna have to be a podcast for the people by the people. Then I'll consider it. Because the thing is, Netflix is gonna suck the blackness out of me. I could see that happening. They're going to suck the blackness out of me. They're going to be like, well, we need to make it more palatable to all of our audiences, Romy, because we want you to cross over into a wider audience. And you know what they mean by wider audience? It's literally whiter audience. They have a red flag. Not that it's a red flag, but they got to understand your girl. They're not going to let me speak how I speak. No. But thank you for the compliment. But yeah, we'll keep it on YouTube. Keep it on YouTube. Polygamist book was out 2012. Oh, okay. That's what this is wild, y'all. Good luck to Rita and Judy. Good luck with your court cases. You're doing too much, sis. You're doing way too much. You cannot go after the auntie. That's a little bit too much. All right. The Christian one, I'm only gonna do a little. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. It's way too long, y'all. It's like way too long. I want to do like one part. We're not gonna go over it too much because I know religion is very dicey. There's a whole lot going on, so I want to lay this to rest once and for all. I see that Jasmine had a follow-up conversation. Elle, I know you dropped it in the chat. I saw that she posted the whole entire video on YouTube. I might revisit that in the future live stream. But for now, yeah, this is way too long. I'm so sorry. This video is too long. And I want to get to the girlicious of it all. So I just want to hit one point. Let me see. Manifestation is faith. I think that's the one that said that you can manifest your way to hell. Tarot cards. one-on-one debate. Okay. Which one is most interesting? I'm not going to go through all of it. Okay, universe is God. That's whatever. Manifestation is faith. I know the one who said you can't manifest. Is this where they get real heated? I think this is where they all get heated. Okay, we're going to start from here. And remember, opinions are like belly buttons, y'all. If you do not feel the same way I feel, that's okay. We can all agree to disagree.
I was a daddy's girl, but I know I was always with my mama.
About
your ancestors.
So it's this one here, my bad. Okay, here. Manifestation. Let's go back here. Okay.
The videos creators.
We got another ad here. That's 2 ads right here. Dr. Daff. Okay, here we go.
They're not something Christians should fear.
10 minutes of this and we wrapping it right up.
Hi, I'm Emily.
Hi, Emily.
I'm Sierra.
Hi, Sierra.
Hi, I'm Phoenix.
Hi, Phoenix.
I'm Maya. Nice
Hi,
to meet
Maya.
you.
Yes. Okay, so manifestation is faith in action, not something Christians should fear. I chose this prompt because I was very interested to see how we could debate this one. Just off the strength of what it is.
So first, I guess I would like to make a distinction because the way that it's worded is interesting. As a Christian, I'm not afraid of manifestation because I believe it is a biblical principle. And the word manifest in itself just means to come to fruition. Yep. The unseen being seen, the unexperienced being seen, such as God's presence being manifested in this room right now. But for modern culture, things have been pulled from the Bible, from God's word, and have been perverted. And so now we have this concept of manifestation in New Age spirituality. And so, for example, we can see in Exodus where God sent Moses and Aaron before Pharaoh. Yes, Aaron was commanded by God to stick out his staff in his hand and it turned into a snake. And through Egyptian magic, they were able to do the same. But when it got to the plagues, or actually before we got to the plagues, we can see in scripture that Aaron's staff actually swallowed up the Egyptian staff. So we can see there that their power was limited, is limited, right?
But that's based off of the Bible of the God of Israel, sis. I talked about that yesterday, by the way, if you missed it. Of course, whoever is the country that is branding this new religion is going to go in the favor of said country and said God. This is not a novel concept. So, like, for example, if we're talking about, I'm just pulling it out my butt. If we're talking about a Hindu God, then they have to be greater than whatever else God is out there. How else can they promote the gods? Because they believe in monotheistic, if I'm not mistaken, that's the word. If their gods are not strong, then what purpose is it? Same thing with every country or deity is supposed to be stronger than yours. Think about Pokemon cards. I know I'm going somewhere with this. If you've ever played Pokemon, like I have not, but I know many people who have. I have students who used to play Pokemon like crazy. My brothers used to play Pokemon like crazy. When you have the cards, and some cards, they're monsters, right? There's little Pokemons or whatever. And I used to see my students just go like this, like hit cards, right? One. And I'm like, what is going on here? It's because their monster was stronger. So if you have this monster, you have like 10 points. I don't know how the points work. Listen, I don't know nothing about Pokemon. I just know the theme song. But all I know is there are certain monsters that could swallow up other monsters in Pokemon. And you're supposed to have the best deck in order to fight your opponent. And there's even Pokemon cards that are worth hundreds of dollars. They make a lot of money off of them because they are so strong and they're rare. So if you are able to get a pack, like I'm telling you, my students, when I used to give them Pokemon cards, because they made a resurgence in Korea, like they were really super Pokemon, like they were crazy for Pokemon and Pokemon Go. So what they would do is I would buy them packs if they did really well on their tests, and then they would rip up the packs and start spreading the packs. Okay, I want this one, this one. Point is that your pack is supposed to be better than your opponent's pack, or else you're going to be weak. So if you create a religious system, of course your God is going to swallow up the whole entire snake and staff of the Egyptian God. And I'm sure if the Egyptian gods have their own stories, then their God's gonna be greater and they were able to do whatever. That's just how it works, Miss Sierra, whatever your name is.
So when we get to the actual plagues that God sent, the first one, which was turning the water in the Nile River into blood, they were able to do that through sorcerers. Then the frogs were brought out of the water to the land. They were able to do that. But when we got to the third plague, which is very interesting, I don't know if everyone's read this, but Aaron was commanded by God to turn the dust into an insect. And yes, well, actually, I think that was the second one. So the third one, Aaron was commanded to turn the dust into insects, and the sorcerers turned to Pharaoh and said, this one we cannot do. This is the finger of God. So that shows us in scripture that their power is limited, correct?
In your scripture. And that's what I'm trying to, I've been saying this for the past 2 weeks. That's why I said we wrapping it up today. It's really like, again, in the Bible, yes. But like I said, and this is why it's important to read other books. And this is why it's important to open up your mind. That doesn't mean that you are going to deny your faith. Absolutely, actually, it does the opposite. It allows you to critically analyze what it is that you are saying and what it is that you are learning. And then you'll see, if you are able to look at other texts and other religious books and other frame of references of other belief systems, you'll recognize the similarities. You will. I can almost guarantee you that. And you'll realize that, oh, it's similar in this book and it's similar in that book. And oh, this is the difference. This is the main difference. And then you can make your decision. That is all people are asking. They're just saying, just open up your worldview. Try to see how you can identify what is there. So when you do speak to an unbeliever, you don't sound like this. This is why. So then your faith is even stronger. It's either two things will happen when you do this. Either your faith will become weaker or stronger. But guess what? Even if it's weaker, that means that at least you understand and you made a decision that, hey, this is not going to work for me. I have way too many questions, less answers. Maybe I can find it somewhere else. Maybe my peace is somewhere else. And then if it makes your religion stronger or makes you stronger in your conviction, then welcome. That's amazing. Then you can have a proper argument with somebody who believes in New Age, because then you'll be educated enough to understand that, hey, okay, they also have gods that can swallow my God up in their text, right? Like this is just what is going on in the American education system? I know y'all sent me videos. We're going to go through it next week. Is she the child that was left behind? I'm starting to believe so. Because again, I come from the church environment and I understand that. And I'm sure there are other Christians who understand it as well. We get it. Sometimes it's things that you just don't, you need to read other things. You can't just stick to your own and just argue with the Bible and they don't believe in it. So it does.
Right. So with manifestation, I believe in manifestation through the power and the authority of Jesus Christ alone. And so when I surrender to him and commit myself to God's will and God's word, obviously through intention, having faith, believing in my heart and in my mind, and putting action behind that, I've seen many things manifest in my life through the power of Jesus Christ alone. Okay. So I just wanted to share these couple sentiments, and then I wanted to just ask you a quick question.
Before you share those sentiments, because we have limited time and I know they want more people to jump in, so I'm just going to go ahead and interrupt. Manifestation was not taken from the Bible. I am waiting on somebody to address the fact that the Bible is only 1,500 years old, and you guys are dismissing the ancient Egypt that you were referencing right now, because Egypt is older than your Bible. Much older than your Bible. So we are not accounting for all the belief systems that came before yours. Manifestation existed way before your Bible did. And your Bible, your Christianity, is a derivative of another belief system, like all of them are. So the same way y'all have said we worship paganism, Christianity to us is just paganism. You guys are actually one of the largest cults of pagans that we know of. So one of the largest cults of pagans that we know of. So when we talk about manifestation, I believe if I set myself, because what I teach in my coven is manifestation is nothing but mystified discipline or mystified self-preservation. You are setting a goal, and there is some maybe spiritual intention that you may have behind why you set that goal. Hopefully it's for the betterment of you or the betterment of someone else. But if I manifest going to school to become a doctor because my loved one died of cancer and I want to work on cancer research to do my best to contribute whatever I can knowledge-wise to that, and I manifest that, even if I don't do it under the will of God or through God, I should say, I don't see the harm or the evil or how that makes me demonic outside the fact that I'm not a Christian.
Right, and I can see why you would believe that, but everything that we do as believers is to glorify God. So anything that's not glorifying God, you're operating in something that's out of his kingdom.
And that's factual. And I agree with both of them on this. So she believes in one thing and she believes another thing. That's it. But to be fair, manifestation, yes. Anybody, you don't have to be Christian to tap into manifestation. That is a fact. That is a fact. It is available to you. That is why we have the frequencies in the universe. That doesn't make sense. It would almost be as if you don't have access to air. No, you do. You have access to everything that a Christian does. Everybody on earth has the same access to everything. There is nothing that is outside of the earth. And when I'm talking about access, I'm not talking about material things. I'm talking about like universal things. So like beyond material things. So manifestation. Other things like I don't know, power, limit, you even have electric waves. Like literally when you touch things. I remember somebody did an experiment on TikTok. I'll be everywhere, y'all. And they literally they put their sound of their voice somewhere and it echoed somewhere and then the vibration shook. So you have power, y'all. We are electromagnetic beings. Sometimes don't you feel weird when you hit static, like when you're somewhere and then your body zaps? It's because you have electricity in your body. It's running through it. You are electrical, y'all. And somebody brought up a good point on TikTok I want to bring up now. Crystals make phones. They make different things, y'all. So everything in the environment we have access to. That's nature. Even my puppies have access to it. So I just have to be very clear. I'm sure that, Mimi can manifest of her food right now if she wanted to. Yeah, every living being has access to the same thing. So again, let's continue. Oh, Lord, I'm going to go fast forward through this because I want to get to Girlicious.
And so God has placed principles in place that we adhere to because we surrender to God.
He placed them in place 1,400 years ago.
So back to that. That's interesting you say that. So when you're talking about the Bible in the history context of where you want to go into what year it was written by the authors, we believe that the Bible is inspired by the Holy Spirit. And God is an eternal and living God. So if he's an eternal and living God, it doesn't matter who picked up a pen and wrote on a scroll because God is forever and everlasting.
And you can't tell a story 40,000 years later and think that that story is going to be what it was when that person was not present for the story. We cannot say that. You were not there for when Jesus died on the cross. So we don't know exactly who was crying besides who was stated to have been crying. Other people may have been crying. We don't know exactly who was...
Why is she looking dumbfounded? Is the truth. We don't know. Meaning that you can't prove it yourself. You just have to go by faith that this is the right text of the book that came into existence. Not only that, but most of the Bible is, again, written by man, inspired by God. How do I know they weren't having hallucinations? Like, I know people said, oh, they all sound the same. Everybody was cohesive. How do we know that, though? Like, that's what I'm saying. How do we know that they all, it's just a lot. But what I will say, though, is they did say that, with the scrolls and stuff, that most of them had the same idea over thousands of years. So that checks. So at least the frame of reference is there. But then how do we not know it's stories told down and passed down? There are certain stories that are passed down generation to generation to generation to generation. And how do we know that's not what happened? They just, were the orators. Like first they had it in speaking and then writing. And obviously if a story is passed down, then there may be some embellishments made. Kind of like the game of telephone. Whatever somebody said first will never be what the last person he is. So we probably, if there is, if this is a true story, again, I have to be neutral in this, then when you start from the top, how do we know that that's really, it sounds very exaggerated. Oh, he said he got swallowed up by a whale. But you don't even know. He could have started like, oh, he just went to this city and he preached. And then all of a sudden somebody added some flavor to it and more flavor to it. And then it got passed down. That's what I'm saying. Like you cannot, you have to take that into consideration, that you have to see when did the writing system happen? Two, in like the context of the Bible is what I'm trying to say. When were they able to write it out? Two, how are the stories passed down? What tools did they use to even write these stories? Were these even written, and who wrote it? That's the thing too. How did they write it? Did anybody, I'm sure people researched it. I haven't looked it up, to be honest with you. That might be a good research to look into. How was it written? When was it written? Who actually wrote it? Did Moses write it? Did he have a scroll? They say he wrote it on the tablets, but where are the tablets at? That's what I'm saying. Like you gotta have more proof than that, sis.
In the crowd spitting on him, blah 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 by name. But what I'm saying is, it matters who was there present to write the story, because
Yes.
that's what we consider in modern times still to be the most relevant account of something.
Right.
If you were not there for something that happened to me, you cannot tell me about something that happened to me because you were not there.
Correct. But okay, so let's take, for instance, my great-grandmother. I didn't have to be there to know that she was my great-grandmother. I know that she's my great-grandmother. So when she was alive, I
But
wasn't
that's
born
because
yet.
you can trace that through whom? Your mother.
Correct.
But it doesn't matter if she was alive or not, to both Jasmine and her. What I want to bring into context is what stories were told about your grandmother. That makes more sense to me of this argument. We need to know what it, like, you know, when stories are passed down, they sound different, y'all. They sound mad different. And me, I'm a person who likes to add a lot of flavor to my stories. I'll be honest with y'all. So it's definitely not going to sound like how it sounded first. I'm going to add a whole bunch of stuff. I'm going to add sauce. I'm going to add all this. It might not even happen. I'll be like, oh, he told her, get the hell out of there. He didn't say that. He probably said, I'm going to come to pick up my stuff. And then I'm going to say, no, he got in there and he started pressing her. And then she said, leave me alone. And I'm going to make up a whole story. Yeah, true story. That's what I'll say. And then when you hear it from the person, they'll be like, that's not what happened at all. She added a little bit spice to it. Come on now. We got to be honest, y'all.
I can trace everything done by God
Trace
because
yourself back past 1,500 years ago. Can you take yourself that far back?
I don't have to. So what I'm trying to clarify.
Hold on, y'all. Mimi, stop. Hold on a second, y'all. Let me let her bark up. You see, she, her spirit ain't right here. What's going on here? Hold on, y'all.
God is an eternal living God, and so there's experiences that we have in God. I didn't have to see Jesus,
and there's experiences
die
that I've had outside of God.
I'm sorry?
Experiences I've had outside of your God. Yes, I'm agreeing. Keep going.
Correct. But what I'm saying is, for the topic of manifestation, I just want to go back to that. Manifestation as a believer, when we operate in something being manifested, we're operating in God's natural law through surrender to his will to glorify him. When others that are non-believers do it, it is self-deifying. You are deifying yourself and you are trying to play the role of God.
So then Sierra, I think that's her name. I don't know if that's her name, but orange shirt. A beautiful orange shirt, by the way. If that's the case, how do you know that every Christian is not using God's name for self-righteousness either? That's what I talked about yesterday. When people pray for things, how do you know it's not for selfish reasons? It can happen with anyone. It's human nature. You're going to want the best for you. You're going to want what benefits you. I don't see anybody manifesting things for other people. I never heard people manifest, oh, I want to manifest this for that person. I know sometimes people pray for other people, don't get me wrong. But most of the time when people try to manifest things, it's a better job, better opportunities, at least in the West, better income, more money, more prosperity, more grace, selfish, self-driven. Hello, come on now. Like, let's not act like it's only non-believers who could be selfish, and that's a problem here. That's the self-righteousness I be talking about. Does every Christian think that way? No. But do a lot of Christians think that way? Yes. Come on now. Red flag.
Into fruition through your intent and through your vision and through your mission and what you want to manifest for your personal glory.
I was just going to ask you, thanks for being here, by the way.
Thank you for having me.
Getting to have a conversation with you. What is your understanding of Christian faith? Because in your claim, you make the claim that manifestation isn't something that Christians should be afraid of because it is faith in action. So what is your understanding of Christian faith, if you're going to make that claim?
I can't make a statement off that only because all of you are different types of Christians. So I cannot say what your faith entails because y'all all might have a different perspective, because faith is something that is personal to each person.
We just want to know what your understanding is of Christian faith.
But I think I just answered that. I cannot say. I only know what my former faith was and what my former experience as a Christian is. I could say the Christians that I have encountered, but I don't, again,
But
know.
every Christian you've encountered appeals to the authority of Scripture. That's where we will
Most
draw
of you
our...
do. Most of you
Any Bible-believing Christian draws on the authority of the Scripture, and that's where we get our definition for faith from. So I'm asking, and I think this is what you're asking, is how do you conflate faith with manifestation based on the understanding of how the Bible defines faith to us?
What by definition?
So I'll describe for you. So faith in the New Testament, this word is called pistis, and it's mentioned 240 times in the New Testament. And it basically just describes, it's a noun, right? Which is faithfulness, devotion, right? It describes it that way. And so for Christians, what faith looks like is those things into God. So it's trust in God's character, his promises, his will, and who he is, not in ourselves. So from my understanding of manifestation, it's all pointed inward. You're in your tiny little echo chamber trying to make something come alive. Whereas with Christian faith, your faith is pointed outward. It is in something that is greater than just yourself.
I love the way you phrase that, because outside of Christianity, as a non-believer, we consider what's within Christianity to be a tiny little echo chamber. It's all of you bouncing off of each other. Now, I actually made a mistake earlier because I said most times you guys are referencing the Bible, but one of the things that I went very viral for was talking about how most Christians do not actually believe in the word of God. They believe in the word of the people of...
You know what? Let's look it up ourselves. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. I'm very curious because she's making it seem like it's something. Faith is the assurance of things hoped for and the conviction of things not seen. What does this mean, y'all? Faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. Is that not manifestation? Is that not manifestation? Let's check manifestation by definition. Clear or no, that's not that one. Here, display or show a quality of feeling by one's acts or appearance. Demonstrate. Okay, that's not it. Hold on. Let's see. Manifest, to make something. Here, will something into being by the exercise of mental powers or through force of belief. Remember, they said faith is something hoped for and the conviction of what is not yet seen. This is exercise of mental powers through the force of belief. What is the difference, y'all? Faith is what you believe in. Manifesting is when it actually appears. You make it, you think about it so much that it becomes reality. This is a problem here. It's not different. And I honestly, I mean, it is different in the sense of like, yes, they, like, Christians do believe that it comes from God, but to be honest with you, like I said, you don't have to be Christian to manifest
around them. And what I mean by that is you have to watch faith and you have to watch acts of God be reinforced by people around you, because God has not come down himself for you to be able to see him. So anytime you've ever you've ever experienced God, it was probably God working through something else or somebody else.
The Holy Spirit lives inside of us.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying
so we can
through someone else.
Act like Jesus says, because of Christ who lives within you right now, we get to go into the world and do the miracles that Jesus did, right? We get to have Jesus inside of us, so therefore that we get to do that. So my question, I guess, for you about the manifestation is, where does the power come from to make things come into fruition?
It comes from you, and you have the power already. You already have the power, because remember, Jasmine's not Christian, and she has the power. You also have the power. I have the power. You have the power, whoever's watching this. You have the power. You do. Whether you're Christian or not, you do. Full stop. If that was the case, then most of us wouldn't be able to get halfway of where we are right now, to be quite honest with you. Like, what are we even talking about here?
Like, because my belief is like for manifestation, it just means to bring something to light. So I'm just gonna like put aside the religious rhetoric for a second. It's like, I come in this room, everything is dark, right? The light is off, I turn the light on, everything that's there was already there. And so the belief is that manifestation the belief for Christians is that God is the one who makes things come to light, right? Those things are already there, his promises, his healing, his will. So when God manifests himself through others, right, we get to experience that healing, we get to experience that peace, right? God is the one who's doing the manifesting. We don't have the power on our own to do that.
Yes, you do.
So where do you think
I'm so sorry. You do. You do. You're mistaken, sis. You're highly mistaken, Mrs. Sis. You're highly mistaken. You do. You can do it. You can do it. Again, I'm not telling people not to believe in Jesus. Absolutely not. But what I'm trying to say, though, is that he gave you the authority. I don't understand. So she even said in her sentence, he gave us the authority. Exactly. So you can do it. Red flag is the same thing. You can do it. You can do it. She can do it. You can do it. You both can do it.
Power comes from to manifest on your own, to make reality shift into becoming something for you in your favor.
I don't always think that reality does shift. Sometimes I think it was what was already written, if you will, what was already going to be destiny is what we call it, or fate. But I believe when I set a goal based off a desire that I have, something that I see. I think sometimes Christians forget that you guys have natural desires. So you may have a profession and it may have come from you seeing like maybe a scientist on TV and being like, oh, I want to be in marine biology. I think that's so cool. So your desire, but maybe then you would say the will of God allowed for other things to work out. God set things in motion for you to be able to make it through these steps. On our end, we would just say it could be universe, spirit, source, ancestors. All of us are going to say something different. So I don't want to speak for all spiritualists. And I say something different depending on what it is and the magnitude of what it is. So the power, I'm not always believing that I just have the power to bend energy and make life do what I want it to. I do know that I have the power to get up and research things. I have the power to apply for something, to sign up if I can see
exactly
and be approved
what
for
it
something.
is.
So it's just me taking the steps that I know I do.
It's the laws of the universe, and they need to read that. There's laws in the universe as well that you follow, and you will have the outcome. And you know what changed my mindset and that changed my brain chemistry was after when I was in school and when I was doing things and when I was at work and I exposed myself to more people, and in my mind I'm looking at them like, how the hell do they have all these opportunities, or how did these people are able to make it far, how did this person get this, and I'm still here struggling, or I'm still here, whatever. And they're supposed to be non-Christian and they're doing way better than I am. And I know in Christian faith it's like, oh, but your reward will be in heaven. I'm so sorry. Why should I wait until the next life to get what I'm doing this life? No, I don't prescribe to that. I'm so sorry. I live here in the now. There's no reason why I should be destitute and put myself in a situation. Now, again, if you were born in that and it's hard for you to come out there, I'm not talking about that. But what I'm saying is that, like, it doesn't make sense when you think about it. And that's what I was talking about yesterday. There are some people who are way more favored than others. And when you think about it, it really doesn't make sense, because if you're supposed to be the one who has the true God and you're supposed to have all that stuff, and yes, I know there's no suffering, all that stuff. Okay, all of that aside though, how is it that non-believers, they just getting it? They getting it. They are getting it, y'all. And I'm not talking about, like, of course, everything can happen in life. There are different situations that happen. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm fundamentally trying to say is that there are some things that you just cannot explain. And manifestation is one of them. The laws of the universe is one of them. It's not only for Christians, and that's what I was saying. If that was the truth, then Jasmine and others wouldn't be able to have what they have. They wouldn't be able to be where they are. And that's a flaw. That's all I'm saying. That is a flaw. And I could see why people would not want to believe, because they're like, hell, like, what is the difference here? I could be Christian or non-Christian and the same thing will happen, the same outcome. So what's the point? I got non-believers right around me, y'all. Right, probably across, like, everywhere around me. There are a lot of non-believers. I told y'all Canada's very secular. Where I live, non-believers everywhere, and yet they are living a comfortable life. They live very great lives. They are advancing. They're doing well. And then for me, I'm supposed to just wait for my reward when I get to heaven. Right. Correct. Yeah, no. I feel like it's a systemic flaw. And again, it's all tied to capitalism. It's tied to, there's a lot of things, y'all. I don't want to talk about it too much because, again, I'm not here to sway or whatever. But I'm just saying there are a lot of questions here. It's very questionable. Extremely questionable.
Faith without works is dead. So let me just go ahead and do the work. And if it's intended based off my belief that I can do this and do this well, I hope that it will work out. And if it does, we count that as manifestation. If it doesn't, we count it as misalignment. What were you going to say?
I love your shoes, by the way.
Thanks,
I just want to say that. Yeah.
Thank you.
I disagree with the prompt at its core, that manifestation by definition is faith in action. Because faith is described in Hebrews 11:1 as assurance of things not seen, conviction of things hoped for.
Correct. No, she misspoke. She misspoke. We saw it. Where the verse at again? She didn't say it right. She didn't. And I agree with Mocha. Yesterday you said that they needed to have a Bible on set. I completely agree with you. They should have told them what was in there. She did not. Hold up. I'm going to tell y'all. Hold up. Let's get back to it. She did not say it the proper way. Yep. All right. Let's get back to the definition. Hold on. I'm even going to put it up here. Okay. So what did she say now? Let's go back a little bit.
Promises, his healing, his will. So when God manifests himself through others, right, we get to experience that healing, we get to experience that peace, right? God is the one who's doing the manifesting. We don't have the power on our own to do that. So where do you think the power comes from to manifest on your own, to make reality shift into becoming something for you in your favor?
I don't always think that reality going to for useful to work out. Say, want to speak. So the life do our 2 steps that I in
Okay, I love your shoes, by the way.
Thanks,
Just want to say that. Yeah.
Thank you.
I disagree with the prompt at its core, that manifestation by definition is faith in action. Because faith is described in Hebrews 11:1 as assurance of things not seen, conviction of things hoped for. And faith in action is
No, that's not what it says, sis. You have to reread your words, sis. Reread it.
Described throughout that chapter. It talks about Abraham and Moses and even Sarah. And it illuminates what faith in action is. And that is evident through obedience to God, submission to God, repentance, all of those things. So linking manifestation with that, I don't really agree with. I think they're 2 separate things. Looking at what manifestation is, from your point of view specifically, I'm misunderstanding, because if you're saying it's to set a goal and to reach that goal and that goal happens, that it was manifested. If I say I'm going to go to work tomorrow and I get up and I drive to work and I go to work, I didn't manifest that. I just did it.
What happened? Oh, the rice on the floor. I saw it. I'm going to pick it up. Oh my God. That's why I don't like them eating rice, because they make a mess. Listen to what she talking about. Manifestation, she disagrees, and it's right here in this text. Manifestation is akin to appearing, meaning to appear, to come to light, and to reveal. It is the same Greek version of the word used in Revelation 1:1. Mind you, the New Testament was written in Greek, y'all. Just saying. Old Testament, Hebrew, and Aramaic. New Testament, Greek. So you might need to research the Greek word, my sis, right here with the glasses.
That's something that you already had when you didn't have a job and you applied for a job and you were trusting in God and you were being obedient by listening to see where he called you to, what he told you to do.
Your intuition.
It's the same thing for us. Again, I really think we all get hung up on terminology. We also sit and wait. We also sit and feel, and we also sit and listen.
Let me tell y'all something. The book, The Secret. When I read it, I was like, oh, I don't even think she's Christian, if I'm not mistaken. She's New Age. Yeah, because they filed it under New Age. I remember I read the book, The Secret. Same exact concept. And she even used biblical terms. She made a killing off of that dang on book.
We are not listening to the Christian God, so I can understand why y'all count that as demonic. I get it. I am a former Christian, so it's not like I don't understand how y'all get there. But I will say, if you go and you are trying to manifest, bring something forward that you do not already have, because you already have a job. So getting to work, that would not be manifesting. Like you said, that does not make sense.
It could still be a goal, though, because it didn't occur yet. Every day is a new day.
Your goal is to get to job
to get to work physically.
But safely. Is that the goal then, to get there safely?
Okay, so I don't understand. Do they not have a job? When you apply for a job and you're trying to get another position, or if you want to get into the school that you want to get into, you start to envision yourself. That's what I do. I envision myself in that place. I envision myself there. I envision myself doing stuff. I envision myself going there. I envision myself opening up opening up my email and saying, Romy, you got the position. I envision it. And then it happens. So I'm honestly not understanding why she's so perplexed about it. Like, yes, you can manifest and also have faith. They work hand in hand. I have faith that I'm going to get this position because of my, my abilities, but I also want to manifest it. I want to look like this. I want to feel like this. Next year, I'm going to be 41. I want my year to be like this. That's what I envision. That's my manifestation. I have faith that it'll be like this, but I'm also manifesting so that I can do the work. So it could be in my mind all day long, repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat. Repeat. This is why they say that if you're too negative, then your life is going to reflect that. Not saying that negative things can't happen to positive people. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying that everything is going to be different for you. You can do that. Your brainwave, your patterns, how you think, it can change your life. Instead of thinking negatively about something, you can start thinking differently and watch how things start to shake for you.
Because if the goal is just to get to work, then I'm not going to be able to agree with that, because that, I feel like we're being reductive here.
Exactly.
Okay. Well,
because I saw you getting ready to say something.
I just wanted to say, so we see in Mark 11, I believe it's 22 and on, that the Lord tells us to have faith in God. He says, if you say to this mountain, throw yourself into the sea, and you believe and you don't have doubt in your heart, that it shall be done. And when you pray, you believe that you shall receive, that shall be given unto you. This is a biblical principle, but I earlier you said you identify as being a witch, but you also said you identify as being a cultural Christian. So
Culturally Christian.
Culturally,
I'm black, so I grew up in the church.
Okay.
So a lot of my rhetoric is Jesus. I still say amen. I will say hallelujah. So I mean culturally Christian as it pertains to the culture. I'm culturally Christian. I don't have an issue with the church as far as people needing a place to be to worship. Don't have an issue with that. Don't have an issue with God. Me and Jesus are homies. I have an issue with the way in which the Bible is written and the way in which fundamentalist Christians promote and try and use their authority through God.
You just made a really, really interesting statement, which is going to completely derail what I was about to say, because this is way more interesting. You just said me and Jesus are homies. I like this. How does that work if you don't rely, if you don't believe perhaps the testimonies, the Gospels describing the person we understand to be Jesus are reliable? And how does that work when you actively teach and participate in practices that Jesus was documented as being vehemently against, and all his followers?
We consider Jesus to be one of ours, actually, within our practice. So I will explain. I see the faces. So in Christianity, witchcraft is something that is demonized. But a lot of what Jesus did, his miracles, are things that we would consider to just be modern day witchcraft.
Why are they so shocked? He turned water into wine. He did I mean, if we're going by today's law, like if we're going by today's definition, okay, I want them to take themselves out of the times of Jesus. I want them to put themselves in 2026, because that's how the Christians were at that time, or they weren't called Christians, but the religious people. Okay, whoever, the way, right? So you got to take yourself out of that. If you were in 2026 and somebody out there said, I'm going to turn water into wine, and they turn water into wine, what you going to call them? What you going to call them? Please, y'all let me know in the chat. You're going to call them a magician. First of all, you'd be scared and be like, what is going on here? What's happening? He's like David Blaine. Literally. Y'all saw David Blaine do the magic tricks and stuff. Hold on. Did David Blaine... Okay, let's look up here. He would be considered our modern day David Blaine. I'm not joking. And I'm sorry if I sound blasphemous. This is probably not the good chat for you. But I gotta be honest. Because I had to think about that. I was like, if Jesus came today and started doing them things, I would be like, no, something's up. I'd be like, you're a magician. Get out of here. I'd be like, oh no. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, stop thinking about the people in the Bible as these holy deities. They were just regular people living regular lives like us. And they just so happen to be in history, if it is true. So in our world today, if you saw somebody turning water into wine, I can promise you, y'all be like, you doing some magic tricks. There was something, you doing something off. You probably be like, who are you? Here. Hold on. Let's see. I want to see a magic trick. David Blaine. I promise you would think he's a demon or something. Like, look at this.
Close your eyes. Pay attention to everything. Open your eyes. I just saw you do I saw a little something, like a little reaction, which is okay. Okay. Tell us exactly what you felt. Tell us.
You, pushed me on the shoulder.
Now, he did that, right? Notice. Hold on. Let's go back.
Close your eyes. Pay attention to everything. Open your eyes. I just saw you do I saw a little something, like a little reaction, which is okay.
Okay.
Tell us exactly what you felt. Tell us.
You, pushed me on the shoulder.
There you go. So then, people could have saw him like this. Like, the people who could talk to the dead people. I know there's so many shows like that. And they're like, I spoke to your father. You did? And he said this and that. Oh, my God. You must be a clairvoyant. You're a prophet. You're this. That's how we would think about it. If a pastor laid hands on you or somebody laid hands, let's say, imagine you're random. I'd be thinking about that. I'm like, if Jesus came to me, honestly, I'd be one of them people that I wouldn't believe. I got to be honest. Because if he came to me, let's say I'm gardening or something, I'm with Mimi and Boomy. He's like, hey, Romy, who are you? First, he starts a conversation. And I'm like, yeah, you live here? Yeah, I live right there. And then he starts telling me about my life. I'm going to be shook. It'll be like, oh. Okay, what, you a clairvoyant or something? You a psychic? What's up with that? Who sent you? That's the first thing I'm gonna say. Who sent you? I'm gonna run to my house and close my door. Red flag. That's what I would do. I gotta be honest. He had to come to me a few times, and even then, I remember when I was on the mountain. Dom and I, we went to it was here in Victoria. We went to, I forgot what the name of that place was, but anyways, it was we went there for the first. It was Souk Falls or Souk Pak Holes. We went there. There was a man. Just a random white guy out of nowhere. I don't know where he came from, y'all. He just came out. I'm not even, if I'm lying, I'm flying. He came out of nowhere. And he started saying, oh, I could feel your energies. He's like, how long have you lived here? And I was like, oh, we just moved here, because it was when we just moved. And then Dom just came because I was showing him around. And then he was like, yeah, like, you have a strong grandmother. I was like, I don't know. My grandmama died. I mean, my grandma died a long time ago, but Dom's grandma was still alive or something. Yeah, she was still alive at the time. And then he was like, yeah, the ancestor spirits are telling me that you guys are going to do just fine here. You guys are in the right place. This is the right place for you. And I just wanted to tell you that you're in the right direction. I feel all the auras. He was just going off. And I was like, yeah. Dom couldn't understand him because Dom was nodding. And after he's like, what he said, that's exactly how I would see it. If Jesus came to me like that, I'd be like, peace be with you, brother. And I'm going to go about my business. So this is what I'm trying to say. They are deifying and contextualizing it in a way that doesn't make sense. Because if we are humans and we have the same human experience, I can promise you, if he came in this time, they wouldn't believe it. They would not believe it. If Christianity did not exist and it was supposed to exist at this time, they wouldn't believe it. They call him all types of crazy. So please, stop it.
If you just saw a random white man, a random black man, a random man anywhere just healing people, as Christians, you guys may go, oh, this is through God.
I promise I did not watch this.
But depending on how weird it looks, if you see somebody with leprosy be healed in front of you, you might tweak out just a little bit.
But even then, I probably wouldn't believe. I'd be like, oh, you paid that person to act like they were sick. I know your tricks. I would not believe it. Nobody would. I gotta be honest with that. Only a few people would. But then guess what? If the story carries on long enough, a few generations later that weren't in the time, they are going to believe it. Because they'll be like, oh my God, there's this book. It's so amazing. You guys need to read it.
So when I say me and Jesus are homies, I mean his principles, the way that he taught love. I think if you are going to love everybody, then you have to love everybody by trying to understand everybody. As a former Christian, I do have a lot of understanding as to how you guys feel about certain things.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
What objective evidence or truth do you have behind the claim that Jesus is a part of this spiritual?
And what objective proof of evidence do you have that Jesus is the Son of God? Girl, red flag. You talking nonsense here. You can't even prove what you talking about. You know what? We got to fast forward this part a little bit. This is nonsensical. I just want to see the part about the manifesting hell. Sis got a stank face. Did you smell a fart or something?
To argue you down.
But there are many historians who have proved the existence of Jesus. And we see that through the early church. We see that a lot through history. So what you're saying is not necessarily true. Well, in the early church, right? Polycarp
Outside of the church. Give me history outside of the church.
But why do we need history outside of the church?
It's getting heated. Jasmine, keep your composure, sis. But yeah, Jasmine getting a little testy because sis is bothering her. But still, keep your composure.
When the church
yeah, she's getting a little testy.
Everything is not inside of the church. The church is not. You cannot just keep using the church as a vacuum. God has
I'm not
to be
using the church as a vacuum. The Bible is also
Jesus' miracles
considered.
happened outside of the temple.
I just want to provide. I just want to
a very
provide.
reliable historical text. Can I just finish my thought real quick? The
Not
Bible
really.
is just considered. It's.
Let's find out. While some events in the Bible can be verified, historians do not consider the Bible as a historical reference text. Like, I mean, it's very like, and you see, like, the people who are telling, that's why you can't be in your echo chamber. So here, this is the Institute for Creation Research. So obviously they are faith-based. They're going to say it has proven to be more historically and archaeologically accurate. But then if you go to here, C.S. Lewis Institute, he was an atheist turned Christian. Oh, excuse me. So you're going to see that. But if you go to historians, like people who actually studied history, they're not going to say yes. They're going to say no. Like actual historians. So they will say some certain facts. Yes, it matches with what happened here in this area. And we have the proof of that. But not everything. They're not going to agree. And this is why you need to get out of your bubble and explore different contexts. If you're a history major, you can point me to that. If you are a history major, you should go and you should let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat.
Considered a very reliable historical text, also even to reference to many historians.
No,
I just gave you
just no, it's not, sis. You can't say that. You see, this is a false claim right here.
Historians by name.
I just gave you a couple examples of the early church. There are many historians
outside of the church because Jesus was outside of the church doing these miracles.
Yeah, there's secular historians.
Yeah, that's what I want. I just want
Bible
secular history. That's why I'm asking you for something outside of the church. But Emily, what were you going to say?
To provide context with that, it is just, I think it's a little dishonest to say like Jesus was performing what we consider witchcraft, because the context of that is
he did
these witches, not you as Christians. You
like it, but I mean, I could see why they would say that, because he doing what they would consider magic. He walked on water. Didn't David Blaine walk on water too? Hold up. I believe he tried to. I remember it was like a big special. Yeah, it was a huge special. Here. Is it this one? Okay, 14 years ago, 7.5 million views. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, this came on and everyone was watching it. This was on live TV, y'all. Oh, Dynamo. No, is this David Blaine? Hold up. This 2011. Okay. What y'all gonna say? This AI? Yeah, look at him. Hold up. I promise you, if I saw Jesus do that, I would think it's fake. Even now, I'm questioning. I'm like, did he put something under the water? Did he really walk on water? Does he have platform shoes? Okay, I don't know. Who is this? Thank you. It was Copperfield. Okay, that's the one. I knew it was one of them. I remember I saw. Oh, Chris Angel too. I remember that. Hold on. Did he really walk on water? You see, even I don't believe this. I'm like, no, he probably has something in his thing. Chris Angel. I remember this one. Let's see if he did it. Oh. How? It's the way he's treading. Oh, they even showed the underwater the thing. But I'd have to see it in person. Yeah. Like, the magicians can do it. So we gotta stop being disingenuous, y'all. It's just, I'm telling you, if Jesus came and did this in real time, I wouldn't believe it.
Not considered to be
No, yes, I'm sorry. I might have misspoke. But with context, Jesus only performed those miracles and those acts of healing because he had already made the claim to be divine,
Son of God,
to be
yes.
God. And we need evidence for that sort of thing. You're asking for evidence. We might ask you for evidence.
and
As
I
humans,
understand
we
that.
need that. So it's just to substantiate his claims, and he proved to be God. Through that,
the Bible, through the works and the stories within the Bible. Well, your personal experiences, we're going to just disregard just temporarily, because I know we're using the Bible as a historical reference.
I gotta get going.
So
hold on, y'all. For the Girlicious.
But you're using it as a reference as well.
I'm using it right now for the sake of this point.
For how witches and people view Jesus as one of their own.
Oh yeah, through his stories in the Bible. So the same way I said earlier that I consider gods to be egregores. Athena, any of the gods within any other pantheon are going to be an egregore to me. So they all have stories of things in which they did. Now, I might relate with, let's say, Venus. I might be like, yeah, I agree with beauty to this extent in the way in which she wielded it. I agree with Jesus in the way that he wielded his love. I don't have to agree all the way through to be like, oh, like, yes, I'm thoroughly a believer, but I do think I could be like, Jesus was a cool dude based off the stories of the Bible.
But they are rolling their eyes, this one right here. What she doesn't understand is the days of the week. Everything is outside of Christianity. Do they not understand that? Monday, Sunday, those are all gods. Hold on. Is Monday... Yeah, they're classical planets of Hellenistic astrology. Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. It was in the Roman Empire. So even every day that you say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, if I say, oh, Monday, you are literally referencing a god that is a pagan god, that you would consider a pagan god, right? In Christianity. Even the holidays we celebrate. Jesus was not born on the 25th. This is like known information. He was born in April, in the spring. Yet, our New Year starts in January. Whereas, other countries, their New Year starts in the spring. That's what I'm saying. Even the like our months of the year, same thing. The days, the numbers. Everything. Pagan. What you would consider pagan. So what are we talking about here? Like, it's just fundamental months. Okay, you know what? Let's go here. This is just basic. You could even find it on Wikipedia, y'all. This is very much like it's known things. Everything that you... Even if you, okay, let's say you have an iPhone. That apple that you see in the back, that's Steve Jobs who created that apple. And it was to represent the Garden of Eden. But guess what? He was a Buddhist. He manifested this phone. He created it from his mind. And it became, he found material to create, not a phone, because I don't think he made the iPhone, but he definitely made the computer. I don't know if he was there with the iPhone. Yeah, he was there with the iPhone. He died, I think, iPhone 3 or something like that. But either way, the Apple, the whole company was conceptualized by him and Steve Wozniak in their basement or the garage in Palo Alto, California. And he was a staunch Buddhist. Jeff Bezos manifested Amazon with his wife, though. I believe she did a lot, but whatever. He manifested it. And it is where it is today. Bill Gates manifested Microsoft. I mean, we have to, I'm just using them as an example, y'all, but we could talk about other things. So it's like the days of the week, the months of the year. Hold on, how did we get the months of the year? Let's not do this. Roman calendar, it began from the new moon. Everything was aligned with the planets. Venus, Mars, Jupiter, everything. Lunar, they still matter of fact, in other countries like Korea, they still follow the lunar calendar because that's actually how you're supposed to follow the calendar years, but we changed it, or the Romans changed it, or whoever, to sun, solar. So come on now. Like, honestly, look, when Julius Caesar here, this is from the Old Farmer's Almanac. When Julius Caesar, hold up. Yeah. How did the month of the years get their names? The month's names reflect a mixes of gods, goddesses, rulers, and numbers. So every time you say something like today is August 16th. Mrs. Christian right here. All of you want rolling your eyes. You getting me tight right now. Every time you say the month of the year, you are invoking the name and reverence of another god. Did you not know that? And you're in a country that was started way after the Bible was conceptualized. So they could have changed it. Every time you exchange currency, especially cash, you have that whole "in God we trust" and a whole bunch of stuff in there, symbolism. Where do you think that comes from, Mrs. Right here rolling your eyes? How do you think your currency works? Mind you, the pilgrims that came over here, they could have created a whole different system. But why did they follow the gods and the goddesses and all that? Please tell me why. Okay, exactly. Goodness gracious. We're going to wrap this right up. We got to get to Girlicious.
See the Bible as being enough proof because there is all of this happening right now. So what we look for as evidence is something as miraculous as the things that happened within the Bible happening more so now. We have all this BS going on in the world. And so I think for a lot of us non-believers, it's like, where the hell is Jesus right now? Where is God? Send the rapture, dude. Look at all this shit happening. Sorry, y'all. Look at all this crap happening. There are terrible people in high places, and they are using God's name. We live in a Christian country that uses God's name all the time in the most horrific, deplorable ways that do not account for most Christians, and I know that. So your beliefs are all going to be different, just like my belief is going to be different. But in that, I do believe that Jesus was a great representation of the way in which you can go outside of the organized religion in which you may have agreed, I am the Son of God. But I could also say, well, I'm the daughter of Christ. I'm the daughter of God. And you guys will go, well, no, you're not, based off your perspectives. Right. But it is a claim that I will make.
I need to ask you, was Jesus the God incarnate?
I believe?
Even Jesus's name, y'all. You see, every time y'all say, where did the name Jesus come from? That's not really his name, y'all. It was Yeshua. Here we go. So, it's derived from Yeshua, which is based in Semitic root YS, meaning to deliver, rescue. So, but what about the Jesus name? Here, gotquestions.org. If his name was Yeshua, why do we call him Jesus? Here we go. J is a modern, listen. Others go into great detail about how the name Jesus is unbiblical because the letter J is a modern invention and there was no letter J in Greek or Hebrew. So I don't understand. Why are we calling him that? Why? Because it follows the name Joshua. But then that's the thing. Like, you don't even know if you calling the right God using different names. Oh, because my intention is different, I'm calling this one. But Jesus is not his name. His name is Yeshua. So you whole time you praying to Jesus, how do you not know that's an invented God of somebody? That's what I'm saying. Names matter, y'all. I said that a few weeks ago. Remember how I said your name matches whatever happens to you? And I was very explicit about that. And I said, parents, you need to be careful what you name your kids. I said that. The letter J was a modern invention, guys. His name is Yeshua, not Jesus. So this could have been created as an invention. Like I said, that's not his name. You could easily say Yeshua in the Bible. Why'd you have to change it to Jesus? Doesn't make no damn sense. None at all. Everybody can say Yeshua. Honestly, I'm saying it right now. It's really not that hard, but why change it? Have you thought of that? The people on the panel, y'all sitting here talking about, but Jesus, but Jesus, but Jesus, but Jesus. Who's Jesus? Who? He probably don't even know. But then, again, you're praying. Things are still happening. How do you know you're not praying to the wrong person? Hello?
Yeah, was Jesus God incarnate? So was he then an insane person for declaring himself.
No,
to be
I believe
so.
he was somebody that was just spiritually gifted based off the stories. Because
But he didn't claim to be spiritually gifted. He
didn't have to claim.
Y'all gonna call me? That's what I'm saying. Imagine my name's Romy, and then somebody in the future calls me another name, like not even sounding like Romy, calling me like, give me a name, Romy, calling me Mimi or something like that. That's not my name. They gonna be looking crazy. That's not my name.
Yes, and he claimed the identity of God. Now, how many sane people do you know that adopt that claim?
Claim the identity of God as it pertains to.
And honestly, I just thought about it. If they wanted to really keep the spelling the same or say the same pronunciation, they could have called him Jeshua, Yeshua. Why Jesus? Exactly. Shouldn't you question that?
Will you ask your question?
Yeah,
it's a problem.
He obviously did and performed supernatural events, but he claimed to be God.
So I can see God show
Okay,
up
we
in
fast
different
forwarding, y'all, because I gotta get to
saying
Girlicious.
things that would normally happen. You got swallowed up by a whale. That don't sound sane to me. But if that's your experience and I was not there, can I say that it did or it didn't happen? Based off science, probably did not. But based off your belief, y'all are gonna take it as you will. Sierra, you were the last person to get to say something?
Yes. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say, because we're here to testify to the truth, right? And so there's only two things. You either operate in spiritual wickedness or spiritual righteousness. There's the kingdom of darkness or the kingdom of light. There's no in between.
Yes.
And so when you said, oh, where is Jesus? I honestly, for unbelievers, that's not a good thing, because God is allowing time and time and time for people to turn from their wicked ways and to repent and turn to him. So asking where is Jesus, if he were to come back right now, it's not looking good. So my thing is, for someone who's operating in spiritual wickedness in the kingdom of darkness, technically a minion for Satan, from the topic of manifestation, because he obviously doesn't have your best interest at heart, to be honest. So my thing is, why, after explaining through Exodus that you're operating in a power that's limited, why would you want to work for someone?
Because I do not believe that power.
You see, she's just focused on converting. That's conversion language, y'all. Minion for Satan, so that's to make you feel like you're evil. Why would you want to work with someone limited power? That sounds like a pitch. Like Death Row. Remember when Suge Knight came and said, if you don't want your your producer dancing, laughing, whatever, come to Death Row, woo, at the Source Awards. Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever saw that iconic clip. That's what it sounds like. If you want to work for a lesser God, you go on ahead and stay over there. But don't you want to work with the greater God system here? That's not how you convert people, sis. That's how you repel people. And then she's talking like as if she is the absolute truth bearer. And that's the problem too. This is an issue.
That I am operating in is limited. Again, I do not subscribe to the Christian faith.
Right,
so
absolutely.
The points that you make, when you say it's only two kingdoms to you, you guys have a Bible that was written 1,500 years ago that you live by and will die by. And that's okay.
Right.
That's great for you.
So would you...
over here, that's just not how I subscribe.
Do you think you can manifest like your way out of hell? Like, would you be able to manifest?
And do you think that you can pray your way into heaven? That's what I would ask her. Jasmine, you're too kind, because I would have told her off real quick. Do you think you could pray your way into heaven? Please let me know. Because it's not looking good for you either, sis. You wearing jewelry, you doing all of that. You probably eat pork. But I'm not saying no. You can't eat pork, actually. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things you're doing that probably you wouldn't see the light of heaven. But yeah, here you are judging somebody else, and you don't know who's gonna make it where. So you might wanna chill on that. Now, when I tell people to go to hell, it's because it's a hypothetical hell in my brain, my hell. But I'm not talking about the real hell.
So I don't know why this question is.
But let's just say hypothetically speaking that hell was a real thing.
Go to the next prompt, because we're gonna just keep going on about this.
Okay.
And we're gonna keep
this. Yeah, it's very rude.
Okay. Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, we're done with that, y'all. Anyways, they talked about tarot cards. We're not gonna go through that. I'll read your comments. Tarot cards, again, you can debate it and say, oh, we're not supposed to know the future. They can have wickedness in it, but we also, in our faith, in Christian faith, you can have prophecy. So people can prophesy on you and say, I see you doing this. I heard I had this. I had a vision about you. It's just in another way. It's endless, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna read a few comments, y'all. We get into the Let's get to the girlicious of it all. Devonda, you said we had David Copperfield and Houdini. Yes, we did. And Chris Angel and some other person. I forgot who it was. But yeah, they're magicians. They did a whole bunch of stuff. I remember they used to be on TV. I used to be sat watching. My dad used to make us watch it too. We used to watch it on prime time or whatever. Some girl, you said, I think I saw some monk actually run on water for like 2 or 3 steps. Yeah, it happens, y'all. They could do it. They can do it. Prince, I remember this. Exactly. So it's not, like I said, it's something that is not unusual. And that's why it takes away from it. Like, it's like there's this thing, and that's what I found in the church. It's like any glimpse of opposition is like they get scared. And I'm like, no, why should you be scared if you are getting more truth? Wouldn't that help you make your decision better? I'm the type of person, like, I like to read everything and know that I'm making an informed decision. I don't want to be forced into making a decision and not explore anything, because I feel like that's restrictive. But again, I understand you don't have to explore everything. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to say that. But what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to your faith, and when it comes to that, you should take it very seriously, and you should question, and you should do that, and it'll make your faith stronger, in my opinion. And if it doesn't, then that means that there's a flaw, and there's always been a flaw. You're just scared to uncover it, because then it'll change your worldview, and you don't want to do that. You want to stay comfortable in your bubble. And if that's the case, then stay in your bubble, but don't come out of your bubble and try to convince people to get into your bubble if they don't have an incentive to. Everything that is in the Bible can also be done outside of the Bible. The only difference is Jesus was the one to claim to be God's son. But guess who else did? I don't know. No, Muhammad's a prophet, if I'm not mistaken. But Jesus was the only one to declare himself to be God's son. That was the difference. That's it. But everything else can be replicated elsewhere, and it was replicated elsewhere. And I'm pretty sure somebody probably I don't know if somebody else said they're God's son. I haven't studied that. But what I'm trying to say is that you have to, you gotta research. That's it. You gotta check. But then some people are like, oh, research, I don't have to research, and that's okay. But don't go and argue with people, because it's not gonna look good. You're gonna look foolish like this one right here. Frog Mob Sob, oh my goodness, I love your name. Jesus didn't have YouTube researchers and IG detectives, because they would have caught all the fraudsters, like all the mega churches having those actors. Yup. Drewski would have made a skit. Drewski would have made a skit about Jesus, y'all. We would have been clowning him. And that's the sad part about it all. I know, I'm telling y'all for sure, if Jesus came in this timeline, we would have been clowning him. We would have been clowning him. And then, of course, he'd have his followers, just like all the other, all the other big people. Be like, no, he's the anointed. Y'all stop playing. And then half of us going to be like, yeah, I don't believe it. Look at these people. That's exactly what happened. But the problem, well, not the problem, but the thing is, now it's been years, thousands of years later. So, of course, we're looking at it with like a different gaze. And we're deifying it. But I'm telling you, if he came around this time, he'd be hashtagged every day. Chris Angel was always doing crazy magic tricks that I still don't understand, right? That reminds me of a clip of a guy playing Jesus trying to do a cannonball into a pool and him falling on top of the water. I gotta see it. On the brighter side, I remember those magicians. Girl. Frog Mob Sob, tell Jesus to come back so we can research in IG. Right? I'm telling you, I would have probably done a case study on Jesus. That's what I'm saying. Y'all, I would have done a whole case study on Jesus, y'all. I'd have been like, red flag. You see, you can't say you walking on water. Like, I probably would have done a whole case study on him, y'all. No joke. I'd have been trying to see, who did Jesus scam? Like, I'm serious. That if he came in today's time, I would have had that mindset. So I can't blame people for not believing. Prince, we had magical specials in the late 90s and early 2000s. We sure did. We did. They had them on television. L, you said they usually have a see-through platform underneath their feet that can be seen at the camera angle they shot at. The magician knows how thin it is and where to place it. That's what I was thinking too, sis. I don't believe it. Frog Mob Sob. listen, if Christians, we're truly Christian, they would be living like those pilgrim folks who use no electronic and say the months, or month of the year, strip it from them, they too comfortable. I agree with you on that. That's one thing I respect about the people who live off grid, is they really about that life. They're not playing about that. They are really about that life. They will seclude themselves. They will live off grid. They're gonna really follow it to the T. My thing is, it's okay to believe what you believe, but my problem is, do not condemn other people and then think that you're superior when we could poke holes in your conviction as well. You can not act self-righteous if you have a modern phone. You cannot. You cannot. There's no way you can act self-righteous like this and talk about pagan, demonic, all that stuff, and you have the modern phone. Period. Because none of them were made by Christian people. Not one. None. And by the way, they were talking all that stuff about crystals. What do you think is in here? What do you think manifested this phone? What do you think created this phone? Also, it's manufactured in China. Do you know how many hands that were laid on this that were not Christian hands? Oh, but you prayed it away, so it's fine. You can use it, right? Oh, got it. Red flag. You can't pick and choose what part of the faith you want to follow. If you're going to follow, you're going to follow it. And be quiet. But if you're going to condemn people, you can talk about your faith. Don't get me wrong. But my problem is when you condemn people for their faith as if you are not doing something that would be considered demonic in the Bible. Because remember when Moses, I think it was when he had the 10 Commandments and he wrote it up, they went partying, y'all, and they had gold and jewelry and all that stuff, and they made a golden calf with the jewelry. They melted it. They're like, hell, they was partying real hard. And then he got mad and he broke the tablet. But yeah, they turned their stuff into a golden calf, and even they didn't know. They weren't aware. But at least they just partied, whatever. But point is that it was seen as a sin to even materialize gold and make it into something that's like a calf or whatever, right? So my point is, you are holding a demon phone right here. Even if you prayed it away, look, does she have hair extensions? If she does, take them off. Take them off. That's somebody else's Hindu god that's all up and through that way. I gotta be honest. That's where it comes from. If those are hair extensions, sis, you should not be wearing hair extensions. Actually, matter of fact, you can't even put a perm on your hair because you were fearfully and wonderfully made. You don't need a relaxer. But let's see here. Let me be clear. Let's look at real quick, and then we gotta wrap this up. How many people have? I don't know if that is a tracks here, but I'm assuming maybe it might be just by the way that it curls. But even if it's not, it's a perm. You're already in you're already not doing well. You're looking just like the world. How do we know that perm it was probably made by a demonic person? This one right here, I mean, she got a tattoo right here. And she actually has the tattoo that says Yeshua. At least you have his name. But guess what? You're not supposed to get marks on your body according to the Old Testament. So you are in condemnation right here. You have violated the biblical principles. Sis, you got a whole wig on your head. That could be from a demon god, quote unquote, from wherever the hair came from, where it was resourced from, the origin. I don't care how much you wash it. It originally came from a temple somewhere, so you're already in violation. Every time you put a lace front on, you are violating God's laws. Only one. She could pass. I don't know if she got something right here. But anyways, the clothes you're wearing, unless you made it yourself, somebody done touched it. Did it come from a Christian shop? I don't think so. Anyways, it's all, I don't want to say stupid, but pinpointing what's demonic and not is actually not even helping you, because people can pinpoint those things. Because I would have said that, like, where your hair from, sis? Where'd you get your tracks from? That's exactly what I would have asked them. Does that not seem demonic to you? See, they can't have somebody like me on the panel. Don't be talking mad-ish. All right, one more comment. Jesus would be sick of us. Yo, we would have drove him out of he would not be able to be on Twitter. Black Twitter would have decimated him. He would not be able to be on YouTube. He would not be able to be on Facebook. Like the old heads, no, maybe on Facebook. The old heads will believe anything. But Yeah, he'd not be able to be on. He can't do none of that. The people would be clowning. He'd be getting so many messages. He can't be on TikTok. They'd be doing stitches of his stuff. This man, look at this. This is exactly what happens when you. Please. Normalize calling the creamy crack that straightens your hair a relaxer. Yep. Like, you can't hate on crystals if you have diamonds. Period. There you go. Yup, supposed to be walking around like the Amish. Exactly, but they not gonna do it. So my thing is, respect other people's face, because they could drag you too. Jasmine didn't do enough dragging for my liking. All right, we're already 6:09. Okay, we got to get to Girlicious, y'all. We're done with the new Ager versus Christian, unless there's a big update to be had. I feel like, again, it's just an endless cycle of looping. And to be honest with you, I honestly think that the girls on the stage, they need to take a really hard look at themselves. I hope they rewatched it, and I hope they take criticism in the comments and they do better, because you cannot come for people and you cannot say how demonic they are when you are wearing demon hair. According to your standards, your hair would be considered demon or demonic. Your nails, it's not your real nails. It was sourced from somewhere. Your phone, your clothes, even you invoking the days of the year, even you writing the days and the months of the year. In the system, the whole system we live in would be demonic to you. So then how can you explain that you are self-righteous, but they're not? All because you have a Bible that says Jesus is God's son. But guess what? They don't believe it. So that doesn't make you better than anybody. And if anything, people can poke holes in everything. So you just, stand on what you believe in, but do not condemn other people for believing what they believe in. That's my end and conclusion of this whole new Ager versus Christian. Next, continuing. Okay, what happened to Girlicious? All right, let's get to it. I've been waiting all day to get to this. I'm reserving a whole full hour for this.
I'll leave you guys to make your
Okay,
decision.
yesterday we left off. They had the whole dance competition. Some of them were looking very tragic. I don't know what was going on with the neon, the pants, the bubblegum pants. Okay, so that's where we're at. Now we're into the judging part of it. Okay, let's get to it. Oh no, what happened here? Fast forward, because yesterday they copyright strike
Decision
me.
ahead of you.
Okay.
I'll leave you guys to make your
Here we go.
decision.
Well, it sounds like we have a really hard decision ahead of us. We have 15 girls. We have to eliminate 3. Let's start with Tainted Love.
Wait, hold on, y'all. Oh. Wait, it's I think if I'm on for too long, it'll start it starts lagging. No, we need a new screen for this one. I'm very much invested in this. All right, let's do it. Let's do the proper way. Let's get to it. Hold up. Oh no, wait, I gotta put this in the front. Give me a second. Order top. Okay, and then there we go. Okay, here we go. All right, let's see who went through.
Alexis, singer. She's an okay dancer.
She's got a great presence, and I'm interested to see where she takes it.
Tiffany.
I don't know enough about the way she sings yet, but she just telegraphs star.
Okay, Megan.
She basically stood out as far as performing live.
So next is Never Gonna Get It, starting with Carrie. She can sing, but she's not a good dancer.
She's talented. I don't know if it's time for her to go yet.
Elisa. I really like her voice a lot. She has a really unique look, right? Then there's Keisha. She has a great body and she's sexy, but I feel like she doesn't ever listen when you say, I want to hear you project. I can't hear you. Next up is Where Did Our Love Go? All right, Jenna. First of all, she's beautiful. I think she has her voice really impressed me. The problem that I have with her is that she has a hard time with her dancing. Right now, the girls. Christina.
She has a cool tone.
Yep.
Okay, fast forward all this. What's the result? Thank you. I need to see the results.
We'll
Lord,
move
you're
on.
talking too much.
But for 3 of you, the journey ends tonight. Robin, take it away.
All right, girls. Now comes the hard part. Tiffany.
Tiffany better go
Alexis,
through.
Megan.
You've made it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah.
You've made it to the next round. Jamie, Jenna, and Charlie. Congratulations. You've made it to the next round. Christina, Nicole, and Cassandra. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, Natalie's team, and who's the wait, hold up. Yeah, they're bottom 3. Oh damn. No, but I saw Natalie, so I think they made it.
Girls left. Congratulations. Elisa.
They better let her pass. Keisha, is that her name? Because she sang very well.
Congratulations. Natalie. 4 of you remain. But only 1 of you will move on to the next round. Charlotte.
Yo, wait, I gotta highlight this comment. Miss Blackson, you said influencer Jesus would have haters trying to get him deported. They would do him worse than Michael Jackson when he started talking about he loves the children. You know? Oh my God, you ain't lying though. Yup, we would have been like, we gotta get all his tea. Yo, yeah, he came at the right time. He knew that. I'm saying, if this is all, if it's true, he came at the right time, y'all. He came at the right time, because ain't no way he would have survived in 2026. There's no way, not with us.
You might want this more than anyone here.
Okay.
But want
Robin,
and ability
speed it up.
Are just 2 separate things. Kristen, I really, really like the way you dance. I'm just not sure if you have that star quality that I'm looking for.
Don't cry, Kristen. You about to get packed up.
I really, really like your voice. A lot.
This is too long of a judging. Robin, speed it up with your Botox. I think she got Botox.
You happen to be one of the worst dancers here. Keisha, you are a quality dancer. But I'm just not completely impressed with your voice.
Mind you, her voice didn't even sound bad. They're just finding any reason to get her out.
Congratulations. Carrie, you'll be moving to the next round. I'm sorry. Charlotte, Kristen.
How did Keisha lose?
Keisha, this is the end of your journey.
Keisha?
I'm sorry.
Hold up. Let's go back. Did my ears steer me the wrong way? Are we sure? How did Natalie make it but Keisha didn't? Hold up. No, there was some no. I think there was no. Hold up. Here's Keisha, y'all. Hold up. Let me hear her sing again. Hold on. I don't want to play too much because they... Hold up. Where's Keisha? Fast forward. Okay, let's start. Here.
I remember how we used to be. You never was that nice, you cared for me.
You didn't deserve it. No, it was rigged. No, hell nah. Red flag to this show. See, that's why your group was booty. There's no way. I'm not saying she's the best singer, but she wasn't the best. She wasn't the worst either. Natalie should have been packed up. Just for her attitude alone, and she's not a team player. Okay, no. This was very biased, y'all. Episode 2. I'm tired of Robin. You see, I already know it's gonna be a mess, y'all. It's gonna be a mess.
for one.
There's Robin standing there.
I want you girls to go inside, and I'll check you later.
Okay, what they finna do here?
The Pussycat Doll house. It's amazing.
Okay, because we can't watch everything, y'all. So they got in the house. Okay.
I'm gonna be the lead singer of Girlicious. I feel like that.
Girl, shut up.
So are
You should be happy you even made it.
Confident that you've got what it takes? The Pussycat Dolls are like mentors to us. You know, they're so successful, and
my bad, y'all.
I
Hold
want to
up,
be
hold
just
up.
like them.
Okay.
I am a very shy, soft-spoken person.
Okay, well you're shy, soft spoken. You should not be on this in this competition. Why do people waste people's time? If you're shy, outspoken, you're not outspoken, you're scared and timid, and you're scared of the camera, why are you on live national TV wasting people's damn time? You see, Keisha should have kept this position. Red flag. Now this is DEI if I've ever seen it. There's no way. I'm shy, but I mean, girl, get off the damn show, wasting people's damn opportunity.
Break out.
It is not the chance to break out now when you're on live. You should have been doing that from before. Justice for Keisha. I'm tired of these people.
Kick some butt. Robin is waiting for you in the dance studio.
Hey, girls. You are now officially in Pussycat Dolls boot camp. You all know Ken Hicks, Mikey Minden, and Dave Arday. This is where we're gonna work you into the ground. Because in just 8 short weeks, 3 of you will be launched into my new girl group, Girlicious. Okay, so this week's theme is superstar pop hits. You will be separated into 3 groups of 4. The team who gives the weakest performance will be up for elimination, with one of its members going home. The first group, Nicole, Natalie, Tiffany,
It's not gonna
and
work.
Elisa. Your song is Holiday by Madonna.
I'm in a group with Tiffany, and I'm definitely used to having the attention on me.
I knew it. I knew she was gonna start some BS. I knew it. I had a feeling.
Tiffany definitely stands out, so I'm...
That's why they didn't want Keisha there. There's like too many black people. We gotta fulfill the quota. You see, this is why when that racist, ugly ass Toad was talking, I was like, yeah, he really, you can tell he lives in the bubble in wherever he's from. Birmingham, whatever the hell he's from in the UK. Cambridge, I don't know where that is. I know it's in the UK, but I don't know which city it's in. But point is that, yeah, they couldn't have 2. She was not the worst. I'm still gonna stand on that. This is craziness.
Really extremely nervous.
Second group, Jenna, Charlie, Christina.
All right, and then after we watch this episode, I'm gonna go to the Kenny JD part of it because I need to see what happened to them, and then we can watch these episodes like for the follow. I'm not gonna stop with Girlicious, and I want to finish it. It's gonna be like a live stream case study because I want to see them and Eugene's. We're not finished, so look forward to seeing them and Eugene's for the next few live streams. We will definitely go through all of this.
Karen, your song is Tearing Up My Heart
by NSYNC? Oh, okay.
I really wanted to be in a group with Natalie because Jenna and Carrie, they're not really dancers, so I'm worried about my group.
Obviously, the third group is Megan, Cassandra, Alexis, and Jamie.
She's racist. I think something's wrong with her. Let me stop saying that. But look. Okay, let me tell y'all why I believe so. First of all, this one is to the other one.
Obviously, the third group is Megan.
She's not happy. Okay, she want to be in Natalie's group.
Cassandra.
Look at how she's extending. They didn't even try to hug her. Cassandra, no, don't hug her. Don't hug her. Look at how she looked over to the other white girl. Red flag. You see, that's why I don't like watching these shows. I don't like this one bit. Look at her trying to be nice. And then look at this heifer right here hugging the other one. You could have put both of your arms around them. Be like, hey guys, yeah, I'm on to you. Whoever you are. I hope you get eliminated next. You and the other stink-faced one.
And Jamie. Your song is Hit Me Baby One More Time.
Cassandra is probably the weakest in vocals, but the strongest in dancing.
25 years old, 23,
You see, how did she make it? How did she make it? She's beautiful, but her voice, Yeah, but Keisha did. That's crazy.
I'm hoping that doesn't affect us as a group.
One group is better dancers and the other are better singers. And I think my group, we're more along the lines of the performance group. We can dance and sing and perform. So each group has, like, you know, their best assets.
Work it out.
All right, we fast forward into the performances because I ain't got time for all. Oh, wait, there's some drama here. Oh, wait, let's not miss the drama. Hold up. I have a feeling Natalie and, what's her name?
On how to be in a group and how to survive it.
JC was there?
I feel like
JC with his
the real
with his handsome self. He no longer looks like
why I'm
that.
here is because she's
his vocals were strong.
putting together a group, and you know, so if you guys have any questions,
Do you find yourself, like, I mean, within sync to now to your solo career, do you feel like you've gotten a lot better?
for sure. I mean, you know, experience counts. When you practice, you have to practice.
Justice for JC. I believe that his solo rollout was I honestly, he had the best vocals out of NSYNC. There's no reason why he couldn't have been as popular as Justin and even more. I believe he was sabotaged because when you listen to that album, it doesn't sound, I don't know what he was thinking. I feel like they did a Brandy on him. Remember when Brandy came out with the album and then they sabotaged her a bit with the producers and stuff? I feel like the same thing happened to him. And you know, Justin was around Jay-Z and I have a theory about that.
Full out.
he gave us just a lot of advice on how to be in a group and how to survive it.
It's gonna fall into place the more you do it. You have to be willing to sound bad in order to sound good.
I love you.
JC told us that you guys have to take risks, and that was to an overall group. Take risks, don't be afraid of doing things. So it was exciting.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
Justice for JC too. They sabotaged that man. Listen to his album Schizophrenic. I was like, I don't know what was going on in that album. Whoever gave him that idea needs to get fired. I don't believe it was his creative direction. I think they just trust us, brother. Trust us, JC. I mean, white brother. But let's trust us, JC. This is the vision of the future. Sounding a hot mess when he knows he got damn good vocals. He could out-sing everybody in every boy band at that time. Well, not all the black singers, though. I'm talking about the white ones. He could wash Justin in his yin voice and make that drive myself crazy. He could wash him. Yeah, JC, you could see he was my bias here.
Going out there doing something that we can nail, not.
No, we got this.
Natalie, shut up.
You know, guys, I don't even see the point. I mean, we're not gonna win anyway. And I could have punched her. I could have took her hair off and chopped it off. I was so mad.
Do it.
Well, I want to play it safe. I ain't trying to do that.
Hold up. Remember when he told us? He said that we can't be great if we don't take risks. JC told us that the only way that we could ever achieve greatness is if we take a risk. You're talking about you can't beat them and they're better than us? What are you doing here? Go home.
I don't think we should go. No, I don't think we should do that, though. How could you come into a challenge with such a bad attitude, you know? It made me so angry.
My thing is, you see, I don't trust them girls because as soon as something goes awry, then they gonna blame Tiffany and say, well, you know, with Tiffany's direction, yeah, don't be the leader here. Okay, fast forward. All right, that's great. You singing a national anthem. Okay, let's get to it. Let's see Natalie being a hating ass person.
Every single thing, She said, oh, we're not gonna win. And I said, I feel like I'm gonna win. I feel like we're gonna win. The way she said it to me, Jenna, was she said, well, I'm gonna win. Well, yeah, why would I not say that? I really don't feel like it was that serious. All the girls here almost want to make me feel so bad to a point where, like, you know, they're trying to break my spirit.
Girl, you were tripping. First thing that came out of your mouth was that we weren't gonna win. It was no point in even trying. And then the entire time, you had this look on your face like you weren't even interested, and then you weren't hitting the notes.
It's not that
and
I
we
wasn't
felt like
interested. It wasn't that I wasn't
we
interested.
felt like you were so. Wait, let me finish. We felt like you were so unmotivated. So of course, Nicole's gonna get frustrated. We had 10 minutes.
You know what? I have to take a back seat to Miss Leader here and Miss Leader. You just said that she's so bossy. Did she not come in here and say that she's so bossy? I did. You are bossy.
She knows she's
You
bossy.
are bossy. I said it to you. You are bossy.
Natalie was trying to use me to get at Nicole, and I'm too smart for that. I'm like, so what? I am bossy, and what? You didn't have to bring up the fact that she called me bossy. What was that for?
I know. What was that?
Mind you, I know they're 18 and 19, so I get it. But in the grand scheme of things, y'all could have been practicing right now. Look at this. All of this time going to waste, arguing with this one right here.
trying to say that in my opinion, in our opinion, because I'm not alone in that sense, which is kind of giving you a hint.
What the hell does that have to do with this conversation?
It's really hard to sit here and like have all this negativity be shot at me. I don't see. I'm sorry. It's not easy.
Is she a Cancer? Hold up. Natalie Girlicious. I'm sorry. I got to. What is going on? Why are you crying? She got to be a water sign, y'all. I'm sorry. Girlicious. She's got to be a water sign. Oh, wait. Is that an air sign? Hold up. I'm going to shut up. Is that a Gemini? Oh, Taurus. Okay, you're not. Oh, thank God. It's an earth sign. Why is she crying like this? You give Taurus women a bad name. Or maybe you don't. Oh, no. I deleted the cat one. That was supposed to be our palette cleanser. Hold up a second, y'all. I got to give me a second, y'all. Cat visits library. Yeah, that's okay. Here we go. We're not gonna lose that one. That's our palette cleanser right here. We're not losing it. Okay, wait. Where's the Girlicious one? Hold on.
For somebody like me to just be like, I'm sorry. That is kind of circumstance.
Natalie, girl. There's no tears coming out. Good night.
Win this. I don't know about you. But I'm here to win this. I can only
Nicole, I thought you were shy and quiet. You see, she done lied. She lied to us
so much
all.
badgering. I can only apologize so many times.
Natalie, girl, go get therapy.
What the hell are you crying for? What are you crying for? We didn't win the challenge because of you. I think Natalie should go home.
Hey. I'm just really upset.
Her mama's her best friend. That's her enabler right here. Those girlers are being so mean because they hate you. They're just jealous, Natalie.
I know, but it's like when I say I'm wrong about something, like I just wish people would appreciate that. It's like they take it for weakness and they step all over it and like apologies don't matter or something here.
At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is what?
Winning.
Is you being proud of who you are and what you're doing.
I'm trying so hard.
Prince, I know you talking about my tabs. Leave my tabs alone. I see you in there.
Let's just take it from the top.
It's not the time. I'm trying to get through Girlicious. I'll get a tab organizer next week just for you.
I'm stressed out about the vocals. I'm not at the level of some of these girls, so if vocally,
Okay, Cassandra. Sorry, love you, sis. All right, what happened at the end? Okay, what's the performance? Okay, let's
say
do
hello
it.
to my good friend Robin Anton. All right, up next, he's a musician, a producer, and he's the chairman. I said chairman of Geffen Records. Put your hand.
The devil. Red flag, Ron Fair. You still there? Yeah, you're the reason why it's going to hell.
Together for Mr. Ron Fair.
Is he still there?
All right, she's an icon in the hip-hop community, and she's one of the top-selling female
Lil'
artists.
Kim.
Madonna's holiday.
Why the umbrellas? Okay, I'm gonna let it go because of time. Why the umbrellas? The umbrellas make no sense. They weren't cohesive, like together. The harmonies weren't harmony.
Well done, ladies. Now, judges, what do you think?
Overall, as a group, not bad, but
definitely not amazing.
Yeah.
Natalie, I do think your vocals could become a little more stronger. And I think you have tools that you haven't even tapped into yet. And you need to really tap into them and use them.
Tiffany, I have to say tonight, you really shined, and that was really cool.
Nicole, I think you sang well. You're the best singer in this group tonight, I think. Just turn the heat up.
Elisa, I think that you sound good, you sound great. I just wanted that Madonna alluringness.
Well done, ladies. Good job.
And Nelly gonna cry again.
Performing the hit, Hit Me, Baby, one more
Oh, Lord,
time.
this is gonna be a
Here
mess.
are
This is
Megan,
gonna be a
Cassandra,
mess. It's
Alexis,
gonna be a mess.
and Jamie.
It's gonna be a mess. It's a hard song. It's a hard song to do, yo. Yo, I don't think anybody could sing that song but Britney. I gotta be honest. You gotta have the... I don't even think Britney of 2026 can sing like Britney of 1999 or 2000. No, that song is a hard sell, y'all. I don't think anybody could sing that song. It's a hard song. They gonna sound a mess, yo. They set them up with that song, y'all. They set them up with that song. That's not right. I'm telling you, Hit Me Baby One Time is one of the hardest songs for people to do. It's not easy. Britney's just, okay, watch a video again, the Britney Spears version. Even her singing it was hard. Like, you can only achieve that studio-wise. Like, she can't even sing it live. And when you hear her sing Hit Me Baby One More Time, Britney, she goes a higher octave, by the way. She changes it up a little bit. It's only made by studio. It's a difficult-ass song. Pack it up. They lost, y'all. They lost. That's the losing group. Bye. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm gonna be done in like half an hour. I just gotta, we're almost done. Be done in 7 o'clock my time, which is 10 Eastern time. I'm almost done. 20 minutes of this. This is awful.
Ron, let's start with you first. What do you think? Part of dancing and singing is also listening. So pitch was...
Oh, you're in the wrong one, sis. That's Pussycat Dolls Present. We gotta watch that one when we're done with Girlicious. It's going... Oh, Mary, it's gonna be a recurring series. So every week on live stream. So starting yesterday, every week we will dedicate... I think I'm actually gonna do an 1.5-hour segment for Girlicious until we finish this one, and then Pussycat Doll Presents. We'll do that one, and New Jeans I have to do as well.
Tonight. Really off, really sour. Cassandra, it was great to watch you, but not all that great to hear you.
Cassandra, there was a few pitch problems, and I mean, as a group, vocally, yeah, it just wasn't the best.
Well, Jamie, as far as your vocals, I mean, I have to say, I think you have a lot of potential. I'm waiting to see it. Megan, my issue with you is that when you get on stage, there's something that happens that just doesn't feel original or unique.
Princess Amani, I can't believe I'm still here either. I'm wrapping this right up in like 25 minutes. But this is so interesting that I will make it a recurring segment till we're done.
World where everything is average and everything reaches that middle line.
Yeah, I think we're just going to watch the episodes and then get into the drama after. Because I need to see every episode. So then when I see the recap, I can understand what actually happened.
Something has to pop out. You got to push further. Alexis, I think you're a good singer, but to me, it didn't blend. Thank you very much, ladies. Performing.
Okay, last performance, yo. Oh, Lord. Y'all better not embarrass JC. Do not embarrass NSYNC and JC. He came all the way to tell y'all.
It's tearing on my heart when I'm with you. But when we are apart,
okay, not bad. Not bad. Oh, they had a live audience. Oh, that makes it worse. Let me tell y'all something. These girls need to work together to do harmonies, because they could have done a lot of oohing and ahhing and baby, you know, all the harmonies in the background. I don't know why they're so scared to harmonize. That would have taken it to another level. Okay, she's good. She's good. Why is no one harmonizing? Why are they not harmonizing? Okay, well, yeah, the Britney Spears group, they got to go. Cassandra's out, y'all. Cassandra, they gonna take her. They packing her up out of here.
I really enjoyed watching you girls. It felt like a group.
I felt like I was at a Girl NSYNC concert.
Great potential in this group. There's certain people in this group I'm really rooting for that I really think could be great. I thought you sounded good. I mean, you came out with a lot of...
Why is he saying it like that? You see, this is why your company is tanking. He said there's certain people in this group I'm really rooting for. That is mad shady. Mr. Geffen.
A lot of authority and pulled it off.
All right, all your girls did a great job. Will you please go backstage and wait now?
They could have done so much with the harmonies, y'all. I'm disappointed in all the groups for that. They could have done so much. That's a harmony type song.
Tonight, you know, I don't know. I hope I'm not going home tonight. It's just annoying when people see me as fake because I did pageants, and that's all that they think I am.
Nobody cares about you. When did you even show up? You've only been on screen for 5 seconds. Oh, you talking about the people in the house? I don't think they give a damn about you. They're so worried about Natalie. You see, why do characters that are C characters or D it's kind of like celebrities. It's so interesting. The A-list celebrities are always the ones who don't want to be seen and they don't care and they're just kind of doing their thing. It's always the Z-list that act like people know them. Don't nobody know you. I don't even remember your name. I just saw your name pass up on screen. We not interested in what you got going because I did pageant. Don't nobody care. Red flag. They only care about Tiffany and Natalie. We don't care about you, sis. Please, get out of here. I don't even remember which group she was in. Come on now.
It's so bad. I want this so bad.
Cassandra's so pretty. Natalie, shut up. Shut up, girl. Shut up. You didn't carry your team at all. Go sit in the corner and cry to your mama.
Singer. I just need to step up with the vocals. Madonna isn't the best singer in the world, so...
Why are these long ass... Hey, whoever uploaded this, no, this is not right. You had me thinking I did something wrong. All right, y'all, after this episode, we are wrapping it up. We'll do a palate cleanser. We out of here, y'all. We're gone.
We have to go through each group right now because this week we're eliminating one girl from the weakest group. So let's start with Tearing Up My Heart.
Okay, we are fast forwarding to the judges. Okay, bye. Final one. Okay.
So, let's begin. Jenna, Charlie, Christina,
they passed.
And
Come
Carrie.
on now.
You made it to the next round.
We know that already, clearly. Bottom 3 is the Britney Spears group, and Cassandra's going home. I'm sorry, sis. You're gorgeous, but you might not make the cut.
Nicole, Natalie, Elisa, and Tiffany.
You made the cut. Bye. Okay.
You made it to the next
yeah,
round.
we know. All right, Robin. Speed it up, sis. All right, I'm going to stop talking. I know y'all tired of hearing me.
Jamie, Megan, Alexis, and Cassandra. Girls, you are the weakest group tonight, and one of you will be going home. Alexis, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Jamie.
Jamie?
Yeah, it's going to be between Cassandra and Beauty Pageant. I don't know, nobody knows. What did she say? Because I'm Beauty Pageant.
So there are only 2 girls left. One will continue on, and the other will go home. Megan, question is, do you have, the confidence and the personality to be able to shine? And Cassandra, I keep saying you have all this potential. Is that enough? Is the potential enough?
No,
So,
not for a singing
the girl
group.
who is staying is...
They gonna choose Megan. Cassandra Bye says, it was nice knowing you for the brief time.
Cassandra, congratulations.
Ooh.
Megan, I'm sorry. You will not be another.
No, this is rigged. Red flag. No, this is rigged, yo. No, this is rigged. Hold up. No. There's no way.
It's time to hang up your boa.
Oh my god.
No, this is rigged.
I think that pageants made me, who I am today, but...
All right, girl. Bye, Megan. Hold up. We're going back to the performance real quick. Ain't no way Cassandra made it, y'all. No, this is rigged. Hold up. This is rigged. No, this is rigged, y'all. Hold up. No, I gotta run it back because maybe my ears...
Performing the hit Hit Me Baby one more time, here are Megan, Cassandra, Alexis, and Jamie.
She wasn't that bad. Cassandra, sis, you know what? Pack this up. I'm gonna read a few comments. We out of here, y'all. Palette cleanser, we out. It's over with. There ain't no way in this lifetime. Because Cassandra, yes, she's an amazing dancer, but her vocals were the worst, y'all. All right. Yeah. Oh, bye, Princess Amani. It's been a pleasure having you here, sis. Mental health toothpick. We guess I'm part of replay gig. Yeah, we leaving, y'all. Wait, don't they become... Yeah, they do. We're watching it every week. Every single week. Oh, baby, we shouldn't have let you sing that song because you can't. Hey, yo, that was awful. Which one was awful? Which one? I don't know. I don't know. This show is definitely rigged, y'all. They sound defeated too, Lord. Mary, you said Hit Me Baby One More Time was written for T-Boz and TLC. Yeah, I heard that. They rejected it. They wouldn't have been able to sing it. I can't imagine them being able to. T-Boz's register is low, but Britney's the only person who could sing that song. It's too complicated. It's way too complicated. This group sounds better, Lord. Oh, man. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. I'm crying. Y'all. No, this show is interesting. All right. This show is too interesting. We're done. It's based on who looks the best part, not Tally. Cassandra looks the part. She does, but she can't sing. She's gonna mess up the group, y'all. Yeah, Cassandra watching the playback. I hope she doesn't, but hell, I'm so sorry, Cassandra. You gonna take your L. All right. Last thing, we're done, y'all.
He's fought.
Cat visits the library. We gotta end on a positive note, because who those vocals?
Library. Peter and Janet Bjorn live nearby
2 minutes.
and have a very sociable cat.
10 people coming in. Well, they just go by. Hi, Muffin. You know Muffin? Yeah, Muffin's always here.
He's a regular. Part greeter, part ambassador.
I need to get Mimi a job like this. Go panhandle for the family. Get her some coins. Put a little thing over her neck, and then have her say, give tip. Yeah, we gonna do that to Mimi and Boom.
When we close, he knows which doors to go to as well. He'll try the front door, the sliding doors.
Muffin's family even lets the library know when he's on the prowl.
She said, he's the library cat that comes to visit you. So she said, I'm just going to let him out now. So she does. And wouldn't you know it, 5 minutes later, he was at the front door.
He doesn't go into the stacks. Muffin likes the staff members here.
Muffin's mama's playing along because she wants a break from Muffin.
So much so, he's even tried to stow away.
So we love him. The clients love him. He's like so wonderful to have at the door when you're walking into the library. You just see people's faces like light up.
Even though he's a card-carrying member,
Judy.
Cats aren't really supposed to be in the library.
So we have to escort him out, usually by picking him up and bringing him out because he really doesn't want to leave.
Muffin's location device reveals to his family He's also made appearances at the community center next door and even the Royal St. Lawrence Yacht Club, where the fur flew in the dining room.
All of a sudden there's a fur thing on her and it screams. And then everybody, what is it? A raccoon or a mouse or something?
So Muffin was banned from the yacht club. You could say...
Not they banned the cat. Red flag to the yacht club.
Gatto non grata. Yet, the library likes the little visitor.
I mean, he's the cutest little thing. I'm more of a dog person, but for him, I'm a crazy cat lady. I just love him.
So they gave him a lifetime membership. Good for all his 9 lives. Christine Long, CTV News.
Aw, may Muffin live a very long and prosperous life. You need to get paid, Muffin. Them people taking advantage of your kindness. Go get paid and get your family tips. On that note, wait, you said Geffen Record used this history of managing PCD and Girlicious and merged their training system with Hype's K-pop training to create Dream Academy. Yes, and we are gonna, I don't think I can watch Dream Academy here. I'd have to port it over to Patreon or something, or the Discord. I really would love to do it, but the powers that be will not allow me. But at least with Girlicious and PCD Presents, we can, because it was so old. It can't be copyrighted, right? Except the songs. But anyway, thank you guys so much for staying with me tonight. Next week we will finish a bit earlier. I'm getting earlier every week. Every week we get better. Whatever I didn't cover today, I will cover next week. Have a great week, y'all. Have a great evening, and I will see y'all next weekend. Bye. Good night, y'all. Good night.